temple in Mumbai with a thriving community of over 10,000 devotees. He founded the Bhaktivedanta Hospital in Mumbai and the very innovative Govardhan Eco Village, and stupendously feeds through his organization 300,000 children every day. But really the real mark of a beautiful Vaishnava guru is the behavior of his disciples. And based on my observation and experience, his disciples, they honor all others, they are humble, and they're very eager to serve other Vaishnavas. This is a true, beautiful aspect of Guru. So I'm very excited to hear the Pushpanjali from His Holiness Radhanath Swami. We are one Chaitanya family. A very warm welcome to you. Hare Krishna. Haribol.
Om Agyantimidandasya Gyananjana Chalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Tadati Swapadantikam Bandeham Sri Guru Sri Juthapadakamalam Sri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Bitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Sri Vishakan Vitamscha Vanshakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Sri Gaura Bhakta Brinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. I am sincerely honored and grateful for the opportunity to be with all of you today. I'm truly humbled that by the graciousness of your hearts, you invited me to be a part of this historical, auspicious celebration of the 100th appearance day of Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Maharaj. I would first of all like to offer my lifelong obeisances to my beloved Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, by whose mercy has kept me on this path of bhakti, and by whose mercy has introduced me to such exalted Vaishnavas as Srila Narayan Maharaj. In Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami describes Sri Radha Gopinath's pastimes. in the spiritual world of Sri Vrindavan are the highest ultimate expression of divine love. Beyond liberation, beyond love of God in Vaikunthas is the spontaneous, ecstatic, loving exchanges of Sri Vrindavan Dham. The pastimes of Vrindavan were very much confidential, sealed within a very close circle of intimate associates of the Lord. But then Radha and Krishna appeared in the one form of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Radha Bhavaduti Subalitam Nomi Krishna Swarupam. Krishna came to taste the sweetness of Radha's love, a love that conquered his heart, a happiness that he could not even fathom unless he experienced it from her perspective, through her love. Namo Mahabharanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namane Gaudatveshe Namaha. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is not only Krishna tasting the sweetness of Radha's love, but Sri Radharani is opening the circle of the pastimes of Vrindavan to even the most fallen people as Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Lord Chaitanya dreamed of and longed for going to Vrindavan. He came for 2 months and then returned to Puri. But he especially instructed Srila Rupa Goswami, Srila Sanatana Goswami, the 6 Goswamis, to perform his mission in Vrindavan, to reveal the holy places of Vrindavan, to reveal the essence of the love of God that's revealed in the Vedic literatures, culminating in Vrindavan. They wrote so many literatures, and they exemplified the life of Vaishnavas. And we are Rupanugas. Our legacy is to follow in the footsteps of Rupa Goswami. I saw in my own beloved Guru Maharaj Srila Prabhupada how he lived at Radha Damodar temple. And along with the ecstasy of his meditation on being in Sri Sri Radha Govinda Dev's Leela, he was writing books and planning to bring this message to the world. Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, he dedicated his life to sharing the treasures of the love of Vrindavan with the world. And each and every one of us who are here today has directly or indirectly been blessed by his compassion. I'm remembering the first time that I met Srila Narayan Maharaj was in the early 1980s. I went to the Keshav Gaudiya Math. My special purpose at that time was to see the place where my beloved Guru Maharaj took sannyas in 1959. I had heard many times the recording of Srila Prabhupada speaking with such emotion and love toward his god brother, Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj. Srila Prabhupada, on the occasion of the disappearance of Keshav Maharaj, he said he has gone back to the spiritual world to be with Krishna. And Srila Prabhupada, he was crying. He called Keshav Maharaj an ocean of mercy, Kripam Buddhir. And he declared that on behalf of his Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, Keshav Maharaj pulled him from material life, Prabhupada said, and gave him sannyas and sent him to the Western world. So while I was in the temple room where that historical pastime took place, meditating, praying, one brahmachari came in and brought me to the private quarters of Srila Narayan Maharaj. And at that first meeting, it was just the two of us. He exhibited such a compassionate, kind nature. Although I was so insignificant and so junior to him in every way, he gave so much respect. And I could understand, and he told me himself, that because of his love for my Guru Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, because I was Srila Prabhupada's follower, he was giving me so much honor and respect. That moved my heart forever. And over the years, we met many, many times. He came to our temple in Mumbai, Chopati Radha Gopinath Mandir, and gave several classes to our devotees. I would meet him in his room at Keshav Gaudiya Math, at Devananda Gaudiya Math in Navadvip, in Sri Rup Sanatan Gaudiya Math in Vrindavan, sometimes in various places in the Western world. At this moment, I'm remembering a beautiful experience. It was Kartik, I believe 1993. And Srila Narayan Maharaj was leading a very large parikrama of devotees. Mostly they were devotees of Indian origin, but there were also a growing number of Western people coming, Vaishnavas also. And we met, and I believe it was at the Keshav Gaudiya Math in Mathura. And he invited me to ride with him in a car to go to their destination that day, which was Sri Ram Ghat, which was quite far away. It actually took a couple hours to reach there. For those of you who have been to Sri Ram Ghat, it's way, way up on the banks of Yamuna River. And to reach there, in those days, most of the way, there were no roads. We were just driving through fields and on earthen pathways and on the banks of the Yamuna River. In the car, I believe it was an ambassador, His Holiness Madhava Maharaj, who was then a brahmachari, was sitting in the front seat with the driver. And Srila Narayan Maharaj and myself were sitting on the small back seat. The car, which had very poor suspension, it wasn't even on a road, it was just in fields, was going up and down and bouncing and bouncing. And all around us, there was so much of the sacred dust of Sri Braj Bhumi just filling the air. But we were inside, and it was most beautiful experience. That little back seat was truly a revelation of Vrindavan to me that I'll never forget. He was discussing me various leelas as we were passing different places. And he was asking about my life. He was talking about his life. And then he would see something else and tell another pastime of Krishna and Sri Radha. And in this way, we spend hours. And I remember Madhava Maharaj in the front seat was smiling so jubilantly, just to hear us talking. And although I felt so small compared to his enormous devotion, he treated me with such kindness, with so much encouragement. And I remember from time to time, as we were talking together, he would reach over and hold my hand. For probably a third of the drive, we were holding hands. And I was meditating on this verse, Panchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. I was meditating on how this is how Srila Prabhupada described Keshav Maharaj, and how I was feeling that kindness through his beloved disciple, Srila Narayan Maharaj. He invited me to join him several times in various places for his parikramas of Sri Vrindavan Dham. And whenever we met, regardless of the circumstances, it was always so sweet and filled with the experience that I read about in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. I'm remembering another time, it was in the Western world, where there was an ISKCON festival with leaders of ISKCON. Just down the road from a festival of Srila Narayan Maharaj and about 100 followers. And this was at a time after this inconceivable tension was created between the two families. And because of that tension, things were said on both sides, things were done on both sides. And it's very sad, but in many ways it's inevitable in this world. So I went to visit Srila Narayan Maharaj. And when I came to the house he was staying, many of the leading devotees were very suspicious of me. They were quite neglectful toward me, which I happily accepted and deserved. And they had their doubts whether I should go in to see Narayan Maharaj. So I said, please ask him. So they did, and he invited me into his room. And when we met, it was just that reunion of love, respect, and affection between a senior and a junior. And a senior who had such humility, he was treating his junior like an equal. And for perhaps a half hour, we just exchanged affection. And it was beautiful. And I gave him some gifts and he gave me gifts. And when I left his room, I was thinking of the nature of unity and diversity. The very basis of true Vaishnava etiquette is love. The idea of love is not just a sentimental thing. It's the ultimate goal of life. It's the singular thing that we as Vaishnavas are aspiring for. And Bhakti Yoga is the path to prema. It's in how we express our love that Krishna reveals his love. Mad Bhakta Pujabhidika. And Krishna accepts our love especially through how we love his devotees. And as I was walking out of his room that day, I was thinking like this, that whatever the energies around us are creating, there may be confusions, there may be disruptions, there may be conflict, there may be misunderstandings, there may be aparads in the air. But the simplicity of the love and the affection between devotees is sacred. It is beyond all these things. And in the many times since then that I had the wonderful fortune of meeting with Srila Narayan Maharaj, sometimes at Rup Sanatan Gaudiya Math, various places, that was always the spirit. At one time, things were being said between the camps, and I came to meet him, and he considered me to be a representative of ISKCON. And in a very fatherly way, he chastised me. And I said, Maharaj, I didn't come as a representative of anyone. I just came as somebody who loves you and wants your association, nothing else. And he continued to chastise me as if I was like the personification of the GBC or something like that. And I sat and I listened, and I've given my heart and my life to the mission of Srila Prabhupada in the form of ISKCON, and he knew that, and he appreciated that. And after he chastised me, he just treated me with the same love and kindness and respect that was just beyond all these other things. And I'm speaking this today because these types of experiences has very much made me who I am in the way I try to rise above to whatever extent I can, whatever differences we have, because differences there will be. And where is that place beyond it all? It's the love, the respect, the affection, and the kindness that we're meant to share with one another. In Vrindavan, there are conflicting camps between various wings of gopis. But it's all based ultimately on love. How to remain faithful to the mission we've given our hearts to, faithful to the divine grace of the Guru that has saved us, and at the same time recognize, appreciate, and love the experience that other devotees in other missions are having with one another. Not to convert, but to encourage, to inspire, to enliven. And that is the experience that I personally always had with Srila Narayan Maharaj. He was totally absorbed, always, in the loving service of Sri Sri Radha Gopinath. And his life was to share it with us through his lectures, through his writings, through his parikramas, through his kindness. And today, through the hearts of those who love him, for each other, on this very auspicious day, my heart is with all of you to celebrate the centennial anniversary of the appearance of Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Maharaj. Thank you for this opportunity to speak some words. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Thank you, Maharaj. That was so beautiful. And actually, you kind of reduced me to a puddle about 5 times. So it was a journey of pain and joy and hope and love throughout that beautiful Pushpanjali. And we invited you because we all know that my Gurudev loves you. So it was absolutely essential that you were invited. And your message of your message of loving each other through seva, beyond differences, it's the message of our yuga, and it fills me with so much hope for the future. We have so much hope for the future, so much hope, and a lot of that hope is embodied in gurus like you. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Yashodananda Prabhu. I'm longing to spend time with you.
Me too. Me too. Me too. Haribol, Dandavat Pranams. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you for Kaustubha Das. And also to Pasri Maharaj's sister, and to Pastor Maharaj for arranging all of this. Thank you. So, devotees, brothers and sisters, we're now, are you going to stay with us a little while, Maharaj, or do you need to go? Oh, you're on mute now.
Sorry.
Please stay if you can.
With your permission, I will stay as long as possible. Thank you.
We don't want you to go. Please don't go. We'll all be crying when you go. There is no suspicion. There's only love.
Thank you.
Yashodananda Prabhu?
Yes.
Just before we zoom over to the next speaker,
Yes.
can I just say two words and then
please.
something? Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Dandavat Pranams, His Holiness Radhanath Swamiji. Firstly, I just want to say, as a very baby of the Sangha, an absolute nothing of the Sangha, I just want to say from all of us that are watching, thank you so much. I can't even explain in words what you've just explained about Srila Gurudev, everything that Srila Gurudev is. And I just want to thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing that love that Srila Gurudev has for all of us. So I just want to, like I said, I'm already in tears and I'm going to go back into tears. So I'll stop there. But just want to say thank you. This means a lot for us. It means a lot. Thank you so much, Maharaj. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Yashodananda.
Would Janava mind reading the letter a little early?
Hare Krishna, Dandavat Pranams.
Haribol, you saved the day, Didi. Thank you.
Looks like we have a little gremlin on our screens there.
We do. It does happen sometimes. 1 second. Just bear with me 1 second.
If he comes on again, we're going to try remove him from the Zoom chat permanently. Okay.
So this is a letter of a disciple of Srila Gurudev, and he left his body a few weeks ago from COVID-19. And Janava Didi is going to read the letter. The author is Anupam Prabhu, who met Srila Gurudev, actually, ironically, the same time as Mukunda, and from South Africa as well. So he met Srila Gurudev in 2010 and took Diksha in the same year. And Janava Didi is kind of going to read this letter from this gentleman who has now just left his body. Okay, over to you, Didi. Thank you so much. Warm welcome. Haribol.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you.
So Anupam Prabhu was a real loving servant of Srila Gurudev. As Yashanandan Prabhu has said, he's met Srila Gurudev in 2010 and took initiation at the same meeting. Very sadly, Anupam Prabhu contracted COVID in early January this year, and within 10 days, he left his body. He served all the sannyasis, not only Srila Gurudev, but all the sannyasis that come to South Africa. He serves them with so much love that he's won over their hearts. And I know that he's very dear to my Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Siddhanti Maharaj. He's also served the Audio Seva team, and he has lovingly distributed Srila Gurudev's books all over South Africa. Just prior to him leaving body, he made arrangements with two other devotees for a large consignment of books, of Srila Gurudev's books, to come to South Africa in time for the centennial. So about 2 weeks ago, 20 boxes of books arrived at my home, huge boxes of Srila Gurudev's books. And it was just such a wonderful, joyous feeling. It was as if Srila Gurudev had come to my house. And even though we were sad that Anupam was not here to distribute them, we're distributing them on his behalf. So I'm going to read his offering, and this is exactly what Anupam wrote in his offering. Hare Krishna. I offer my respectful Dandavat pranams at the lotus feet of my dear Diksha Gurudev, Nitya Leela Pravishta Om Vishnu Pada Stotha Shata Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. Srila Gurudev. O Gurudev, how does one glorify you, a Mahabhagavat, associate of Sri Radha Krishna Yugal Kishore and Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, especially by perpetually fallen rascal as me? I cannot think of one pious act that would have brought me under the cooling shade of your lotus feet. Therefore, your glory is displayed by your causeless mercy, sprinkling this dust in the wake of your magnanimity. I first had your divine darshan in January 2010, South Africa, but I now know that you have known me even before this form. All the trials and tribulations I can recall in this life, which were frustratingly incomprehensible, were only to drag me to you. Where would I be now had your invisible hands not held me? From the first moment my eyes fell upon you at the airport arrivals, I knew in my heart that you are my Gurudev. I knew I belonged to you, although I had never heard or seen nor read about your glories, but my heart knew. Under the banner of ISKCON, I had caused so many offenses at your lotus feet, but instead, by your all-encompassing compassion, you gave me initiation. Philosophy, which was once dry, has become nectarian when heard from your lotus lips. Life would be like a desert had you not come. I pray that I receive the shelter of your lotus feet, not just this birth after birth, but moment to moment in every birth. O Srila Gurudev, you are so dear to Srimati Radhika. May your glories forever resound. Svam Gopika Vrisharave Tanyantike Asi Sevadhikarni Guru Nija Pada Padme Dasyam Pradaye Kuru Mama Vraja Kanene Sri Radhandari Sevana Rasa Sukhanim Sukhadho. O Gurudev, you are a gopi in the company of the daughter of Vrishabhanu Maharaj and can bestow her service. Bestow upon me the shelter of your lotus feet. Kindly make me happily engaged within the ocean of the blissful mellows of service to Srimati Radhika's lotus feet in the Kunj of Raj. May my hardened heart one day become a soft, fragrant flower upon which your lotus feet rest. With a straw between my teeth, kindly forgive me for all my offenses, aspiring for the dust of the Vaishnava's lotus feet. Anupam Das, South Africa. That was the letter, Prabhu.
Thank you. That was so beautiful and really poignant. I think we reach out to him to speak? We did, yes. And I think he was going to send a video or something. So
yeah, and we also reached out to him to speak on our Sunday program also.
Yeah, that was really, really beautiful. Sorry, forgive me. What's your relationship with the writer, with the devotee?
He's just one of the devotees.
In your community. Yeah, that was really beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yoshidari, do you want to? Have you found right enough?
Yes.
Okay,
cool. So sorry for this. I don't even know what's going on. I think we're all emotional. Yeah, we're all emotional, and it's erupting into our Zoom conference call.
I think there's a synchronicity there. There's a synchronicity.
Definitely, it's like this surge of energy, and then all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would like to re-invite Radhanath Prabhu to come back and continue or finish his Pushpanjali, please. Because it was so beautiful, and I just wanted to make sure that you came back and spoke. So Vipin Prabhu, I've asked you to also unmute so that you can translate. And Radhanath Prabhu, you're there?
Yeah. Yes, I'm there, Didi.
Please continue for the next 10 minutes. Thank you, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna. Thank you. तो मैं कह रहा था कि श्रील गुरुदेव ने कहा कि प्रचार करने के लिए, सफलतापूर्वक प्रचार करने के लिए यूनिटी की आवश्यकता है। अपने जो छोटे छोटे स्वार्थ हैं उनको थोड़ा दूर रखने की आवश्यकता है और जगत जीवों के प्रति हृदय संकुचित नहीं, अयम निजा परोवेति जैसा संकुचित विचार नहीं, उदार विचार, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, ये विचार को रख करके हृदय में जगत जीवों के प्रति दया की आवश्यकता है। जो इस प्रकार से ये गुणों को रखेगा वो जगत में प्रचार प्रसार कर सकता है। Yes, we can.
Yeah. So Prabhuji is saying, as the three qualities he mentioned about the preachers. First, he mentioned about unity. The devotees must have this mood of unity. Secondly, Prabhuji is saying that we should keep our little interest aside, as we just heard from Sripad Radhanath Swami Maharaj about how both the sanghas are actually one at soul. It just appears to be two different families. First is the unity, and second is we must keep our little interest aside. And the third is we should not make our heart become very small, and we should be broad-minded, and we should come up with the perspective that it's all a family of Krishna. It's Vasudeva Kutumbam. It's the Kutumb of Vasudeva. It's the home of Krishna. So if we have this sort of mood towards the entire, towards all the jivas, then by that ways we will be able to preach successfully.
क्या हम ऐसे गुरुदेव जिन्होंने हमें इतना प्रेम दिया, इतना स्नेह दिया, और इतना उत्साह दिया और इस योग्य बनाया, और उन्होंने हमारे लिए क्या क्या नहीं सहा है, हमारे लिए भी सहा है और हमको भी उन्होंने सहन किया है, क्या उन्हीं गुरुदेव की प्रसन्नता के लिए हम उन्हीं गुरुदेव को केंद्र में रख करके ये अपने स्वार्थों को एक तरफ रख करके, मेरा ऐसा विश्वास है अगर हम इस प्रकार से गुरुदेव को केंद्र में रख करके गुरुदेव की प्रसन्नता के लिए अगर प्रयास करें और यूनाइट होकर के सभी भक्त लोग कुछ ना कुछ प्रचार प्रसार अपने अपने स्तर पर कर रहे हैं, परंतु सब लोग एकत्र होकर के और मिलजुल करके, और गुरुदेव की जो शक्ति है, उनके ग्रंथ भी उनकी शक्ति है, उनकी वाणी भी उनकी शक्ति है, और उनके शिष्य स्वरूप जो चलते फिरते जो मठ हैं वो भी उनकी शक्ति है।
Prabhuji said that for such a wonderful Gurudev which we have had, can't we keep our little interest aside? I mean, all the disciples of Srila Gurudev must keep Srila Gurudev in the center, and Prabhuji says that he has complete faith. I mean, Srila Gurudev has made all of us capable. Srila Gurudev has not only tolerated a lot of things for us. In fact, Gurudev has tolerated all of us because we are difficult people to deal with. So Srila Gurudev has actually tolerated all of us, and he has made all of us capable. So for the pleasure of Srila Gurudev, keeping Srila Gurudev in the center, Prabhuji says if we have this mood, then for his pleasure, we must get together, because his grantha, his vani, his temples, all of the disciples of Srila Gurudev are many different potencies. So if we bring all these together, that would be the wonderful offering at his lotus feet.
और मेरा ऐसा मानना है, क्योंकि श्रील गुरुदेव की केंद्र में जहां पर है और श्रील गुरुदेव के लिए जहां प्रयास है, उस प्रयास में कभी विफलता नहीं मिलने वाली, उस प्रयास में हमेशा सफलता ही मिलेगी, क्योंकि हरि गुरु वैष्णव के जो सेवक होते हैं वो जीवन में कभी विफल नहीं होते, वे जीवन में हमेशा सफल ही होते हैं। क्योंकि सफलता किसके हाथ में है? सफलता महाप्रभु के हाथ में है। महाप्रभु की कृपा है जहां श्रील गुरुदेव है। सफलता श्रील रूप गोस्वामी पाद जी के हाथों में, श्रील रूप गोस्वामी पाद जी की कृपा है जहां पर श्रील गुरुदेव है, और पूरे गुरु परंपरा की, परम गुरुदेव की, और वास्तव में श्रील गुरुदेव की कृपा वहां पर है जहां श्रील गुरुदेव उपस्थित है।
Prabhuji says that he has complete faith that wherever the efforts are being made to please Srila Gurudev, success will follow. Reason being because any effort which is being made for the pleasure of Hari Guru and Vaishnavas, they always become successful. There is no point of becoming unsuccessful if our whole idea is to serve Hari Guru and Vaishnav. It is the mercy of Srimad Mahaprabhu. Wherever Srila Gurudev, when we're going to put Srila Gurudev in the center, we will find that the mercy of Mahaprabhu will follow. When we will put Srila Gurudev in the center, we would actually see the mercy of Sri Rupa Goswami, mercy of our Param Gurudev, mercy of the entire Guru Parampara will follow automatically, and there is no question of failure there.
केवल आवश्यकता है तो यूनिटी की। अगर हम गुरुदेव को केंद्र में रख करके, मैं इस वाक्य के साथ और एक दो वाक्य कह करके अपनी वाणी को विराम दूंगा। अगर हम गुरुदेव को केंद्र में रख करके गुरुदेव की प्रसन्नता के लिए अगर मिलजुल करके यूनाइट होकर के शील गुरुदेव की प्रसन्नता के लिए सेवा को स्वीकार करते हुए उनके आदेश उपदेश के अनुसार अगर ये जो एनर्जी है गुरुदेव की इसको चैनलाइज करेंगे तो इस जगत में जितने कॉन्टिनेंट हैं, उन कॉन्टिनेंट्स में जितने भी कंट्रीज हैं, उन कंट्रीज में जितने भी शहर हैं, गांव हैं, एक एक जीव के हृदय में शील गुरुदेव का जो हृदय स्वरूप ये सेवा कुंज है, मैं विचार करता हूं कि कोई बाधा बीच में नहीं है कि शील गुरुदेव का जो हृदय सेवा कुंज है उसको एक एक जीव के हृदय में स्थापित किया जा सकता है।
That is very beautiful. Prabhuji mentioned that unity is the only thing which we require at this moment. If we're going to put Srila Gurudev in the center, and if we perform this service, we follow the instructions of Srila Gurudev, and if we live our life according to that, then we would be able to channelize this particular energy. There are many continents. There are many continents in the world, and in those continents have many countries. Countries have many cities. Cities have many villages. But if we get together with this mood of unity at this moment, our energy would be channelized, and we would be able to establish that Gurudev is Manobhishtam. This Braj Bhav which Gurudev wanted to establish in the heart of all the jivas, that would get, we would be able to establish that in the heart of all the jivas in every town, in every village. And by that ways, there's not going to be any obstruction in between, because the blessings of Srila Gurudev, the blessing of all the entire Guru Parampara will follow, because our whole intention is to serve Srila Gurudev.
ये अभी ही संभव है, ऐसा नहीं एक साल के बाद विचार करेंगे, कुछ समय के बाद विचार करेंगे, फिर शिथिलता आ जाएगी, फिर उत्साहहीनता हो जाएगी अगर ये एनर्जी को चैनलाइज नहीं किया गया तो। दिस इज नाउ और नेवर। ये तो या तो अभी होगा या कभी नहीं होगा। मेरी एक बार फिर से सारे भक्तों के चरणों में करबद्ध, आपके चरणों में दंडवत करते हुए कातर होकर के मैं आप सब भक्तों के चरणों में प्रार्थना करता हूं कि ये जो वर्ष है इसमें वास्तविक पुष्पांजलि दें। आप सब लोग बहुत विद्वान हैं, बहुत सामर्थ्यवान हैं, लेकिन इस अपने छोटे भाई गुरु भाई की जो अज्ञानी है लेकिन प्रार्थना करने का अधिकार मेरे पास है, उसी अधिकार को मैं उपयोग करते हुए आप सब भक्तों के चरणों में प्रार्थना करता हूं कि हम सब इकट्ठा हों और कुछ लोग इसको गुरुदेव की जो कृपा है इस कृपा को स्वीकार करते हुए, इस अपॉर्चुनिटी को अवेल करते हुए और यूनाइट करके और गुरुदेव की सारी शक्ति का प्रचार प्रसार जगत में करें। सफलता हमें अवश्य मिलेगी।
So Prabhuji says that this is possible at this moment. As he mentioned, it's now or never. Because right now we are glorifying Gurudev. As Prabhuji mentioned before, that in 1996, the whole movement of ISKCON was revived when all the members of ISKCON got together. And though there were problems, there were like some things which were not right, but everybody forgot what happened and then moved on. Similar kind of inspiration is being channelized by Srila Gurudev at this moment. Gurudev is reviving this entire thing amongst all of us. Because if we think that we're going to do it next year, then there is every possibility we'll become lazy. There's every possibility that we'll actually lose this enthusiasm which we have at this moment, because it's going to be now or never. So Prabhuji says that he's a younger brother to all of us. He says that all of us are very intelligent, all of us are very, very capable. So with folded hands, Prabhuji is saying that he's praying he's praying to all of us as a younger brother. And as a younger brother, he says that he's not knowledgeable, which, by the way, I'm telling you, he is. He speaks very wonderful Harikatha. And he says that he's not knowledgeable, and all of us are very capable. All of us are very, accomplished. But then, though he is not knowledgeable, but he's using his adhikar of a younger brother. And he says that and he's praying to all of us, he's requesting all of us that we accept this mercy of Srila Gurudev. And if we do that, that would be our real offering at the lotus feet of Srila Gurudev of this particular centennial.
मैं श्रील गुरुदेव के चरणों में भी प्रार्थना करूंगा आज अपने व्यास पूजा के अवसर पर वे हम सब पर कृपा करें और कुछ भक्तों के हृदय में इस प्रकार का उत्साह प्रदान करें और भक्त लोग आगे आकर के वो फ्रंट से लीड करते हुए और सबको गुरुदेव के चरणों में समर्पित करते हुए सारे जगत में गुरुदेव की वाणी, गुरुदेव के ग्रंथ, उनका प्रचार प्रसार करें। धन्यवाद।
Krishna. So finally, Prabhuji says that he also wants to pray at the lotus feet of Srila Gurudev on this Vyas Puja, that Gurudev inspires some devotees, for some devotees to come forward, take the lead, and by that particular action, the books of Srila Gurudev, the Vani of Srila Gurudev, reaches out to the common masses, reaches out to the common, people, and that would be, the perfect offering. So in nutshell, as we have heard from him, that he has very beautifully carried on this mood of unity all throughout his Harikatha today. So if I've made any mistakes, Prabhuji speaks better English than me.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं जो इस कार्यक्रम के व्यवस्थापक हैं उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं, उनको दंडवत प्रणाम करता हूं। सभी भक्तों के चरणों में दंडवत प्रणाम करते हुए वांछा कल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्यैव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। श्रील गुरुपाद पद्म की जय।
Jai.
Thank you so much, Radhanath Prabhu. मैं English में बोलूं? And then I'll send you a voice note in Hindi.
Okay.
But Prabhuji, I just want to say that what you're feeling, this feeling of unity and sharing and love and affection, there's so many of us that are feeling the same mood. And I know that Srila Gurudev is from within us, is inspiring all of us to be like together. This is what he wanted. So I'm feeling that it's like Gurudev is re-emphasizing this very fact to us. So I'm so grateful that you came and you shared with us, and we're very fortunate.
To you, Didi, and all the spectators, and thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Just make sure you keep me under your guidance, then I know that I will serve Srila Gurudev well. So thank you so much.
Hare Krishna.
Radhe Radhe. Yashodananda Prabhu, I will hand over to you now.
Well done, beautiful. Thanks, Didi. Hare Krishna. Next we were in South Africa, we went to India, and now we're back to South Africa. The next devotee, actually same gentleman as I was introducing before, and he's very well-known devotee actually, and much loved. And he first met Srila Gurudev all the way back in 1993, and he took Harinam from Srila Gurudev in 2010, and 2 weeks later he took Diksha. So I don't want to take any time away from him. I'm going to hand over to Shriman Mukunda Das, Shriman Mukunda Prabhu, who I hope is now online to offer his Pushpanjali. Prabhu, over to you. Fantastic.
Okay.
You need to come off mute, Prabhu. Also, look at the screen because I'll.
Okay, can you hear me now? Tarun, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And I'll give you some time sheets as to when to finish as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dandavat Pram, everybody. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to say something about Gurudev. I first met Gurudev in 1993. I was in Gurukul back then, and I was in ISKCON, aspiring from a guru in ISKCON. That guru used to take shelter of Gurudev when all the ISKCON sannyasis were going to Gurudev for Shiksha. And because I was serving him, I had the opportunity to go with him when he used to go meet Gurudev, but I wasn't allowed inside to hear what the discussions were. And also in 93, we used to meet up with Gurudev when we were on Parikram, like at Govardhan or in Vrindavan, and then we would merge into his party, and then he would lead the party and he would lead us. So that guru that I was aspiring from, the ISKCON guru, in 1996, he made a cassette tape called Blissful Bhajans. And in the invocation, he had Srila Gurudev's Pranam mantra. Now at that time, nobody knew much about Narayan Maharaj in South Africa. And so he kind of got away with it in ISKCON. And I didn't know, but because he was the guru that I was aspiring for back then, I used to listen to that tape and I used to chant along with that tape. And unknowingly, for about 14 years, I was chanting Srila Gurudev's Pranam mantra without knowing it. Then in 2010, when Srila Gurudev came to South Africa, he was staying at some Maharaji's house in Johannesburg. Damayanti Maharaji, Kalyani Maharaji, and Lalita Maharaji, they are all disciples of Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj. And Gurudev was staying at his house for the last day to take a rest and then go over to Brazil for 10 days and then come back to South Africa. So while he was there, they called me and asked me to come along because Srila Gurudev, we were afraid that ISKCON might do something to harm Srila Gurudev. So me being ex-military and working for the state, they asked me to come along and just to make sure that nothing happened. So I went along thinking that I would protect Gurudev, but not actually he was protecting me. So when I went to his house, and I didn't want to see him, I was very scared to see him because I always knew that Narayan Maharaj is such a pure devotee, and if he sees me, he's going to see all my faults in my heart, all my anatta. And I didn't know what he would do, but I was just scared of him knowing my anatta. So when I went to the house, I was like trying to hide behind the pillars and the trees at the house. But Madhav Maharaj, by force, took me to Srila Gurudev. And Srila Gurudev gave me Harinam. And from that day, it was like everything changed. It was as if I felt that I had to relearn everything that I'd learned because Srila Gurudev just like opened up all of this this knowledge to us and so much of love and affection that he gave us. He just captured us. So Srila Gurudev, at that time, it was myself, Sudevi, Didi, Kishori Mohan Prabhu, Madhuvat Prabhu. He was with Gurudev, Damodar Maharaj, and Krishna Prem Prabhu and Nandini. We were together and we were helping create awareness for Gurudev and like a canvas for him. So during that time, we had a wonderful time just trying to serve Gurudev and just assisting them with whatever they were doing. And when Gurudev came back on the 29th of when he came back from Brazil after 10 days, then I took Diksha, and that's when I asked him for Diksha. So when I noticed when Madhav Maharaj and Brajanath Prabhu were massaging Gurudev, he had these plastic bottles with the different oils in them, but the bottles were like really dusty on the outside and dirty on the outside from the oil. So I went out and I bought some like hip flasks made of pewter, but were very ornately designed with like Celtic design and stuff. And I bought a couple of them, 5 of them, and I put them in a little wooden box and took it to Gurudev. So when I approached Madhav Maharaj to give it to Gurudev, he took me to Gurudev. And when I gave it to Gurudev, immediately Gurudev said, "No, I cannot accept this. I'm a sannyasi and this is too much luxury for me." So I was like a bit taken back. So I was like, "Please, Gurudev, I bought this for you. I want you to have it." And he says, "No, I cannot accept it. It's too much luxury. If you want, you can sell it and you can give the money for my temple that is being built in Navadvip." So then I asked Gurudev, Gurudev, I want to surrender to you and I want to dedicate myself to you. Can I get Diksha from you? And while I was like actually explaining to Madhav Maharaj that can I take Diksha because of my work. I work for the state, and a lot of the type of work I do takes me to very not kosher places. So I told Madhav Maharaj, some of the stuff I do, I gotta go into like really bad places like drug dens and strip clubs and bars and stuff, to do my job. And I asked him, is it okay for me to take Diksha if I'm doing those type of activities? Then Madhav Maharaj said, no, it's fine. And he told Gurudev, and he was at that time, used to speak really loud to Gurudev, and he was telling Gurudev like Mukunda is he wants Diksha, but he grows. But Madhava said he goes to brothels, and I was like, oh, and then Madhava like was trying to explain to him what I do, and then he said, I'm a commando, and then Gurudev jokingly put his hands in the air and he laughed and said, okay, now you can serve me. And then Gurudev gave me Diksha that day, and the funny thing was when because Madhava was speaking so loud, he just screamed, he goes to brothels, Gurudev, and then all the Madhajis that were in that house, when I walked out of there, everybody was looking at me like I could have brothels or something. And yeah, that was just an amazing time with Gurudev. And after that, I came up to Mayapur to be with Gurudev for Gopuranim. And then I came again at Kartik when Gurudev was performing in Sickness Leela. And I guess 2010 was the year I had with Gurudev, and that was it. So that's my little story in Gurudev.
Thank you, Mukunda. You have a few more minutes if you want, but normally we have to stop people. So you've been very kind to the MC.
Well, like I said, I had that 1 year with Gurudev, came in 2010, and that night I slept outside his room, and I managed to wash his clothes and iron his clothes, and I helped Madhava Prabhu a little bit with cutting some vegetables, I think, and I washed his plate. And I had one Kartik and one Gopuranim with him, so it was kind of a whirlwind experience. But he just came and he like stole all our hearts, and he just left. So
somebody has to write a book on that tour, because I've heard stories about that South African tour, about the intensity of that tour. It was amazing. It sounds amazing. All the things that happened, and it was so successful.
Yeah, it really was a tough time. Like I remember Sudevi, Kishore Mahan, Damodar Maj, they really had a tough time in the beginning in South Africa because they were treated very badly, number one. And ISKCON was trying every trick in the book to try and dissuade people from going to Srila Gurudev's classes and his program. And so much so that they'd hired singers to come down and have programs and have concerts to coincide with Srila Gurudev's program. And we went through a lot. There was a lot of stuff a lot of things we had to tolerate. We went through a lot of difficulties. I remember the one time we were staying at a house somewhere in Johannesburg, and there was like one clean blanket in the house. All the other blankets were soaked with dog urine. And it was so cold that we were struggling to sleep that night, and cover our faces with that blanket that smelled so bad. And there was one good blanket, and myself, Damodar Maj, and Krishna Prem and Kishore Raman, we all tried to sneakily get that blanket every night, to sleep on it. So we went through a lot of stuff, but it was also very sweet, and it was very, it was a very bonding moment for me, especially with Srila Gurudev's Sangha, and especially Sudevi and Kishore Raman, Krishna Prem, Damodar Maj, and Nandini as well. She was also Nandini from England. She was also here. And it was crazy, in the beginning they had Sudevi and Kishore stay in a very dangerous area, and very rough treatment, like they came over and then they had to drive for like 8 hours to Johannesburg, and it was terrible. And like I said, ISKCON was doing a lot of nefarious things.
But Gurudev had a maxim, I'll paraphrase, he said something along the lines is, the more problems there are, the more absorbed I become. So these problems are always just opportunities for deeper absorption.
Yeah. I'm sure that gave him even more publicity by them announcing in the temple and stuff not to go for Narayan Maj's classes, or threatening ISKCON, because a lot of ISKCON devotees were threatened with expulsion if they went to Srila Gurudev. So all of that, and I got to say the main driver of that program was Bhakti Chaitanya Swami. And yeah, he was the main.
Let's not mention any names. Let's keep it positive. Anyway, thank you so much for your Pushpanjali, Hari Bol, and thank you for. I'm really glad you came online, Hari Bol, and Nandini, welcome, because you were thick in the South African action. So welcome to you too, Hari Bol. Okay, we are on to our next phase of the program. I'm going to be handing over to my wonderful and beautiful God nephew, I think is the right term. I'm not sure. Yes, God nephew, Tarun Krishnadas. Haribol Tarun. Over to you. I don't need to make you host because you already are, so I'll just mute myself and hand over to you. Thank you.
Haribol, thank you so much, Shodanandam Prabhu. It's been so beautiful. It's been over 24 hours, but it feels like it's just only been a few minutes. And we've heard so many beautiful, heart-wrenching, I think is the correct term, offerings from devotees from all different corners of the globe. And now we will return to South Africa very shortly, but first we're flying back to the States to hear from a devotee who's originally from the Netherlands. He took Diksha first from Srila Gaur Govinda Goswami Maharaj, and then came to Srila Gurudev Srila Narayan Goswami Maharaj in 1996. And I haven't personally met him, but I've heard him speak over Zoom, and I could tell you he's very funny, he's very sincere, and I'm very excited to hear what he has to say, to hear his Pushpanjali. Where are you? I think.
Unmute. Hare Krishna.
Ah, yes. Haribol.
Yeah, there's actually two of me here. Just to make sure I don't miss anything. Now, my phone is a little bit better connection because just now my internet started to get a bit wobbly. Thank you so much, Prabhu, for this opportunity. I know I have like 15 minutes, or how long do I have? And you will remind me?
You have 15 minutes and I'll hold up the signs. So watch my camera.
Okay. Well, let me start by Om Jnana Timarandasya Jnanandjana Salakya Chaksurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Samati Gaur Govinda Goswami Niti Namane. Namo Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Prayatmane Samad Bhakti Vedanta Narayana Niti Namane. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Samati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Bancha Kalpatra Vishta Kripa Sindhubhya Vishta Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity on this most sacred day of the 100th anniversary of the appearance of our Srila Gurudev into this world. It's a very special day. It's been a special 24 hours, and it's just the beginning. I think we're halfway, probably somewhere. And we've had all sorts of devotees speak from Europe, US, Australia, China, and South America, and I can't even understand what they're saying, but I felt so much mood and bhav and love and joy and sadness and separation. And it was like, oh my God, how wonderful it is that we have this wonderful family all over the world, and that we are all connected like flowers strung together by a string, which represents the love that we all have for our Gurudev. I'm eternally indebted to my, Diksha Gurudev Srila Gaur Govinda Goswami Maharaj, who initiated me and accepted me as his disciple, aspiring disciple in 92. And eternally indebted also to my Diksha Gurudev Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, who helped me when, our Gurudev departed from this world in 96 and basically left me an orphan. I could barely walk in a spiritual sense, and I didn't know where to go. There was so much pain in my heart, and I was not alone, but I was saved, and so therefore I'm eternally indebted and grateful. We've heard earlier from devotees, and so what else can be said, about the wonderful glories of our Gurudev? All I can do is take the remnants and the crumbs and take those for my own purification and for the pleasure of the Vaishnavas. I also want to give a special thanks to Sripad Radhanath Maharaj, who really had me cry and laugh and and basically realize that we all long for the same thing, you know, to be united in the glorification and the Sankirtan movement of Lord Chaitanya, and this division and this you know, this lack of unity. It's extremely painful. Always has been to me, at least. And so it is good to see that that we're all somehow affected by it, and looking for ways to deal with it, and to be better, and to, you know, show by example the wonderful love that Srila Prabhupada and our Gurudevs have come to give us, that Lord Chaitanya spread, that he gave to the lowest of the low. There was no consideration of, you know, whether you're Uttam or Adam, whether you are a superior or inferior. It is indiscriminately given. It's like it's not even you know, an ocean. It's a tidal wave. It's a tsunami. I mean, you have no say if you are going to be inundated and affected by the, you know, this Gaur Prem. So where's the chance of, like, you know, when you stand there, it's like being hit by lightning. I mean, you have no say. No one asked you. It just happens to you. And all we need to do, I think, one of the most important qualifications, even although we have none, I should speak for myself, but is to stay away from any Vaishnava parad or critical thinking, or, you know, to think ill of any Vaishnava, you know, and that will protect us, even although we are nothing and we have no strength, we have no qualifications. But if we can remain humble and stay away from criticized Vaishnavas, then there's hope, and there's a chance that Gurudev Krishna Mahaprabhu, you know, has a special place for us in his heart. I, you know, want to go back a little bit to the time of the Vyasa Puja of our Guru Maharaj, Srila Gaura Govinda Maharaj yearly, which happens smack in the middle of Radharani's appearance day and Krishna's appearance day, which are 2 weeks apart, and right in the middle is our Guru Maharaj's appearance day. And every year he would recite the prayer of Devaki Nandan Das, who is a poet and associate of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And it starts by saying, Vrindavana Basi Jata Vaishnava Ghana Pratame Bandana Kori Savara Charana, that I'm giving all my Dandavat pronounced with a straw in my teeth to all the Vaishnavas of Vrindavan. And I'm also equally giving my Dandavat pronounced to all the Vaishnavas that reside in Sri Navadvip Dham and Sri Nilachala, Sri Jagannath Puri Dham. And I'm also giving my Dandavat pronounced to the Vaishnavas in Eastern countries and Western countries. And I'm also giving my Dandavat pronounced to all the Vaishnavas that are currently present, but also those that were present in the past. And also those who will become Vaishnavas in the future. I'm already giving my pronouns to them. The Vaishnavas are to be glorified. And one who glorifies the Vaishnava, he becomes purified. He becomes cleared from all sinful reactions. It is actually the only hope that we have in this world, where we're struggling constantly with our own minds and ego and conditions, you know, state that we are in. The glorification and the service to the Vaishnavas is really our only way out. It is the key. And if we do so, we become very fortunate. If we, however, think that, oh, I'm qualified, I know how to glorify, I know fully to glorify the glories of my Guru, then we've actually become a little bit proud. And that is actually a very, you know, not a very good quality to have. It says that in the song, you know, it is Tama Buddhi. He said, but we should be humble and put a straw between our teeth and humbly pray for the Vaishnava blessings and to glorify the Vaishnavas. So if we do so, all of our desires will be fulfilled, and ultimately we will become fit candidates to achieve Krishna Prema. So this is a song that our Guru Maharaj always sang and always explained to us. And it demonstrated to me always the magnanimous heart of the Vaishnava, of our Gurudev, his approach and his understanding of the of Gaudiya Vaishnavism, that, you know, there's no sectarianism. There is a very broad love and appreciation and the family unity, union, where we all come together in appreciation of Mahaprabhu and glorification of Mahaprabhu, Lord Chaitanya. And so I was always brought up with this very, very broad understanding of Gaudiya Vaishnavism. And so when our Guru Maharaj departed from this world, which was very painful and was very abrupt and very unexpected, we were actually in Malaysia with Gokul Prabhu and with Tapashvi Maharaj was there, who was then Ananta Prabhu, and there was also Prankishore Prabhu and Champakalata and Padmanabha Maharaj, who was then Urukram Prabhu, and we were actually already always exchanging wonderful kathas that we had heard from our respective gurus, and we were comparing notes, and we were all seeing so much similarities on the topics of Guru Tattva, Radha Tattva, Gora Tattva, and especially Jiva Tattva and Nam Tattva. So there was so much appreciation for each other's gurus, and so when our Guru Maharaj left, we were distraught, and we were like completely orphaned. And so after we had gone to Bhubaneswar and attended all the ceremonial aspect and the grieving and all that, we were connected with Sri Narayana Maharaj, Srila Gurudev, and he promised us that he would nourish us, he would help us, he would guide us, and he actually told us, I don't know if he told it to us right there and then, but he said that when your Guru Maharaj departed or left this world, he actually entered into my heart, and he told me that I should take care of you and I should take care of his disciples. So, to myself and Gokul, who were quite close, like brothers, we've always been quite close. It was like a soothing balm to our, excruciatingly, painful soul that was just trying to come to terms with life after our Guru Maharaj had departed. It was unbelievable. And so then we found out that Gurudev was going to actually embark upon his first world tour ever to the West. We've heard about it from Budara Prabhu, how Gurudev had said that there was 3 or 4 things that he wanted to do, but one of them was definitely to visit all the holy places where Srila Prabhupada had visited and had established temples. And he had established temples anywhere, in the mountains, in the oceans, like everywhere. And so Gokul and myself, we looked at each other, it's like, I think we need to get on that plane and join that first tour, right? So we did. And because our hearts were dried up, like after we'd been, like Gokul Prabhu had said earlier, after we'd been on this like daily diet of Hari Katha, which would often last for 2, 3, 4 hours, we were now all of a sudden dried up and had been fasting, so to say. So when we joined Gurudev in LA and the rest of the first American tour, Gurudev was singing all these wonderful shlokas and wonderful songs, Radha Krishna Pranaya Vikriti Ladini Shakti Rasmat and Anarpita Charim Chirat Karunya Vatir Nau Kalau Samapayitum Anu Chirvala Rasa Swa Bhakti Sriyam, and just basically establishing the reasons for Mahaprabhu's advent in this world. And Gokul and myself were looking at each other. It was like, these are all the same shlokas that our Guru Maharaj was reciting every time before the Lord Chaitanya Charitamrita class, and we were like, our minds were blown away. Like it felt like we had come home, that we were safe, that Guru Maharaj was taking care of us by giving us the association of such an exalted Vaishnava. And I mean, I'm not as fortunate as many others. I know that I've got 3.5 minutes left. I think often to myself, like I'm so foolish and stupid that I did not take more advantage, that I did not spend more time with Gurudev, that I did not do more seva to Gurudev while I could, but didn't. And so I feel really, those are the regrets that I have in my heart. But things are the way they are. It makes my heart soft and long, and shed a tear every now and then when I think of it, and that I carry with me in my heart. And that is my my wealth, the memories and the remembrances, and also the wonderful family. Like I said, it's truly amazing to see so many devotees from all over the world that are engaged in this 55-hour, or I don't know if it's 555 hours or however long you want to continue this. There's no reason to stop, but it's a wonderful thing. It's and I want to thank all the devotees for organizing it. I know it's quite a monumental task to pull something like this off. I'm very grateful for that. Very grateful for my family. I pray to my Gurudevs, my Guru Varaga. I pray to the senior devotees, junior devotees, all devotees, newcomers, to please forgive me for my offenses, forgive me for my shortcomings. I'm trying, little baby steps. But I love your association. I love your seva opportunities. I love your your presence and to hear your Pushpanjalis and to hear you talk about your memories of Srila Gurudev. It just fills my heart with joy. I'm sitting through all of this, and half the time, like, tears are coming, and I'm very glad, I'm very happy. So thank you very, very, very much for this opportunity. There's so much more to say, but what can we do? We are here, and with so many of us, so we're all sharing. Thank you again. Vancha kalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyo vasya patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Haribol, Dandavat Pranams. Thank you so much, Prabhu. Okay, we're going to move on very quickly because we have a very tightly packed schedule in this segment of the program, and we're going to move back to South Africa for Shriman Shubhananda Prabhu. I think this is his account.
Prabhu, he's ill and he's replaced by Ramakanta.
Okay, he's ill. Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay, so in which case we are going to move back to the UK for Shriman Ramakanta Prabhu. He met Gurudev in 1996, 10 years after he first met the devotees, and he took Diksha in 1998. I believe this is correct. You can correct me if I'm wrong, because it also then says you met Gurudev in 2010. So maybe it's just saying that you also met him again in 2010. But yes, you can tell us about your experiences with Srila. And I'm gonna unmute you now so that you can speak. Where are you? Here we go.
Haribol, Dandavat.
Dandavat.
Looking for the video. So Hare Krishna, Dandavat. Manchika Paturbesta, Kripsa Devata, Patista Pamyo Vaishnava Ebyo Namo Namaha. Mukhan Karoti Vachalam, Pangam Langati, Karimya Kripeta Mahamvande, Sri Gurum Dina Taranay, Parananda Madhavam, Namaram Vishnu Padaya, Radhika Priyapmanay Shri Babat, Dantanaranga Swamini Namane, Namaram Vishnu Padaya, Swam Priyapmanay Shri Shmakur Govindaga Swamini Tamane. It's thank you for giving me this opportunity. Sorry, I was on my way in through the door when I came. That I first met Srila Gaur Govinda Goswami Maharaj in 1994 and had his association. He left in 1996, and I was very fortunate that Srila Gurudev Narayana Maharaj came to the Birmingham Temple on his first world tour in 96, where I met him at 84 Stanmore Road, and heard some of his classes while he was in Birmingham. Then I had the opportunity to go to Kartik in 1996, where before I got there was a lot of politics. That I was told that I'd be disloyal to Gurudev, to Guru Maharaj, Srila Gaur Govinda Maharaj, if I went to see Narayana Maharaj. And I was very disturbed by this, that I was attracted to Srila Gurudev after first seeing him. I didn't want to make offences to Srila Gaur Govinda Goswami Maharaj. So the first darshan I had, that Gurudev was outside of his room when he had his room on the middle floor at Keshaji Gaudiya Mat. And when I was there, because I was so disturbed that I was making offences to Srila Gaur Govinda Maharaj, I was praying to him in my heart. I say, please, if this is displeasing to you, then please let me know and I will leave this place and I would not come back. At that point, just after I was praying, Srila Gurudev, he asked me what my name was, where I was from. And then he said, I had a dream. And in this dream, Srila Gaur Govinda Goswami Maharaj, he entered into my heart. And he said, if he was displeased with you, then I would also be displeased with you. And then I knew from that moment that I was in the right place. Srila Gurudev, even though I'm a complete nonsense and didn't know anything, he gave me that mercy that, yes, you're in the right place. This is where you should be. And very fortunate that he gave me Harinam on the Rama Ekadashi of Parikram, because towards the end of Parikram, my body got very sick and I had to return to England. But Gurudev always, even though I was stupid and nonsense, that he always gave me so much love and affection, so many teachings through his actions. That, for instance, in Kartik Parikram, but I can't remember exactly year it was, but after class, Gopinath Bhavan Gurudev always used to wind his way through the crowd, giving out mercy. And the one day that he went round the opposite way, and he was coming to his room, and somebody tried to push my wheelchair towards Gurudev, and I stopped them, and I said no. I says if Gurudev wanted to see me, he would have come. And that immediately I said that and stopped and going forward. Gurudev turned direction. He came straight to me, and he put a garland around my neck. And this way we realised that actually that Gurudev is meandering, and he's going to give mercy to who he wants. That he's making the arrangements of who he meets. Also, one time that I went to Badger to see Gurudev, and Gurudev called me in because he wanted to see me. And I told Gurudev I was coming here anyway. And Gurudev says to me, he says, no, I brought you here. So there was me in my false ego thinking that I was going to see Gurudev by my own endeavor. But really, it's only Srila Gurudev's causeless mercy that was dragging me to him. That without his mercy, then I wouldn't have had his association. It's so much mercy he gave me over the years. Even though I was trying to run away in opposite directions, he kept pulling me on his tours and forcing me to hear his Hari Katha. And now, although I wish I had spent more time with him, that I'm realizing the power of his Hari Katha and how it's how much mercy he gave me, and the knowledge I've got about spiritual life. As other devotees have said, that what is our goal, Radha Dasyam. Without his causeless mercy, I wouldn't have known this. On one morning walk in Italy, that it was either Italy or America, I can't remember exactly which one, my old Kali Yuga memory. He asked me what is pure devotion. I recited the verse Anibalasita Sunyagana Kanabni Afritam, and he says, you know why you knew that this is my mercy that you know this. Without my mercy, you wouldn't know this. So all of the time, he was cutting my false ego and helping me realize that actually Yogata Vichari Kichunahi Pai Tomarakarunasara, that without the mercy of Gurudev, when I look at myself, any quality I've got, any effort in bhakti, is only his causeless mercy. Without his causeless mercy, I cannot chant, I cannot remember. And I'm very thankful that he's given me this opportunity. And I only regret is that I didn't have the ability to surrender, and that I pray for the causeless mercy of all the Vaishnavas. You can tell the quality of the tree by its fruit, and for all of the Harikatha I've heard from you many devotees, that the fruit that the Gurudev is such a tree that it is given so much nectar to so many devotees, and give qualification to all your devotees. And after hearing this, I have one aspiration, that I can actually put 100% effort in the rest of whatever time I have in this body to follow his instructions and to imbibe the teachings that he's given through all of you. That and I'm sorry that I have nothing more to speak at this time, but I want to thank you for this opportunity of squeezing me in to offer my Puspanjali to Srila Gurudev. Thank you very much. Vanchakalpatarubhishcha, Kripasinvayavacha, Patitanam Pavnibhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.
That was nice.
Thank you very much. I think someone sitting next to you said that was nice, and I'm sure we can reiterate that was a beautiful offering. I've heard you give offerings before at the Ganga Matters, and it's always very nice to hear your offerings, Prabhu. We're so grateful here in the UK, in England, to have so many devotees of Srila Gurudev who have so many beautiful, wonderful memories. And that specific story you told about his dream really just shows what a mystical personality he was, and still is, pardon me. And I was saying just before, I want to one Vaishnava, to Sripad Nemi Maharaj, that I want to have a relationship with him without meeting him. And hearing these stories about how mystical he is and how he's able to just reach our hearts through any means, just gives me hope that I can really develop this relationship with him, even though I never physically met him. So now we're going back away from the UK, we're going back to South Africa. Got quite a few South African devotees in this block, and it's really beautiful hearing from all of them. We're going to hear from Shriman Krishna Govinda Prabhu, who also met Gurudev in 2010 and took Diksha from him in the same year, I think on the same tour. But we will hear from him, Krishna Govinda Prabhu. Okay. Just looking. Janava Didi, if you're here, can you message me Krishna Govinda Prabhu's Zoom name? Okay, I can't see. Okay, we got it now. Okay, Krishna Govinda Prabhu. You also have 15 minutes.
Hare Krishna.
Haribol, Dandavat Pranams.
Dandavat Pranams. I'm sorry I am not putting my video on. I've just had an eye operation, so forgive me for that. And just like to firstly thank everyone for inviting me to also share some of my experiences and to remember Srila Narayan Maharaj. I did not take Diksha from him, but I had met him first in 2008. At that point, I had spent a lifetime in ISKCON, and through some very senior disciples of Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj, I got to find out more about Sri Narayan Maharaj and some of the other very venerated Vaishnavas in the Gaudiya line. And that gave me some desire to meet them personally. So in Kartik of 2008, I went with them to Vrindavan, and they took me to meet Sri Narayan Maharaj at Gopinath Bhavan. And his health wasn't very strong at that time, so he allowed other devotees to give class, and he was there on the stage. But after the class, I got dragged by my aunt Kalyani, and she said, "You're just going to grab his lotus feet." So I had these two boxes of books in each hand, Harmonious magazine, and I was knocking so many devotees in their knees and trying to push through this queue to get to Sri Narayan Maharaj that I felt really out of place. And when I got in front of Sri Narayan Maharaj, he gave me his 1,000-yard stare that, it's like you feel like it's boring through you into your soul. And immediately I couldn't keep my gaze upon him. So I just looked down to his feet and offered my obeisances and touched his feet. And actually I feel that was his mercy, because met my Gurudev, Bhakti Ballabh Tirtha Maharaj, within a few weeks after that. And I felt that I felt very unqualified to be there. And I almost felt like I was being rejected, and I felt that maybe gave me like a spiritual depression. So I started hankering for this connection, and again also in that period I met Bhakti Vaibhav Puri Goswami Maharaj, who also kind of gave me the cold shoulder, and that drove me to meeting my Gurudev also in 2008. Then again, I met Sri Narayan Maharaj, who came to this same Mataji's home, Damayanti Machi, Kalyani Machi, and Lita Machi, all disciples of Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami. And at that time, his mood was much more gentle, and there was a lot more compassion that I felt coming from him. And then I got to see his interaction with Mukunda, and him giving Mukunda initiation and seeing that connection. And it allowed me to even see more the kind of divine nature of Narayan Maharaj, and how he embraced Mukunda in that moment, took him under his wing, and then somehow just being there, I was also able to join in when they were then massaging Maharaj, and I got to rub some oil and do a little bit of massage for him. And then from there, I just experienced going to his lectures in South Africa and hearing Katha from him, and also his wonderful japa walks that he would do. So just being in his association, I felt a lot of mercy from him, even though it wasn't direct, even though I didn't directly take him as my Gurudev. I felt that his mercy was there, and even to be able to talk on such an auspicious day as his centennial Vyasa Puja celebration, I feel it is his great mercy. And I don't have much, so I know I'm going to be shorter than a lot of the other speakers, but I would just like to thank all the devotees for giving me this opportunity to remember my moments I had in his presence, and to be able to share, what little experiences I've had with him. So with that, I'd just like to offer my respects to Shri Narayan Maharaj, to my Gurudev, Shri Bhaktivedanta Tirtha Maharaj, and to all my Shiksha Gurus and the Guru Varg, and all the Vaishnavas present. And as a few speakers ago were saying, even the Vaishnavas to come and the Vaishnavas who have come before. And I beg that I may always be immersed, my consciousness may always be immersed in being able to somehow please my Gurudev and the Guru Varga and the Vaishnavas. So accept my Dandavat obeisances. Vanchakalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Vahevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Thank you very much, Sri Krishna Prabhu.
Thank you very much for your sweet offering. I'm sorry I got all the details wrong.
Okay.
But it was beautiful to hear about your association with Srila Gurudev. Thank you so much for your offering. I have made a slight mistake. It seemed like just 20 minutes ago that we were packed in, but the tables have turned. One devotee who we thought was giving glorification is not giving glorification at this time. So I'm going to share a brief video of Srila Gurudev. We made this whole extended playlist of videos of Srila Gurudev, and because the glorifications have been so sweet and we want to give the devotees as much time to speak, I don't think we've even played one of them, unless one of my co-hosts wants to correct me. But I want to share this video with you now, partly inspired by what Shripad Tapasvi Maharaj was saying earlier. And it is called Prem Will Not Manifest by Scholarship. Share screen.
जब हम संस्कृत तो पढ़े नहीं है, संस्कृत पढ़ने की कोई जरूरत नहीं, कोई जरूरत नहीं है। बल्कि संस्कृत पढ़ने वाले अब उनको क्या गाली दें? अरे गाय को अपने बछड़े से प्यार करने में कौन से विद्या लगती है? बल्कि विद्या के आवरण में ये सब छिप जाता है। इसलिए सावधान किया है हमारे गोस्वामियों ने। इसलिए सावधान होकर पढ़ना, केवल इसलिए पढ़ो, पढ़ना मना नहीं है। पढ़ो जो रूप गोस्वामी, जीव गोस्वामी इत्यादि के विचारों को, विश्वनाथ चक्रवर्ती ठाकुर के विचारों को हम लोग थोड़ा थोड़ा सा सहायता मिलेगी, बस इसी के लिए। प्रेम नहीं होगा पढ़ने से, प्रेम हो जाएगा पढ़ने से, ये लगा। पढ़ने से ज्ञान होगा, विज्ञान नहीं होगा। विज्ञान मैंने भक्ति नहीं होगी, प्रेम नहीं होगा, बल्कि प्रेम सूख जाता है कभी तो। हम देखे हैं इतने बड़े बड़े विद्वान होते हैं, उनका प्रेम सूख जाता है, अभिमान में स्वादा कर जाता। सरल चित्त से हरिनाम करते हुए वैष्णव की सेवा की जाए और उनका श्रवण किया जाए। हम लोग कुछ नहीं कहा गवा पड़े, किंतु हम लोग जो भाव को इसमें से प्रकाश करेंगे, बड़े बड़े विद्वान लोग ललचेंगे देख करके, इसीलिए आदर करते हैं।
Haribol. Sorry, it's now playing in the background somewhere.
Or you can set it to dark.
No. Oh, sorry. Haribol. The mayor of Houston has just declared February 11th, 2021 as His Holiness Bibi Narayan Goswami Maharaj Day. It's there. The document is there.
Whoa.
Yep.
Gurudev ki.
I don't know who to forward it to.
Well, we can put it in this group chat. I'll download it and put it on this chat.
Okay.
Wow, wow, wow. That's absolutely incredible. Sorry, you still with us?
Yeah, sorry, I just had some technical difficulties after that. The video just started playing on another
It's not
one.
Houston, we have a problem. It's Houston, we have a Mahabhagwat.
Jai!
Oh gosh. Look at that. We were waiting for the bad pun. It hadn't come for over 24 hours, so we're starting to get worried about you, Shodanand and Prabhu. Okay,
I'll mute myself before I'm muted.
okay, we're still running ahead of schedule, and I just want to know if Srimati Mamata Didi is online. Yes, I can see her. Okay, so we're going to the Netherlands to hear from a very sweet Vaishnavi. Her name is Srimati Mamata Didi. She met Gurudev in 2001 and took Diksha from him in the very same year, and we're looking forward to hearing from her about her experiences.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. Shri Gurudeva ki jai. Agyantimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah. I offer my humble obeisances to the lotus feet of my Harinam Gurudeva. Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Stotra Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaji. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Iti Namine. I also offer my humble obeisances to the lotus feet of my Diksha Gurudeva, Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupada Stotra, Shri Srimad Bhakti Vidyan Bharati Goswami Maharaji, Shri Krishna Chaitanya Kripai Kavita, Ya Maryada Rakshiti Vaishnavanam, Kripavalam Madhav Preshtakami, Shri Bhaktidam Bharatim Asarayam. Dandavat Pranam to all Maharajas assembled and devotees today from this Pranam. Thank you, Bhakti Zoom Seva team, for organizing this Vyas Puja event. I think this is really great to see each other again like this, like we used to when the programs were with Gurudeva, when he was physically present. So really thank you very much. I am really not qualified to speak, so please forgive me my errors. Please have a little bit of patience with me. I want to begin with the shloka Shiksha Guru ke Tajani Krishnera Swarupa Antaryami Bhakta Shreshta Aidu Rupa. Meaning, Shiksha Guru is Krishna Swarupa. So knowing this, having this in our mind and in our heart, I want to share the next association with Gurudeva. On this appearance day of Gurudev, I like to share the first time Gurudev appeared in my life. That was in 2001 in a city called Bodegraven in Holland. There was a Vedic festival. I went there with two godbrothers, Damodar Prabhuji and Ramakanta Prabhuji. It was a long drive from home. I fell asleep on my way. When I arrived, I was still a little bit sleepy. So, but when I stepped out of the car, the sun was shining through the leaves. The birds were chirping. It was early in the morning. There was a beautiful atmosphere, an ambiance. I was standing there between the trees. And then I saw something very beautiful. From a distance, a group of Prabhujis wearing pink clothes came out of the woods. I thought, am I dreaming? It was really like a picture out of a magical book came to life. Beautiful view. I could not understand what I was looking at. They walked right towards us. Suddenly, the group of prodigies were standing right in front of me. The very first person standing right in front of that group was looking at me, and he had blue eyes, beautiful blue eyes, the most beautiful eyes I'd ever seen in my life. And that was Srila Gurudeva. He was standing right in front of me, and by looking in my eyes, he asked my godbrother, who was standing next to me, "Who is she?" But he didn't move his beautiful lotus face. He kept on looking in my eyes. So my godbrother said, "She's new, Gurudeva." I froze only by looking into the eyes of Gurudeva. His blue eyes still captured my heart. I could not say or do anything anymore. I was just blocked. Gurudev's face was really radiant with affection, the deepest affection. I knew that Gurudev looked right through me. He really saw me, my faults, my heart, everything. Sorry. Gurudeva took the time. There was really no hurry. This moment is very precious for me. Why? Because realizing that the maidservant of Radharani was looking in my eyes, and Gurudeva raised his hand above my head, like this, and he said, "Kalyanro." He gave me Ashirwad, and that was really causeless mercy. Then he marched with all the Vaishnavas towards a building. I followed them. When we reached the building, the lecture hall, there was a very big group of devotees waiting for Gurudeva. When Gurudeva entered the hall, I saw the immense humility, happiness, the joyful faces of the devotees who were assembled there. I was really speechless. There were so many devotees waiting for Gurudeva, and still he had time to look at me, talk to me, and smile. What I'm trying to share with you is that Gurudeva literally gave his mercy to the lowest of the lowest. Causeless mercy. Gurudeva was distributing his mercy no matter who was in front of him. Like such a low soul as me. It was like, who wants mercy? Come and get it. This was my first darshan, and it changed the course of my life. I found the purpose of being alive. When he came out of those woods, he came from his morning walk, as we know from his famous book collection of Walking with the Saints. I never read the book at that time, so it was for me really something really dreamy. I would never expect to see something like that. Another time, when we were in Italy in a lecture hall, that was in 2003, everyone knows that Gurudeva's heart is filled with realizations of the pastimes of Radharani and Krishna. One day during Harikatha, Gurudev described the state of Radharani and the gopis in the absence of Krishna. Suddenly there was a change in Gurudeva's facial expression. His face, there was a change. He stopped talking. It was really pin drop silence, full concentration on the beautiful lotus face of Gurudev. Then I saw something I can try to describe it. It will always be an understatement, but I will try. We were looking at Gurudeva's beautiful face, and suddenly, when he stopped talking, giving Harikatha, we saw some facial changes in his expression, and then I saw that tears were falling out Gurudeva's eyes, remembering Radharani and Krishna. We have witnessed the maid servant of Radharani remembering Radharani with tears in his eyes. A lot of the devotees present had also tears in their eyes. This was an astonishing moment. When I closed my eyes, still today, when I close my eyes and I think of this moment, then I'm reliving it. That moment, that astonishing moment when Gurudev was talking about Radharani and tears were falling from his eyes. It was really so heartfelt. You would really melt. There's a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhaktiya Sanjayata Bhaktiya. Bhakti arises only from bhakti. So you can receive bhakti from that personality who already has bhakti. And Gurudeva has the strength to transfer that mood of separation in your heart. It was indescribably amazing. Gurudeva came here to help us. Look at the sacrifice he made for us. We can never repay him back, so at least I can try to be a sincere disciple. And this is really my prayer to Gurudeva. So please give me the strength to be worth my initiation. I like to remember and share with you a couple of famous words Gurudeva always said, and I think you all will recognize them. Gurudev said a lot of times to me, don't be weak, and not just don't be weak, but really with strength, don't be weak. He also said, I will never leave you. I will always be with you. How amazing is this, that Gurudeva says this to you. I will always be with you. He also said, do not miss the boat. Very gravely, do not miss the boat. He also said, I'm your only well-wisher. I'm closer to you than the air you breathe. And he also said, Holland, Holy Land. And that was also, Gurudeva repeatedly said it, and we would always feel so much joy because generally we felt like, yeah, we are in the West, not in the Dham. So far away from where the pastimes of Radha Krishna has been performed. So every time when Gurudeva said Holland, Holy Land, we would be so glad and happy, and it really made us joyful. I don't want to take a lot of time. I do want to share this also with you, is that of course everyone knows, but the actual test of our life will be at the end of our life. And I often ask myself, am I ready? Are we preparing ourselves? One may think at the end of life, I will chant very loudly, but maybe your body doesn't support you anymore to chant. What then? A lot of times when someone is sick or at the end of their life, it is very hard to say anything, let alone to chant the Maha Mantra. So remembering Gurudeva could be our last connection with Gurudeva. So this is how important it is to remember Gurudev. And I'm not preaching you, I'm trying to convince myself that this opportunity, what you gave us to remember Gurudeva collectively, not alone, but which we do every day for years and years. Today, it really feels like we are all together, one big family, and that is very precious. Krishna said in Bhagavad Gita, Antakalachamam evam shmaranam mukta kalevram. Shmaranam mukta kalevram. At the end of our life, those who will remember me will reach my abode. And there's no doubt in this. So what I'm trying to say is that this Vyas Puja, remembering with each other, is so important. hopefully we will be able to chant at the last moment when we are exhaling our last breath. But if we don't, if our body doesn't support us anymore, then this, what we're doing now, can save us, because now we are preparing ourselves, we are training our mind to remember and focus on Gurudev. Please allow me to end my offerings. A god brother, Brij Kishore Prabhuji from South Africa, very humble god brother, said to me a couple of days ago, his Guru Maharaj said that maybe it is possible that Sheshnag, who is speaking Harikatha non-stop, could reach an end in speaking Harikatha. But it is absolutely impossible that there would come an end in glorifying Srila Gurudev. Gurudeva aapka har baar jai. Vanchakaupatrobhya Shri Kripa Sindhubheva Patitani Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you for such a sweet offering. Really heartfelt, beautiful offering. I've heard also that if you leave your body in the Dham, that you return to the spiritual world. So if Holland is indeed the Holy Land, and it must be the Holy Land if Srila Gurudev says so, and if Srila Gurudev has blessed Holland with his lotus feet as he has, then I'm sure if we all leave our body there, then we can return to Goloka Vrindavan. So anyway, thank you so much for your offering. I have the full details for the proclamation from the city of Houston, and I'm going to read it out for us all now. Okay, proclamation. His Holiness Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. Whereas the city of Houston is proud of its diverse communities and is committed to recognizing outstanding individuals who have made great contributions to the community, and whereas His Holiness Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj was an Indian guru recognized as an authority on the philosophy, culture, and practices of Bhakti Yoga in the Gaudiya Vaishnavism tradition of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and whereas in 1996 His Holiness Srila B.V. Narayan Goswami Maharaj came to Houston with the desire to spread the message of unconditional devotion to Sri Radha Govindaji, as well as love and compassion for all beings. And whereas in 2009, His Holiness led the construction of the Sri Govindaji Gaudiya Mat Temple in Houston, which has become a leading organization to spread peace and harmony through Vedic values. And whereas from February 11th to 13th, 2021, Sri Govindaji Gaudiya Mat Temple will hold a 3-day festival to commemorate the 100th appearance anniversary of His Holiness. The city of Houston extends best wishes to all devotees for a successful festival and observance. Therefore, I, Sylvester Turner, Mayor of the city of Houston, hereby proclaim February the 11th, 2021 as His Holiness Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj Day in Houston, Texas. But it's not just Srila Narayan Goswami Maharaj Day in Houston, Texas. Right now it's Srila Narayan Goswami Maharaj Day all over the world. And I'm so grateful that I'm with so many devotees beforehand when I realized this coronavirus, these lockdowns were going to extend through this period. I was very sad because I'm always used to being, ever since I met the devotees, being with the devotees on these days, on these very auspicious days. But now Srila Gurudev has arranged that I'm with more devotees than ever before for Srila Gurudev's Vyasa Puja. So I'm so grateful that even in the midst of what seemed to be a time when we would all have to be alone, we're actually all brought together all across the world. So Srila Gurudev Ki Jai. And now we are going back to South Africa. We're going to hear from, I think there are a couple, but my information has been wrong before, a couple times, even in the slot. But we're going to Shriman Vishabhanu Prabhu and Shrimati Yamuna Didi from South Africa, and they both met Srila Gurudev in 2010. It is written, but I guess we'll find out if they did or didn't. Hari Bol.
Dhanyavad pranams to all devotees around the world, and Vishwanu Prabhu to South Africa. I met Guru there in the year 2010, when Guru first came to South Africa. So I want to offer my unlimited obeisances, the lotus feet of my Diksha Guru, Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, and the same obeisances to my Shiksha Guru, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj. I want to take you back to the year 2010, when we all gathered at the airport for Gurudev's arrival. An explosive kirtan was being performed by Ashram Maharaj, and while being engaged in the kirtan, all of us had our eyes on the corridor from where Gurudev is going to appear. And when Gurudev did appear, flanked by two senior devotees, and Gurudev was led to his seat, and Gurudev sat, and he just looked at the floor with a beautiful smile on his face. Never spoke to anyone. And when I looked at him, I could see, I don't know how to explain this, but he was so effulgent. And I just thought to myself, I'm looking at a gopi. And Gurudev sat, and then people were putting garlands around Gurudev's neck. And after a while, Gurudev left and went and sat in his car. And senior devotees were taking the garlands out of Gurudev's neck and handing it over to the devotees that were around his car. And there was one garland that was made of champa flowers. As we all know, the champa flowers are very fragrant. So Gurudev held on to this garland, and the devotee tried to take the garland out of Gurudev. But Gurudev did not allow it. He tried again to take it out, and Gurudev held the garland tight and he pulled it away from him. And I could understand that how dear these flowers were to Gurudev. Gurudev was not talking, he was just smiling and holding on tight to the flowers. It was as if a little child was holding on for dear life to his candies and not want to let it go. And thereafter Gurudev's car left, and we all were just standing with mixed feelings. And thereafter we all proceeded to our cars. And the second incident was when we were following Gurudev on his morning walk in Pinetown. As we were walking, we approached a kadamba tree. a frangipani tree. And Gurudev stopped And he told one devotee, he pointed at, there was one bunch of flowers only on the tree. There was no other flowers. And Gurudev pointed at its flowers and he told the devotee, can you get that for me? And this devotee walked towards the tree, and I could see from his action that he was going to hold the trunk of the tree and shake the tree because it was not possible to climb the tree. So before he could even touch the tree, that bunch of flowers fell from the tree. And to our amazement, this devotee picked the flowers up, brought it to Gurudev, and handed it over to him. And Gurudev smiled and took the flowers and immediately smelled the fragrance of the flowers. And at that time, I just thought to myself, I said, just look at it. Gurudev just desired, and Krishna fulfilled his desire. It seemed like this tree, upon seeing the beautiful transcendental form of Gurudev, she just offered a flower spontaneously at his lotus feet. So this was such an amazing incident. And these two incidents, I always keep very dearly in my heart, and it will remain in my heart forever. And thereafter, we took Gurudev gave us Diksha initiation to my wife, myself, my daughter, Harinam initiation to my youngest son, and thereafter in Joburg, Gurudev gave Diksha initiation to my son Mukunda, who was just talking previously, the one that was visiting the brothels. So I am so indebted to Gurudev. Because from that day onwards, I never gave up chanting. I never gave up reading the Harikatha, thinking of him. But although I'm doing all this, but it seems like a droplet in the ocean. But Gurudev's qualities are so glorious, and I am so unqualified to glorify him. So on this day, I want to just pray to Gurudev. My dearest, most sweet, loving Gurudev, I humbly thank you for being most wonderfully merciful, most wonderfully munificent, most wonderfully magnanimous to us conditioned souls, O ocean of mercy, friend of the poor, savior of the fallen, whose glory is sung all over the three worlds. I humbly beg at your divine lotus feet to please forgive me for all my offenses, caused knowingly and unknowingly, whether committed by mind, words, or deeds. I am most insignificant beggar, most degraded fool, bereft of all good qualities. It is only to your causeless mercy that you have accepted me. Please give me the strength to chant Harinam, Diksha mantras attentively, serve lotus feet of Vaishnavas, and practice Trinadapi Sunichena. For without your mercy, I have no hope, Gurudev. I am in this corner of the vast creation. I'm alone, and I have no one else but you. And without your mercy, I am nothing. Hearing to all the glorifications of the disciples, these glorifications are like sweet, fragrant flowers. Please bless me so that I can collect these flowers and weave a garland and place it around my neck. And by smelling the fragrance of these flowers, one day I might be able to follow you on the sweet nectarian crooked pathways of Brajalila. Thank you, my Gurudev. All glories to you, all glories to you, all glories to you. Vanchakalpatarubhyacha, kripa sindhubhyacha, paritanam pavanabhyo, Vaishnavyo namo namah, Vaishnavyo namo namah, Vaishnavyo namo namah. Shila Gurudev ki jai, Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol.
Hari Bol. Thank you so much. Are we going to hear from Srimati Yamuna Didi now? Oh, yes. Hey, well. Oh, we can't hear you, Diddy. You have to unmute. Okay, there we go.
Dandavat Prams to all devotees. I offer my unlimited obeisances and heartfelt pranam to your sacred lotus feet, to my Gurudev and Guru Varga. At every moment, Shri Gurudev is experiencing intense grief in his heart, the unlimited sweetness of the holy name, form, quality and pastime of Radha and Krishna in Vrindavan. Today is the most auspicious celebration of the whole world. The whole world is bursting with joy amongst the devotees, and how wonderful that everyone is glorifying Gurudev. Gurudev came from Goloka Vrindavan, spiritual world, where there is unlimited high-class Rasa Leela, and the same high-class Rasa Leela brought to this world. Gurudev declared, one day the entire world will be amazed at what I have given. Not now, but later. And they will realize what I'm giving. His sweet form is full of nectar, always glorifying Radha and Krishna with the associates. Oh Gurudev, your divine body is a abode of love. You always shine like the sun, and your loving vision bless the whole world. Your lion-like roar causes the envious to tremble and quickly flee, while your tender toes gracefully bestow the ultimate benefit for the innocent. How I became connected to Gurudev. In 92, my son Mukunda met Gurudev. He received Gurudev Pranam mantra and asked me as well to recite this mantra. In 94, my sister Ganga used to print out Gurudev's Harikatha and send them to me. By reading this Harikatha, I became more closer to Gurudev. In 2005, I came in contact with Shamarani Didi and Vasanti Didi at Gurudev Mat at Govardhan. Thereafter, she was guiding me in my spiritual life. On 13 August 2009, one day before Krishna Ashtami, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj appeared in my dream where I was worshipping his deity form. And when suddenly he appeared from me behind in person and told me that I'm right here, why are you worshipping my deity form? He said, follow my instruction as it is. Krishna will come in appropriate time and teach you in a proper way. After the dream, I was wondering, how can Krishna come to a fallen person like me? Then 1 month later, we heard Gurudev coming to South Africa. Then only I realized what my dream was about. In 2010, I got initiated by Gurudev. All glories to Gurudev. Please bless me eternally. Dandavat Param.
Okay, thank you so much, Yamuna and Vishabhanu, rather. Thank you for your very sweet offerings. It's very poetic offering, Yamuna, and also very sweet from you, Vishabhanu Prabhu. Very funny that you can make fun of your son worldwide to the worldwide Sangha. We really appreciate that. Yeah, I've been requested to share the image of the proclamation of the declaration from the city of Houston. So I'm going to share my screen briefly, and then I'm going to show you another video. Wait, I'll explain while I'm sharing my screen. Sorry. Share screen. Okay, so this is the image of the proclamation from the city of Houston. And I think we're all very grateful to see this, and we really appreciate the efforts of the devotees who made this possible. And next we're going to watch a video that maybe we saw yesterday, but for those of you who didn't, a coffee table book is being made by the request of Srila Gurudev for his centennial. And we have this video made by Madhuvrat and Saveshri from Brighton about the book. So I'm very happy to share it with you guys again.
Hare Krishna, my name is Madhuvrat Das, and I'd like to share with you a project we've been working on. It's a photographic book for Srila Gurudev called Srila Gurudev, a Darshan in Pictures. Between 2006 and 2010, I was fortunate enough to be traveling with Srila Gurudev as his personal cook. In May 2008, Gurudev and his sevaks were staying in Miami at the home of Raghunath Prabhu, and each morning Gurudev walked and chanted his Harinam. One morning Gurudev returned to the apartment and noticed a large book on the table in front of him. The book was titled Srila Prabhupada. Gurudev picked it up and began looking through it. The book was a large photographic book filled with beautiful images of Srila Prabhupada. We were struck to see Gurudev completely absorbed in looking at the beautiful pictures of his dear friend and Shiksha Guru, Srila Swami Maharaj. We then suggested to Gurudev that we could make a similar photo book about him, and he happily gave his blessings. And that was the birth of this project. Over the next couple of years, I worked on collecting photos and quotes, and with the help of Pramila Dasi and Vaijanti Maladidi, we formed a basic layout. In 2010, it became apparent that Gurudev was starting to perform his disappearance pastimes. So wanting to show our progress to him, we had an initial draft printed. We showed the book to Gurudev in Govardhan, and he was very happy to see his pastimes represented in pictures in this way, especially noting a picture of himself with his Gurudev, Srila Bhakti Pragan Keshav Maharaj, and laughing when he saw a picture of him debating with Srila Trivikram Maharaj. Gurudev gave his blessings to continue with the project and said how happy he was with it. Since then, I've continued working on the book with my wife Saveshri, and it has undergone many improvements and additions. I'm happy to say that the book is now complete, and we have a printed mock-up to offer to Srila Gurudev on his centennial Vyasa Puja. We are also very happy to share this with the devotees. We are hoping to print this book in 2021. To register your interest, please go to our Facebook page and follow. You can just search @Gurudev Photo Book or Srila Gurudev A Darshan in Pictures. If you follow us there, you'll be updated on our progress on getting this book to print, and we'll let you know when it's ready to pre-order.
Hari Bol. Thank you again, Madhu and Saveshri, for this beautiful offering. Shodanandan Prabhu, my birthday is the 13th of September. If you could take the hint. Anyway, this is a really beautiful offering. Again, people are requesting, sending me messages. How can we find out more about it? I'm gonna post a link in this chat of the Facebook page that you can follow. They're gonna be giving more sneak previews of the book, more detailed updates. Okay, Madhuvrt's already posted the link, so I don't need to do that. Okay, that's one less thing to do. And I want to talk about a couple of other initiatives before we go to the next speaker. A Centennial Vaishnav calendar is being released. It's being released, and you order your calendar via email, you send your location, and the devotees will calculate the exact times of all of the festival days, and they'll send you a PDF. So I'm going to send the details, and you can order one. You can donate via PayPal to help support the project. And I'm very excited to get my hands on my own one, and it looks very pretty. So I really recommend that. There's so many different offerings by the Vaishnavas all around the world for Srila Gurudev's Centennial. I'm sure he's showering his mercy upon all of us with all the different initiatives that are happening. I read just the other day that 108 Bhagavat Saptahas are being organized in honor of his centennial. 108, which is just a mind-blowingly large amount. And sorry, where's it gone? And there's one more that I want to tell you about, but there are so many. But there's one more I want to tell you about. There's a Jaiva Dharma e-learning website being set up by Shriman Gyan Shakti Prabhu. And I'm sure all of you know the importance of the Jaiva Dharma even more so than myself. But for those of you who aren't familiar with the Jaiva Dharma, it's a 40-chapter long text written by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, in which he contains the entire Gaudiya Vaishnava philosophy. He weaves it in through this beautiful narrative, and yeah, it's just a fantastic, amazing book. So we're really fortunate to have this online learning facility, and we just had an announcement. So please access via this website. We just heard that there's a video. We're going to squeeze in a video to play from a devotee. So I'm going to hand over to you, Yash, if you're there. We can play the video now because we're running a little bit ahead of schedule.
Yeah, we're running super early. I never thought this would happen. So I'm going to play a video from our god sister from the UK, Srimati Vididari Didi, who kindly sent us a video of her offering to Srila Gurudev. So just bear with me 1 second while I share my screen, and I will share that with you. Just let me know if you can hear it, okay?
Make sure to check the share audio. Yep.
Vande Gurun Isha Bhaktan Isham Isha Gataratam Tatparakasham Stachat Shakti Krishna Chaitanya Samgakam. My pranams to all the devotees and sannyasikam around the world making their offerings.
Yes, we can't see it.
Since yesterday, I believe, and today, for
You waited for me to start that video like 10 minutes in, and then you decide to tell me.
It was 2 seconds.
Let me try this again.
Oh, you two are so dramatic.
It was horrible. Anyways, okay, can you see my screen? Is that yes, no, maybe? I don't know.
We could see the screen, but we just couldn't see Diddy's face or the full. Yeah, now we're good.
Yeah, much better. Okay, Haribol.
Vande Gurun Isha Bhaktan Isham Isha Gataratam Tatparakasham Stachat Shakti Krishna Chaitanya Samgakam. My pranams to all the devotees and sannyasikam around the world making their offerings since yesterday, I believe, and today for Gurudev's centennial, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, literally, of course. And I've been asked to do a short video as well, just to say a few words. And of course, there's so much to say about Gurudev, and sometimes it seems as if there's nothing to say, because what to say about such a personality as Gurudev, and especially someone in my situation, in my case. I feel like I'm just a fetus in Gurudev's womb still, trying to root myself in this bhakti yoga process, and still feel as though I can't even get my 2 foot steady, what to speak of getting rooted. So what to say in my case, it's hard, but of course Gurudev has given so much to all his disciples, and so there's always something to say. It's just where to draw from. There's so much to draw from. Where to start, where to begin with such a personality that has given everything. It's like trying to eat a whole cake. But just a tiny little piece of that cake, if I can say just a few words. I think for me, what I will try to center it around is more on gratitude, and this for me is important, simply because in the last, especially the last couple of weeks, I've been meditating on gratitude and what this means for me in this process, and in terms of Gurudev, and especially in terms of his centennial, meditating on why Gurudev came, what did he come to give, what is the essence of his Vani, his teachings, and this for me stands out. It's a very, very it carries a lot of weight for me, simply because there's and I'll share this very, very briefly. When I connected with Gurudev back in 1998, which was my first connection, and at that time he was staying in the Mathura Math, and he had sent me a letter. Of course, I'd written to him, and he wrote me back in the post, the snail mail. Back then, of course, nobody used that anymore, but in that letter I had written many things, of course, but there was something that stood out, and it was to become a Paliadasi of Srimati Radhika. And of course, at the time I read it, I didn't understand. Of course, at that time, I didn't understand a lot of things about Bhakti Yoga, and certainly about becoming a Paliadasi of Srimati Radhika. This was over the rainbow for me at the time, way over the rainbow. And anyhow, it just simmered in the back of my mind over the years. What was that? What is the meaning? What is the depth of that? And of course, Gurudev, everybody knows Gurudev to always be speaking, centering his Qatar more or less, always bringing it back to becoming a Paliadasi of Radhika. And it took more than 15 years actually, going back to that very letter that he wrote, the realization of what that meant, the weight of what that meant to become a Paliadasi of Srimati Radhika. Just to have a little droplet of realization what that is. It just almost, over the years, you know, we begin on this process of Bhakti Yoga as, you know, we started out trying to get as much as we can possibly get in, trying to be a Sukriti, you know, do a lot of, you know, do it all, try to get as much in of the 64 angles of Bhakti. But to have that that almost like a momentum shift in understanding and realization in comparison to in the beginning process, what we had to, you know, all the things that we had to do to come to that realization, even if it's just a moment's realization of what that is, of that what Gurudev wanted to give, or what he wanted us to understand, the gravity of becoming and aspiring to become a Paliadasi of Srimati Radhika. To have that understanding, it is so, to me, it's the most important aspect of Bhakti Yoga. And so this gratitude that been oscillating in my mind, or circulating in my mind for the last couple of weeks, what that means. Because for many devotees, it means many things, you know, to be grateful, to go, you know, gratitude towards Gurudev. It will mean different things, you know, depending on our approach and how we're situated and how we apply ourselves. It mean different things. But for me personally, and we are all, you know, around the world now speaking from our own position. You know, Shastra speaks about we can only speak from our own position. And so for me, I'm speaking more on gratitude and what that represents for me. And it represents that understanding or realization of what it means to become a Paliadasi, to aspire for that. And of course, Gurudev is such a person that we spend our eternal life trying to understand our Gurudev, that personality, you know, what he's come to give. The pieces of the puzzle, to try to understand the pieces of those puzzles of our Guru, trying to make the puzzle fit to get that, how should I say, that silhouette of Gurudev. It will take eternity, you know, to understand the personality. But when I look back at my life, when I took birth and how I grew up and what I grew up with in terms of my background was, of course, in Christianity. And from when I was a little girl, spiritual life was very, very strong in my heart. And so at that time, you know, if somebody asked me, what do you want to become when you grow up? It's as if my head would just go blank, because I didn't want to become anything. I just wanted, all I could see just being at that time, that's what I knew, is just being a spiritual person. I wanted very much to become situated in spirituality, so I have no inclination towards anything in this world. And it's not to say that that's, you know, that's anything great and wonderful in terms of my case. It's just that I remember very, very strongly that's what that I wanted to be situated in spiritual life. And then of course when I met the devotees in 1998 and connected with Buddha, that became intensified. And then trying to understand this path of Bhakti Yoga and the Vani of Gurudev and of course our Acharya, because Gurudev he doesn't work alone, he works of course with our Acharya Varga and you know, and in that we should say they work together. And so to understand the gratitude of understanding Gurudev, his teachings, what the essence of what he's come to give. You know, you spend your meditation, sometimes you fall into this place sometimes of just going quiet. It's because there are times when we're reflective, so it's not just about doing and trying to, it's about being reflective sometimes, reflecting on Gurudev, reflecting on his teachings and what that means to each of us. And gratitude comes up that, my God, you know, I mean, many devotees, many who know Gurudev will know the type of personality he is, and they know his Katar. And it's not just because I'm his disciple or trying to be his disciple that you know, it could be seen that, oh, you're just biased because he's your guru. But it's not just because that Gurudev was, words cannot describe the type of Qatar that Gurudev gave. So I'm speechless at times. The quality and level and depth of Qatar that he has given. You spend your eternal life trying to understand that. But for me, in all of the Qatar that he has spoken, and each devotee will find something of it to be the essence of what he has come to give. Again, depending on how they apply themselves to the process and you know, how their seva. But for me, speaking from my position, is that realization of the becoming a Palidasi of Srimati Radhika. To me, that is the core of his Qatar, and just to get even a drop of understanding of that, and then trying to aspire for that. The gratitude just to have that understanding and realization. What to speak of everything else about Gurudev, just the gratitude just for that, just to understand that, just to realize that. So that's for me, the essence of Gurudev's teachings. And to spend my eternal life trying to cement that, root myself in that. So, as I said, there's so much to say and so little to say. It's a very inconceivable thing when it comes to Guru, Shri Guru. But I will end here anyhow because I don't want to make this video more than 15 minutes. So I'm gonna offer my pranams to all the devotees and beg their blessings and prayers that I can advance in this path of Bhakti Yoga, even one little inch in this life. I can make this much advancement in this life, in this short life, then at least my human form of life has been used wisely. Yes, I will end here and then announce to everybody in Sarvansha, Prabhupada Vishja, Prabhupada Vishja, Prabhupada Vishja,
Haribol. Sorry, I just want to just mention one thing. It's because of Srimati Vidyadhara Didi and Shriman Vrindavan Prabhu that myself, my brother, and my little sister were able to even meet Srila Gurudev. So I have respect and have great honor for Vidyadhara Didi, and she's just an amazing person. And I'm glad she's not here because she'll tell me off for saying this about her. But she's such a sadhu, it's unbelievable, and so humble at the same time. So I'm really grateful. And the essence of what Srila Gurudev's moods are, it's these deep moods she carries with them, and you can see that in the way she comes across. So I'm just really fortunate, and so I'll let Tarun carry on hosting for another couple of minutes before I take over.
Yeah, I'm gonna carry on hosting, but after I introduce this, by the time this next speaker is finished, it will be your slot. So maybe I'll introduce him and then you'll kind of take over by the end. So his name, I think, apart from a recording later, I think this is our final devotee scheduled to speak from South Africa, and we've really been honored to hear from all of them. And his name is Shriman Ujjvala Prabhu, and he met Gurudev and Srila in 2010, and he took Diksha also in 2010. And I'm going to unmute him now so that we can hear his offering. Okay, you have 15 minutes, Prabhu, and if you're running close to time, Yashodhari will hold up a sign. Yeah, that looks like that. Okay. We're ready for you now, Prabhu. Haribol.
Ujjwal Prabhu, you're gonna have to press a button that says unmute or allow to unmute on the screen. There we go.
Working now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Take two. Okay. Om Yantmiyandasya Ginanjana Shrakaya Chakshudu Minitamina Tasme Shri Gurube Namaha Namo Vishwadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayani Namine. Radhe Radhe, Dhanava pranams to all the devotees that's tuned in to this offering to Srila Gurudev on the centennial. And thank you for having me and hosting me. I've actually got in a little bit late from work, and I just joined in recently. So I was checking in most of the day, listening to the Harikatha on Facebook and the glorification of Gurudev. But however, of course, I was also meditating today as well. I think like a lot of devotees, I think it's what one does is actually meditate on Gurudev oftentimes. I think for most of us, because Gurudev has this unique ability to actually enter into every devotee's hearts somehow or the other. And I think for each of us has a personal message, testimony as to how Gurudev actually entered into our hearts. Narottam Das Thakur Mahashai actually sings Chakudan Dilo de Jamne Jamne Prabhu se Divyagan Hide Prakasito Prem Bhaktiya Hoite Avidya Vinasa Jate. Right? That the spiritual master has actually given us the gift of transcendental knowledge. He's given us the gift of prem. And of course, and from him is actually mentions that prem bhakti emanates. So for me now, then there's some in terms of my own life. I think in terms of growing up, I grew up as a sort of in a Hindu sort of family, and we did the usual Hindu rituals, etc., like that. And there was always a sense of spirituality about, and always I think within myself, I always ask myself, is this the be all and end all of life? And I think there was a voice within myself that I would listen to and mention that there's always something more. There's something more. There's something that you need, something that you're yearning for, something that is there. And I think in most people's lives, we turn to sense gratification. For me, I got involved in sport, and I used to play squash a lot, and I thought, this is the be all and end all, of course, and this is my life. I'm going to be a professional sports person. And then somehow the other during that times now, then I came across the devotees and was introduced to Krishna consciousness via Srila Prabhupada's books, went to ISKCON, etc. It's still, that voice was still there within myself that there must be something more, there must be something more. And I thought that, okay, well, let me then enter very deeply into Srila Prabhupada's books, because hearing what the lectures were telling us, that everything is within Srila Prabhupada's books. So I thought, let me enter into Srila Prabhupada's books. Let me read more. Let me try to understand more, because then maybe I'll find the answers. And then this emptiness I'm feeling, this yearning, I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it was something that I think, one silently feels, but you can't really put it into words. Then, I started reading Srila Prabhupada's books, for reading Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, like that. And I thought, these pastimes are amazing and wonderful, but there was always, I wanted to understand more, but I couldn't quite again put my finger on things, what this was all about, with regards to how I fitted into all of this. And I think everything in terms of my journey throughout my life and becoming Krishna conscious, was everything actually came to fruition when actually meeting Srila Gurudev. Reading his Harikatha, actually understanding, I was actually saying to my godbrother that I came across Srila Gurudev's lectures, I think in 1995, 96. And I was saying to this godbrother of mine, I said to him in the beginning that, I remember praying that I don't know who this Siddha Purush is. I don't know whether this personality is, still alive on this planet or has left his body. But for this personality, of course, I can sacrifice my life. I remember sitting at work sometimes and reading Srila Gurudev's book, Gurudev's lectures and hearing. And I'd be sitting at my desk and crying and then thinking, what is going on? What is happening? Who's this personality? And then somehow the other, of course, by Krishna's grace, I met Srila Gurudev, took Diksha from Srila Gurudev. And Gurudev in himself, of course, it's like as if everything has become alive in Krishna consciousness. They actually mentioned that everything, everything's in Srila Prabhupada's books, but Gurudev actually went like this and he says, yes, but I have the key. So everything is actually there with her, but however, of course, is under lock and key. And there's a general meaning, Gurudev says, and then there's a hidden meaning. And then Gurudev has actually opened up so much and actually giving us the hidden meaning in terms of what is our ultimate goal, our ultimate prayojan, in terms of entering into Krishna consciousness. Yashodhari Didi, of course, mentioned very nicely, of course, where she was very fortunate, where Gurudev actually wrote to her and actually mentioned that our ultimate aim and objective, of course, is to become a Palyadasi Srimati Radhika. And here we have a Vrajrasik Siddha Purush. We have Srila Gurudev, who is a Palyadasi Srimati Radhika, who himself actually has come, and to those of us who have been fortunate to actually take his association, somehow or the other, even if it was a moment, I think we know actually how his darshan has actually changed our lives. My wife says to me that there's a difference that actually happened to you when you came across your spiritual master. And I said, what do you mean a difference? It says, when I met you, you were you talk about spirituality and you'll give me philosophical answers, etc., like that, and you'll preach to me, but something happened to you after you met your spiritual master. And I was like, what do you mean, what happened to me? He says, well, when you'd speak before, you know, it was okay, and you'd talk to me normally. But now when you speak to me, you can't help but actually start crying sometimes. And what has your Gurudev actually done to you? And I think, you know, in terms of us devotees and each one of us, of course, now when we reflect, I think he's touched all of us in a special way. And I was reading one of his lectures where he was speaking about Viraha Bhajan, and I think that this is that's somehow or the other, by having him here was amazing and special and transcendental. But I think without having him being personally present, we somehow or the other, of course, he's also giving us his darshan by giving us an opportunity to also taste a little bit what it's like to actually enter into and engage into Viraha Bhajan. So, you know, I think all of us remember Srila Gurudev. We pray to Srila Gurudev. The senior devotees, his sannyas garden, remind us. And I think we're fortunate, and I'm indebted to Srila Gurudev. You know, Janma Jamne Prabhu say life after life after life. And all I can desire to do is actually, one day, of course, be able to actually satisfy his heart. One devotee actually put an article out, and she was mentioning, she was mentioning, oh, Gurudev, you know, I'm full of sin. I come from a sinful background. There was so much that I've done. And then Gurudev actually looked at her very intensely with his beautiful blue eyes, and Gurudev actually said, I want one thing from you. You didn't worry about the sin or otherwise. And she's like, yes, Gurudev. And then Gurudev actually says, I want your heart. I want your heart, and within that heart, I want to place love of Radha Krishna within that. I think that's the only thing that we somehow or the other, of course, in terms of an indebtedness to Srila Gurudev, can actually give. Is somehow or the other, of course, gives our hearts to Srila Gurudev, and hopefully, of course, you know, Srila Gurudev can accept, you know, this fallen person's offering. Yeah. I pray for the opportunity to actually serve those Vaishnavas who are close to his lotus feet. Then I know one day he'll actually be happy. Jai.
Well, Prabhu, that was so beautiful. And you know, when you were saying, you were just describing your wife, and she said that you've changed from what you were before and what you were now. And I was just muttering that Srila Gurudev stole your heart. That's what he did. He stole your heart, and not just yours. He stole all of our hearts, and then did something to it. Like mine is like is like a iron, and I don't know how, but he managed to imprint something into that iron heart, and it's just so beautiful. And I'm so lucky that I have found some new wonderful God brothers and sisters around the world that I hopefully be able to do seva with also. It's just amazing. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for having me, and you know, it's really wonderful actually meeting the rest of you know, Gurudev's family, and you know, hopefully we can somehow that, of course, you know, after this whole thing, we can actually carry on.
Yeah, and hopefully what we can do is hopefully everyone can get to Kartik 2021. We're all able to fly out to Kartik and have a massive event for Srila Gurudev. That would be amazing too, but that's just my opinion.
Agree, absolutely. That'll be amazing.
Thank you so much for coming and speaking with us.
Thank you for having me, Didi.
No worries at all. I also want to thank Janwa Didi, who's helped organize the wonderful devotees coming and joining on our program. We're really fortunate and lucky. So Didi, thank you so much. I know you can't unmute yourself, but thank you so much for helping us and helping us bring our Srila Gurudev's family from South Africa into this program. So thank you for helping us do that.
I just want to say, not only has she helped, but some devotees have, you know, had health problems and have had difficulties using Zoom, and she really has gone above and beyond to facilitate for all of the disciples of Srila Gurudev from South Africa. So just wanted to publicly thank her as well. And she's been such a pleasure to work with and so humble. So thank you so much. Oh yes, and one more thing. She also, I think, has been instrumental in preparing an hour-long Vyasa Puj offering to Srila Gurudev with offerings from all the South African devotees. Some of us are saying, what are we going to do once this 55-hour Zoom is done? Well, we have an hour more of your time can be used in hearing these beautiful memories. So I'm gonna find this video and I'm gonna post it, but I'll hand back to Yash.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. If I can just have a minute to say thank you so much. It's such a pleasure working with you. You were so accommodating. I was so embarrassed with all these changes backwards and forwards and the South African devotees being in hospital, etc., etc. So thank you so much for all of that. And to all of you, the organizers of this absolutely wonderful event, world first. We've thoroughly enjoyed it. Between my daughter Danishta and I, we've been online most of the time. Really, really enjoyed it. So thank you to Yashodandan Prabhu, Yashodari Dasi, and yourself, all your team members, for such a wonderful effort. Yes, and the video that you're talking about is actually a combined effort of all of the devotees from South Africa. There's some from Holland, Italy, India, and quite a few countries. So please do watch it. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Very well, thank you so much. And can you post the video in the chat if I can't find it?
Oh, Tarun, did you meet yourself or did I meet you?
No, that was me, I think.
Okay, good. Okay, so now we fly from South Africa to Canada to meet another god sister of ours. She's a really inspiring. I've been watching her posts over the last year and a half, and they're just so inspiring, and she collects them and, you know, she brings them out and publishes them so that we can hear the words of Srila Gurudev and the emphasis that Srila Gurudev put on certain parts of it. So I'm going to ask, oh, she's there, great. I'm going to ask her to unmute. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Srimati Krishna Priya Didi. Welcome, Haribol. Dandavat Pranam.
Dandavat Pranam, Didi. Thank you so much for hosting this. I've been watching it and it's absolutely amazing. I think this is like in the history books, really. There's so much festivals going on around the world, and you know, Gurudev says everything is favorable for bhakti. Everything in this world is put on earth to serve Krishna, everything. So I believe, can you hear? Okay, so I believe that, you know, all this technology right now and even this whole craziness going on in 2020, look how it's brought everybody around the world together, which wouldn't have happened otherwise. So it's amazing. So I just wanted to do my pranam to Gurudev first. Namo Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyadaya Shushima Bhaktivedanta Narayana Vanchakalpa Tuvisha Kripa Sindhu Vyevacha Patitanam Paramevyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo. So I have a lot of stories and stuff about Srila Gurudev, but I wanted to share some of the more like personal, intimate ones. There's, you know, generic ones and stuff, but some of the really valuable, heart-touching lessons, I guess, that I learned from him. So a little history. I met Srila Gurudev in 2001. He came to Canada at that time. And before he came, Shrimati Vishaka Didi, Kishore Mohan Prabhu, Sudevi, Prem Prayojan Prabhu, they came and they established like a beautiful base for Srila Gurudev. So when I met all his beautiful disciples, I was like, wow, if all these devotees are so amazing and so wonderful, then how is Gurudev going to be? Because I remember sitting and listening to this Hari Katha, and I was like, I've never heard this before. I didn't know. I grew up in ISKCON. My father's Stevadev Prabhu. He's a Prabhupada disciple. But yeah, I mean, I grew up listening to Srila Prabhupada and, you know, hearing Bhakti Rakshak Shri Goswami Maharaj. And I always had a desire to, like, I need a pure guru. People ask me, are you initiated? Are you initiated? When I was growing up in ISKCON. And I was like, I'm not going to get initiated until I meet somebody who is as pure as Srila Prabhupada. I want a guru that's like Srila Prabhupada and nothing less. Because when you see the best, you're like, wow, I missed out on the association. I wasn't born yet, but that's what I want. So my whole growing up, I was like, I'm not taking initiation unless I meet someone who's just like Srila Prabhupada. So when I first saw a picture of Gurudev in the songbook, I was like, I don't know, it just touched my heart somehow. And I was like, who is this? I didn't know anything about him. And so I put his picture on my altar and I started worshiping him. This was like the first songbook that I had. And I didn't know any tunes. I didn't know what these songs were. I was like, this is so cool. Oh my God. And I ripped Gurudev's picture out of the songbook and I framed it and I put it on my altar. And I was like, there's some magic here. I'm just going to pray to him and see what happens. So, and then I used to look online and read his Hari Katha and I was super inspired. So when he came to Vancouver, I was just like, I was done. I was already done. I was like, I ran up to him, I gave him a rose and I was like, you're mine. But the first time he ever, I spoke to him was in the Vedic Culture Center in Vancouver. And Lola Didi, she brought me to Gurudev through the huge crowd. And she said, Gurudev, this is Krishna Priya. And he said, oh, are you initiated? And I said, no, Gurudev. I was like shaking. And he said, I've been waiting for you. And I was like, I was like done. I went into the bathroom and I literally I bawled my eyes out for 2 hours. I was like, I don't know what's happening to me. All I know is that my life is completely changed. It was completely changed. I was like, yeah, I called it my meltdown. Because I was like, why am I crying? Who is this person? Like, he just looked in my eyes and his blue eyes that were like right into my soul. And then I was like, I'm done. I'm going to give everything I have to this person. And it just feels so amazing. So I went on tour with him and we had so many like amazing, magical moments on tour. But one of the things I wanted to talk about today was his omniscience. Like, if someone's a Mahabhagava Vaishnav, they're omniscient, like Srila Prabhupada. They know past, present, future. They see everything. They know our hearts. And there's this one, I tell the story sometimes. I don't know if I ever told it in public, but one of the first witnesses I had, I witnessed his omniscience was in Italy in 2001. And we had a huge festival. And then sometimes during the festival, Gurudev would get up when another person's speaking and leave. And some people were scared. Is he going to leave? Is he going to speak more? And he said, no, I'm staying here. And he left his Japamala there. And he got up and he walked to the very back of the temple room. And there was hundreds and hundreds of people there. It was a giant church. And he walked to this was like the most amazing thing I ever experienced at that time because I didn't know. But he walked to the back of the temple room and there's this one, there was this woman there. She was probably 30. She was dressed in non-devotional clothes, just like jeans and a t-shirt. And she was like very sad and she was about to leave. I guess she had somewhere to go or some work. And Gurudev actually got up off his Vyasasan in the middle of class, walked to the very back and he started speaking to her. And I was at the back, so I saw this and I was just like a bystander. And he started speaking to her like this. And then he called Brajnath Prabhu, oh, give me Harinam Mala. So he actually took the beads and he gave her Harinam on the spot. He was he said, okay, repeat after me. And I'm like getting goosebumps because I was right beside him, like, oh my God, I'm getting Harinam again. But he said, repeat after me. And he did the Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. And I was just like amazed. He gave her Harinam and she was just bawling her eyes out. And she was like, she took Harinam from him. He put the beads around her neck and then she left. And then he went back up to the Vyasasan, middle of class, maybe thousands of devotees there. I mean, it was a jam-packed church, like full of devotees. And then he went and continued Harikatha. And I was just like, wow, like, can you imagine? I don't know who this devotee is. Wherever you are, I want to hear the story again because I was so amazed by that. But another special time when I was in Mathura and things were, you know, getting very busy there. I spoke about a little bit with Pankaj, but one thing he said to me, because I used to complain, Gurudev, I don't know what the Diksha mantras mean. I don't know, like, what does it mean when we're meditating? Because when I took Diksha, you didn't tell me the word for word meanings of like, what does this mean? And he said, when you're meditating on, you meditate on Guru when you're chanting Guru mantra. You meditate on Mahaprabhu when you're chanting Mahaprabhu. And then he went through that thing and then he got angry. He said, I told you so many times. He said, I tell everywhere in my Harikatha. If you listen to my Harikatha, everything is in there. So the reason is I was very neophyte and I was saying, Gurudev, you didn't tell me, you didn't tell me. And he said, yes, I'm telling over and over and over again. You just have to listen. So whenever I spoke to him or whenever I got to talk to him, the first thing he always says is, are you listening to my Harikatha? Are you understanding something? And I say, yeah. And at the time I thought, yeah, I know everything. And there's a famous story, and this actually happened to me. I don't know if it's happened to anyone else, but it was happened to me. I think it was in Eugene or something. And I was so new. It was literally probably like my first week of meeting Gurudev, but I was listening to his Harikatha and I got the whole essence. Like, yeah, we want to be the maidservant of Srimati Radhika. Because before we didn't know. It was like, do I want to be, you know, a queen in Dwarka? Do I want to go to Vaikuntha? Do I want to be a cow? Am I a flower? Whatever the Lord wants, I'll just chant and it'll just happen. So when I heard that, oh, actually we're manjaris, and this picture behind me, actually, the first time I saw it, I was like, what is this? Who are those gopis? Like, they're so beautiful. But yeah, so he said, so then he was so sweet. He came and he said, it was in a darshan, and he said, do you want to go to Vaikuntha? And then I was like, no, Gurudev. He's like, do you want to go to Dwarka? And I said, no, Gurudev. He said, do you want to go to the heavenly planets? And I said, no. And he went all the way up. And then he said, do you want to marry Krishna? And I said, no, Gurudev. And he was laughing. And then he said, what do you want? And then I said, I want to be a maidservant of Srimati Radharani. And then he was so happy. And I think it was because I was so new and I had just discovered this, but I understood, like, yeah, this is it. This is the goal, to be the maidservant of Srimati Radhika. And then he's like, very good. Now you understand. So that's one, like, gift he gave us, was this very, very, very hidden treasure. Like, it's 20 years since I met Gurudev, 21. Oh my God, he's eternal. But the secret that he gave us about this Manjari Bhav is so rare. Like, they say if you're in an ocean and there's a straw being thrown around in the ocean, what are the chances of that straw washing up on shore? What are the chances? That is our chance of even meeting a pure Vaishnava in our life. What to speak of what he's given us, like this desire to be the maidservant of Srimati Radharani. And it's like, I can't even imagine it, how fortunate we are. But really, we've been through 8,400,000 of species of life to even get to this point. We've been through probably 400,000 different types of human beings to get to the point where we meet a pure guru. We've been through so many lives where we've had bogus gurus and cheaters and everything. So this longing and this pain that we have in our heart, that's what he gave it to us. Like, he gave us like the solution to this longing that every jiva has, and that is the love of Radha and Krishna in Goloka Vrindavan. And Srila Prabhupada came and he established such an amazing foundation for this all over the world, like so beautiful. And these when Srila Gurudev came, the devotees were so thirsty and they were so ready for it. They already knew all the basics. They knew about Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, all the books that Srila Prabhupada gave us. And Srila Gurudev came and he said, it's the same wine, different bottle. And so he's teaching us, like, how do we read Srila Prabhupada's books? What is the essence of all the instructions? Because we have to know everything. We have to know, you know, Tattva Siddhanta, all the different Siddhantas, but also we have to have a goal in mind, because if we don't have a goal, then what are we doing? We're on an airplane, we're on a train, we're traveling here and there, but what am I doing? I'm chanting every day. What is the goal of chanting? If I'm offering Artik, why am I offering Artik? What does it mean when we offer Artik to Radha Krishna? So all these things we do, Gurudev really brought so much light and everything to them, but I don't know how much time has gone.
You've got about 8 minutes left. Yeah, you're good.
Okay, I just wanted to read something that I really love, this verse, and it's Sri Mukta Charita. It's by Raghunath Das Goswami, and this is Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Goswami Maharaj's translation, and he's so beautiful. And this is something that I feel is the essence that Srila Gurudev gave all of us. It says, I'm fully indebted to Srila Gurudev because he's giving me so many things, which he does amazing. He's giving me the holy name containing the highest form of thought, aspiration, and ideal. And he's giving me the service of that great savior, the son of Mother Sachi, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is like a golden mountain indicating the way to Krishna Lila. And Srila Gurudev has brought me to Swarup Damodar, who is Lalita Devi, Srimati Radhika's closest friend. Then he's brought me to Sri Rupa, who ordered to distribute Rasa Tattva, and then to Sri Sanatan Goswami, who adjusts our position in relation to Raganuga Bhakti. Gurudev has brought me to Mathura Mandal. Gurudev brought me to Mathura Mandal. Those are really the best days of my life. So I'm so grateful for him to that. Where Radha and Govinda have their pastimes, where the forest, hills, and every creeper, shrub, and grain of sand are udipan, or stimuli, to help me remember Radha and Govinda. He has given me Radhakund and Giriraj Govardhan, and aho, he has given me assurance of all these. So I bow my head with deep respect unto his lotus feet. And I remember when Gurudev, when I first came to Vrindavan, it was so magical for me. I felt like, because he used to, in around 2001, Gurudev used to actually come on all the parikrams with us, whether sometimes walking if it was close and sometimes by car. And I remember being in all these places on parikram with Srila Gurudev in Navadvip, in Jagannath Puri, in Vrindavan. And really any devotee, they can attest if they've been on the parikrams. It felt like the time of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. If you look at some of these Navadvip parikram videos, there's like 10,000, 20,000 devotees chanting, dancing, singing. And it's like if you look at some of these videos, you know, Mahaprabhu's birthplace with Srila Gurudev there, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur Maharaj, all the Vaishnavas, all the devotees, is basically like Golok Vrindavan or the days of Mahaprabhu. They're here on this earth and we're like so lucky to be a part of it. So, Jai. All glories to Srila Gurudev. And please accept my Dandavat Pranam, everybody. And yes, Haribol. I'm done.
That was so quick. I wasn't expecting you to just finish like that, but thank you so much for sharing with us. Actually, it's really funny because it's like Srila Gurudev like you said, Gurudev knows everyone and knows everyone's heart, so he just gives exactly what everyone needs. There's not like a lacking of it, and no one, I don't think anyone that's met Srila Gurudev or been around Gurudev can say that they lacked anything from him, you know.
No, he knows everybody. Yeah
and this the concept of how rare what Srila Gurudev's come to give us, like,
it's so rare.
And the thing is, if I ever understand the gravity of that, I think I know that I'm making progress. Until I understand the gravity of that, actually, because
as I'm getting older, I understand. I felt like when I was younger, I was just like, wow, like it's the festival train, I'm gonna hop on it. But now that it's you know, Harinam Sankirtan and preaching is going on everywhere, but this is all because of his mercy. Like, how many qualified sannyasis and devotees has he made? Look at all his preachers all over the world. And it's just amazing. And you can say, like, you can tell how amazing the Guru is through his disciples.
Yeah.
And if you look at every single one of Gurudev's disciples, it doesn't matter how senior or how junior, if you took initiation in 2010 or you took initiation in 1996, every single devotee is like, I find they're so qualified. All the Gurudev's disciples, they all have this thick greed. They all know, like, it's amazing. Anyways, I love all my God brothers and God sisters. Love you all.
And we will love you. That's
Okay.
for sure. Thank you so much, Didi.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming and joining us.
Thank you for your seva too. You are so amazing. You're like, wow.
I'm lucky to have a family like you guys, so I can serve you also.
Dandavat.
Dandavat pranams. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we move from Canada back to Europe, and we move into the Netherlands. I'm just going to see if he's there. I think he's there. Should be there. Yeah. We invite our other god brother, who is an amazing kirtanier as well, but spent many years from a young age with Srila Gurudev, and has served Srila Gurudev, Srila Bon Maharaj, went on tour with Ramananda Prabhu and Bon Maharaj. So I would like to invite our next guest, Ram Bhadra Prabhu, Shriman Ram Bhadra Prabhu from the Holy Land of Holland. Dandavat pranams.
Dandavat pranams, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me. If not, let me know and I'll fine tune.
He can.
Agyanatimirandhasya gyananjana shalakaya chakshurunmilitam yena tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Namo Vishnupadaya Radhikaye Priyatmane Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayana Namane Sri Krishna Lila Kathin Sudaksham Audharya Madhurya Gunesh Yuktam Varambarayam Parushmahantam Narayanam Shirishanamam Sridandidam Bhakti Shiromrim Cha Shri Krishna Parapyati Dekaridi Chaitanyulanamrita Sara Saranam Narayanam Tom Sratam Prabhachyam Shakshat Haritvena Samasta Sastre Yuktastata Bhavyata Sabhi Kintu Prabhuya Privatasya Bande Guru Charanarvindam Vanchakalpatarubhya Kripasundevaccha Paritanam Pamnebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namah. First of all, I'm offering my heartfelt and pranams, humble obeisances unto the lotus feet of my most beloved spiritual master and Diksha Shiksha Guru Padma Vishnupada Pramamsa Pari Brajagacharya Ashto Trusata Param Radhatama Guru Padma Tirandishama Shri Bhaktivedanta Shri Narayan Goswami Maharaj, begging for his causeless mercy. Thereafter, I'm offering my Dandavat pranams to all my Shiksha Gurus who kindly and mercifully always guided me through this path, to all Vaishnavas and all Vaishnavis, all devotees, all guests. Please accept my Dandavat pranams, and also, especially also to the Bhakti Zoom team that basically breaks the dam and keeps the nectar flowing, the Harikatha flowing. So please Dandavat pranams, everyone. Feeling on this very auspicious day, most auspicious day, feeling very grateful and fortunate to be here. Taking all of your association, even though I have no qualification whatsoever to speak about Srila Gurudev's glories and his pastimes. Still, you know, the assembled devotees and Vaishnavas present here are actually very, very merciful to us. They're somehow, in a way, somehow they're engaging us in service so that we can, in a way, and somehow we can glorify Srila Gurudev. So. And also, it's the duty of it's the foremost duty of the disciple to glorify his guru on his Vyas Puja day. So, Dandavat pranams, everyone. So, we see in all scriptures, all Vedas, all Upanishads, you know, they're glorifying the position of Sri Guru, the appearance of Sri Guru. So, like we sing every day and every time, Vedigaya Jahara Charito, they sang all the scriptures. They sing of his glorious character, his wonderful character. So every offering that we do, every puja that we do, everything that we basically do, every song that we sing, we first start with Sri Guru, isn't it? Pratamam stu Guru pujam, tatasyaivam marchanam, kurvam siddhim avapnoti, hiyanita nishpalam bhavet. One who basically fails this approach is called nishpalam bhavet. It's fruitless. So we have to always approach Sri Guru. So therefore, you know, even you know, everything, even in the songbook, we first start with Sri Guru. Even the very first chapter of Chaitanya Charitamrita, we start with this spiritual masters, you know, the very first chapter. So in that specific chapter, there is a very beautiful shloka. Jive shakshat nahi tate guru chaitya rupe, shiksha guru hoy Krishna mahanta swarupe. Because of the conditioned soul, he cannot directly perceive the presence, he cannot experience the presence of the super soul from within. You know, he manifests in the external form of Sri Guru Padma. So we all witnessed how actually Gurudev came in our lives and appear in front of us, instructing us, you know, guiding us, giving so much shiksha to us and teaching us by his own perfect example as the Acharya. So yeah, that's pretty amazing. So throughout the days, and actually many weeks now, right? We've discussed so many wonderful prayers and offerings and pushpanjali from so many devotees all around the world. It's wonderful to see how everything is going very nicely. Everyone is teaching, everyone is discussing his teaching and instruction, but most of all, you know, our personal encounters that we had with Shri Gurudev, it's quite amazing. Gurudev's glorification has no limit. There's no beginning, there's no end, right? It's like an endless ocean of nectar. You know, even 55 hours wouldn't be enough. Like Uddhav is praying, you know, in Bhagavatam, even if I would have a lifetime as long as Brahma, I would never be able to fully express my indebtedness to you, because you have appeared in two forms, the internal Guru and the external Guru. So very thankful to be here, and it's amazing how much Gurudev has actually done for us. His contribution is unparalleled. You know, it doesn't have any limits. So just starting here, I just want to take you back and discuss, present a little bit of my own personal encounters that I had with Shri Gurudev when I was, you know, a quite young boy. So I came in contact with Krishna consciousness when I was quite a young boy, probably around 10 or 11 years old. Through my mom, we actually went to ISKCON and we spent some time there. And actually, I remember the first time when I came into Hare Krishna temple, it was so amazing. Everyone dancing and dancing in the kirtan and playing mridanga. So that's really amazing. But somehow I felt an emptiness, because we know from Shastra we need a bona fide guru, right, to guide us. So somehow, in some way, I came in contact with the devotees of Srila Gurudev, because Gurudev used to come onwards from 96 every single year to Holland, and I used to you know, partake their association and go to their regular programs. And I'm speaking about 1998, 1999, something like that. So I used to, you know, go to the program from every single week. And I remember when I was coming there, I felt so, you know, I felt so amazing. And around that time, Sripad Bhaktivinoda Ban Maharaj, who had just received sannyas in that specific year, he would also come and he would actually explain so many wonderful things in bhakti. And he would actually tell me, Gurudev is actually coming, right? Gurudev is coming to Holland, so you have to take initiation, take this chance, and don't waste it, take initiation, right? And actually, prior to Gurudev coming to Holland in those days, I would actually hear so many wonderful stories, wonderful stories. I remember from, maybe you know Damodar Prabhu, when Gurudev used to come to Holland, one of the first countries to visit, and he was staying in Damodar Prabhu place. His place is located near the beach. So what Gurudev would actually go every day to a morning walk close to the beach, and he would see, because in Holland we have sand hills, the dunes, and we have the sea. So Gurudev would come there and he would see the sea, and he would say, oh wow, this is like the Ganga and the Jamuna, and he would see the sand hills, and he would remind us like, oh, this is like Govardhan, you know, like we say, Bhavat Vidya Bhagavatas Tirtam Bhutam Swambhibho Tirti Kurmati Tirtani Swantastena Dutta Pratha. You know, the pure devotees, they take the holy places in their heart. The holy place is actually personified. So wherever they go, they take the dham, they're taking the dham inside their heart. So wherever they go, they're never out of the dham. They're always in the dham. So I remember I didn't have any picture of Gurudev, you know, and somehow in an old pamphlet that I had, I found this very simple picture of Gurudev. Maybe you can see it. It's very, very old. It's a very, you can't see it. It's a yellow piece of paper with Gurudev's print in black and white. And I decided to put this piece of paper on my altar because I didn't have any picture of Gurudev. So I would actually offer prayers and pushpanjalis and flowers to Gurudev at this picture. So in some way, I accepted Srila Gurudev in my heart. It's like he's going to be my Gurudev, but I didn't have any picture of him. So finally, it came to the stage that Gurudev came to Holland in a very small village, very nice farm with a beautiful lake. And finally, I actually came there and I was like, okay, where's Gurudev? Where's Gurudev? And I remember this very huge big hall, and Gurudev was actually staying not far from the hall. It's a very small cottage, like a very small house, and the curtains were actually closed. I actually remember Kishoriman Prabhu standing next to me, like lurking, peeking, taking a peek behind the curtains and saying, yeah, Gurudev was actually giving darshan with a few devotees inside, and that curtain is open, so you can actually have a look. So actually, I remember the first time I actually had a look, and there was Gurudev, very beautifully dressed in saffron cloth, you know, and my heart became completely overjoyed. So somehow, in some way, it was all arranged for us to take initiation, and I was supposed to actually take Harinam initiation, not Diksha initiation, but I ended up in a group with devotees taking Diksha initiation. So in some way, I took Harinam and Diksha both. I remember Brahmanath Prabhu telling me, like, I'm not supposed to take Diksha initiation. It's like, well, you know, Gurudev has other plans for you. So you're taking Harinam and Diksha right now. So by Gurudev's mercy, our whole family, my mom, my dad, my brother and me, we all took Harinam and Diksha initiation at the same time. So I actually remember me being in high school, and I was always thinking, okay, what should I do? What should I do for Gurudev? And everyone is always asking me, okay, you can actually write Gurudev a letter, right? Or you can actually email him. It's like, okay, what should I email him actually on? So I remember the Dutch government, they were posing, they were sending letters for everyone's, like those who are passing away. What do you want to do with your organs, right? I guess this is almost everywhere. What do you do with your organs? Do you want to donate it to science or whatever? So I was thinking, okay, me being a very simple, small boy, a young boy, I was thinking, okay, what should I, what would Gurudev think of this? So I started to write him my first email. And I actually remember Gurudev, when I asked Gurudev this question, okay, are we actually allowed to donate our organs to, you know, after we pass away? Gurudev actually gave me an answer back, and he said, you know, of course, when I had a reply, my heart completely became overjoyed. And Gurudev, in that email, explaining me that everything that we do, everything everything that we do in the process of bhakti, you know, with body, mind, speech, sentiments, oral endeavors, is only meant for the pleasure of Krishna, for Hari, Guru, and Vaishnava. So that includes even everything that we use, our organs, our heart, our muscles, everything is only for the pleasure of Hari, Guru, Vaishnava, right? But if you want to donate your organs, if you want to donate, you should only donate it to pure devotees. So in this way, Gurudev was actually giving the, you know, the perfect answer on my question. So every time that Gurudev write me back, my heart always became completely overjoyed. I actually remember that when my parents were actually moving to another place, well, they bought a new house, and we're asking Gurudev, okay, what is the most auspicious day to leave our house and to take to go to our new place? And Gurudev would actually say, the day before Ekadasi, when you move from your old house, and that you can observe Ekadasi on your new house, that would be a most auspicious day. So I would always you know, be so much overjoyed when Gurudev write me, was always writing me back. So many things to tell. I actually remember during, oh sorry, something happened.
We can hear you.
Okay, because the screen just fell away. So I actually remember when we went to Germany, I guess it was somewhere in 2001 or in 2000, I think it was in 2001 when we actually went to Germany. And in some way, because I was engaged in high school having so many exams, and they would, some of the devotees would only go for a few days to see Gurudev. It's like, okay, let's go. I want to meet Srila Gurudev. I want to see Gurudev again. I remember being so much stressed out with my exams, but finally when I actually got there and I saw Gurudev sitting down on the Vyas Ashin, like everything just, fell away, and I, couldn't think of anyone else. Like, oh, Gurudev is here. That's all that matters. So on the next day, Gurudev would actually give a darshan, and I was always like, around that time, I was always trying to find out when Gurudev was giving his darshan, and but sometimes some devotees by force they would open the doors, right? So I think Pundarik or Madhu Maharaj or Brajnath Prabhu, they would close the door with a dhoti. They would just close it. And actually, I remember that I was waiting, and Gurudev would walk in the hallway, and he would actually see us through the glass, waiting for Gurudev. And Gurudev start to open the door, and he couldn't open the door because it was tight with the dhoti. And me looking at Gurudev and Gurudev looking at us, he started laughing, right? And so much love and affection was there for his devotees, because there's so much Gurudev really wanted to meet with us. So somehow somebody took the dhoti away, and we had a beautiful darshan with Srila Gurudev. So that was really, really nice. So throughout the years we had so many festivals, so many occasions to see him and to take darshan of him. I actually remember a very specific festival that we've had in Holland. So that was in 2005. It was that back then. It was called the Way of Love Festival, and it was like I think it was one of the first European festivals we've had in Holland. So that was a big, massive amount of devotees coming over, and everyone was getting responsibilities and duties. So my duty or responsibility was to pick up devotees from the airport with the bus, and to take guard of the property. So prior to Srila Gurudev coming, prior to the programs when it started, Gurudev used to arrive a few days early, right? So I would actually take guard of the property and the place, together with Ramananda's little brother Atul. We were just actually sleeping there in the tent. It was a huge tent, and someone just had to stand guard to make sure nobody comes in and out before the programs actually started. So we actually just slept there for a few days, but Gurudev already came. So the next morning I kind of like overslept. I was still sleeping on the floor, and Gurudev was actually going for the morning walk. So I remember Gurudev I was still sleeping, and Gurudev was going for a morning walk. He actually came in the tent, and me and Atul, Ramananda's little brother, we were kind of like still sleeping. And I remember Madhu Maharaj shouting us our names, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. And we just woke up. I was like, is this a dream, or is this, what's happening here? So I immediately woke up, and Gurudev actually came inside. It was like, what are you boys doing here? And we actually explained that we're just taking guard at the temple prior to your programs starting. So, and Gurudev was like, okay, no problem. And he would actually inspect the whole area, if everything is right, and would advise the sound system, his Vyas Asana, he would advise, how everything should actually be. So that was pretty amazing. So in that specific festival, I remember that I wanted to give Gurudev a donation, but I didn't have any money, nothing. I didn't have anything in my pocket. It's like, oh, what should I do? What kind of donation can I give? I have no money. I have nothing to give, right? But somehow, in some way, the organizers of this festival, they approached me. It was like, oh, you stand at God, so we want to give you a donation. I was like, no, I don't want to have any donation. But it's like, married me, like, I don't have any money, so I can actually use that donation to give it to Gurudev, right? So I remember the next morning I had a darshan with Srila Gurudev, and I took that donation and I gave it to Gurudev as well, the donation. And it's like, oh, it's like Gurudev looking at me, and I just felt like Gurudev, he knew that what was going on, and he kind of somehow he arranged for that donation for me to give it to him, and he was actually very happy and very pleased with me. So in that festival, I was doing some service. I'm not sure how long I have still, about 5 minutes or 6 minutes. All right. So in that festival, 5 minutes. All right. So in that festival, I was sometimes doing some seva, somehow in some way I was trying to do some seva. So there was a kitchen there, and somehow I just sneaked inside the kitchen and see, okay, what can I do? What service can I do? And I remember Vrinda Didi being there, Savitri Didi being there, the Dutch devotee lives in Vrindavan. She was also there, Shashikala Didi, my god sister, she was also there. And they were all somehow engaged in service. And I was like, okay, what can I do? What can I do? And I remember that Savitri Didi gave me a broom. It's like, yeah, if you want, you can sweep the floor. This is what you can do. You can sweep the floor. It's like, yeah, I'm happy to do that. No worries. That's perfect for me. So I just start, sweeping the floor, collecting all the dust, put it in the bin, and also washing the pots. And I remember Mother Maharaj was still sleeping. Everyone was sleeping, just us. We were just there. And out of nowhere, out of the blue, Gurudev came inside the room. And he came in the kitchen looking at me and my god sister Shashikala. And he's like, okay, is prasadam ready? Who cooked? But nobody cooked because they were thinking Madhu Maharaj is cooking. And I guess Madhu Maharaj was thinking, oh, Shashikala was cooking. So it's like, Gurudev, nobody cooked. I'm really sorry. I don't know what to do. And we can cook straight away, I remember me looking at Shashikala. I was like, but I don't know how to cook. I don't know how to cook. And Shashikala looked at me and was like, okay, I can cook very, very easily. And Guru was like, okay, call Madhu Maharaj. And Madhu Maharaj, he woke up, and then just within half an hour, he cooked like dal sabji, 3 sabjis, very, very expertly. So before the festival finished, I had another darshan of Gurudev. And he actually told me something very amazing, because, from my point of view, in my angle, I was always thinking like, okay, this is a small thing that I'm doing, some service, somehow I couldn't comprehend what I was doing. For me, it was like, I'm just doing as I'm told to, because I'm just a small boy. And Gurudev actually came, he just called me in the front and was like, I've been watching you since the beginning. How are you actually standing guard there? I've been watching you, how you're doing service in the kitchen and everything. I was like, I'm actually very, very pleased with that. Do not waste your time. Do not waste your time. And I'm actually very pleased to hear that. And I was like, wow, Guru actually remembered that. And actually he kept remembering me every single time I met him, even up to India when I went to Kartik for the first time. And I remember going into the room in Gopinath Bhavan, and Gurudev telling me, it's like, I still remember that little service you did there. And he told me, don't waste your time, be serious, be very, very serious. Do not waste your time. And then he's told me another amazing thing. He said, up till now, in all your previous life, you've been enjoying, now you have to come, now you have come to me in this life. So, just give this one life of yours to me and your life will be successful. And I remember my head was completely spinning and just, going in all directions, the Guru saying that to me. So that was pretty amazing and pretty massive. So there are so many glorifications and so many things to tell, of course, and time is very, very limited. I just want to finish up with one little thing. I remember we had a beautiful darshan with Gurudev. I guess it was also in Holland I think it was in 2003. And I remember me entering in the room, just sitting there, and there was this devotee asking questions to Srila Gurudev. And sometimes maybe all of you have witnessed, Gurudev would actually say like, oh, how are you? How are you? How are you doing? Is your bhajan sadhana going nicely? And there was an American devotee there, and he was also telling him, oh, how are you doing? And it's like, oh yes, Gurudev, I'm doing well, but I'm not serving you personally. I'm not serving you in person. I'm just, chanting my japa, trying to follow your instructions. And that time Gurudev said something very, very beautiful and very, very strong. Gurudev became very strong with him. It's like, if you are chanting your rounds, and if you are following my instructions, it means that you are directly serving me. You are directly serving me. No difference, he said, no difference. So that was so amazing how actually, especially with this Bhakti Zoom meetings, and we're just basically discussing everything that Gurudev narrated and discussing everything on Gurudev's instruction. His Vani is so important that by following his Vani, we are directly serving him. This is what I heard from Gurudev in person. That was pretty amazing. So I guess my time is up now. There are so many things to tell and so many stories to share. So thank you very much, everyone. I'm praying to all Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis to keep blessing me, that one day somehow and someday I can receive Gurudev's special mercy and realize the essence of his instructions. And like so many devotees spoke about today, to have this greed, to have this tatra laulam apimulim ekalam janma kuti sukuti nalapyate, this laulium, this divine greed for Braj Prem by the mercy of the Vaishnava. So please bless me with that. And that would be that, I would consider my life to be very, very successful. So thank you so much, everyone, and Dandavat Pranams. Vanchakal Vidrubhya Kripasim Devacha Paridanam Pavanibhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namah. Hari Bol Dandavat.
Dandavat Pranams, Ramandra Prabhu. Thank you so much. Very inspiring, and actually this essence of seva and what you described in doing seva, and how pleased Srila Gurudev was with seva, even if it's the smallest amount of seva. Gurudev is so pleased with that, and I just wanted to just pick that up from what you said, and how important it was for Srila Gurudev. And it's actually important for, I'm talking about myself here, but how important it is for me to reciprocate what he's given to me. I know I can't reciprocate much, but if I can endeavor and try to do a little bit of seva, I know that I can grow in bhakti. So thank you for that. Okay, so we are now gonna we've got Vrindavan Prabhu from he's in Bali at the moment. So he's gonna do a 5-minute kirtan just before Gaurasundar Prabhu starts. So I'm just gonna ask Vrindavan Prabhu if you can just for 5 minutes, Prabhuji, if you can just do kirtan. Thank you.
But why only 5? Everyone else gets 15 minutes, but 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, it's just the way the scheduling is, and what to do.
All glories to your seva and to your amazing program, and I'm just expressing my heartfelt sentiment that signed up. Yes, okay. Coulda, woulda. That they were the last 3 words of the Buddha. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. So, back in '96, Rambhadra Prabhu spoke about the Way of Love Festival. That is, and back in '96, we were on the tour with Gurudev, and on the very last day of the tour, coming back into London, somehow I got inspired to write down the lyrics, rewritten version of lyrics of the song Jai Gurudev, which is called Across the Universe. So we renamed it as Beyond the Universe. So this is the song containing the lyrics I have posted earlier, and which is basically Sambandha, Abhideya, and Prayojan. I was eager to sing this for Gurudev already in '96, but Gurudev didn't want his glorification in front of Sri Sri Radha Keshavji at Keshwarji Gaudema. So we sang it back in London with Bhaktivedanta Ban Maharaj there. But first, let me offer my pranams to you, the hosts, because Gurudev has taught us that we should always respectfully offer pranams to those who organize Haikatha festivals. Jai Gurudev. Coming to this mundane world, he didn't need to do it, but he came to teach us how to fill our hearts with Krishna prem. Give up all your plans and schemes to get to power. By all means, take shelter of the Lord and realize His holy name. And what is the holy name for us? Jai Guru Deva. You're gonna change our hearts, giving us a brand new start. You're gonna change our hearts, giving us a brand new start. Gurudev goes here and there to give us all his loving care. He knows about what state we're in and what we really need. We've been covered for so long, but now we hear the sweetest song beyond the universe. It flows and fills our heart with greed. What greed? Our Guru Deva. You're gonna bless this world, making it heaven for every boy and girl. You surely bless this world, making it heaven for every boy and girl. Actually, the Lord is not alone, 'cause always He's together with Srimati Radhika and all her Gopi friends. Gurudev, when you are here, you bring this world, 'cause you're so dear to your own Gurudev, who brought you right into our hands. Jai Guru Deva. Nothing's gonna change our world. Nothing's gonna change my world. Nothing's gonna change my world. Nothing's gonna change my world. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. I joined the Hare Krishna movement in 1984 by the arrangement of Gurudev. And in 2003, Gurudev in Birmingham airport stood up and pointing at me, he said, "I've been trying to help this devotee for the last 20 years. And I looked at the clock and I looked at the time, 2003, but Gurudev, I've only known you 7 years. But actually, Gurudev knows us before we know him. He is Trikalagya, knowing past, present, and future. Gurudev goes here and there to give us all his loving care. He knows about what state we're in and what we really need. I'm not just visiting Bali, I'm staying here now. Gurudev's blessings, happiness in a fool's paradise, there it is. Every day I'm singing from Sri Gaudiya Gita Guj, chanting my 16 rounds and following the 4 regular principles and all of that. And today I realized that I have Gurudev's Rajmanda Parikrama with his original signature, which I got when time I was in Saffron. At that time, after my heart attack and near-death experience, suddenly Brajanath Prabhu calls me and says, Gurudev wants to speak to you. And I'm going into Gurudev's room in Giridhari Gaudiya Math. Please don't mind, but I need to share this. I've been waiting for, what, 25 years or so to glorify my Gurudev like this. So please don't mind. I came to Keshavati Gaudiya Math first time 35 years ago in 1986. So allow me the 15 minutes that you give even those who have never met Gurudev.
Vrindavan
Yes,
Prabhu,
please.
can we arrange for you to come back tomorrow and speak, because there is a whole list of
I know
devotees
that's
that-
scheduled, but what happened to spontaneous devotional service?
I know, but
Gurudev called me into his room, and there I was paying full Shastang Dandavat pranams, having had a heart attack, near-death experience, and there I'm alone with Gurudev, and he says, don't waste your time with all this formality. So now I am asking, with Gurudev's own words, don't waste your time with all this formality. Speak from your heart. What have you brought to me? He said. Show me. I want to see your writings. But Gurudev, and somehow I had brought my writings that day. The Jaiva Dharma, I said, Gurudev, I've read the Jaiva Dharma and I think it's wonderful, but the way they have translated it, the eternal service of the soul or the essential function of the soul, I'm not quite happy with that. Jaiva Dharma, what is the real meaning? Shakespeare, the Danish prince in Hamlet, Shakespeare says, to be or not to be, that is the question. And that question has been lingering almost 1,000 years. Isn't it about time we answer that question with Gurudev's perfect Siddhanta? To love and to be loved, that is the answer. That is the essential nature of the soul. Forgive my enthusiasm, forgive my offenses, but I just had to share this with you, Dandavat Pranams and Haribol, and give me a chance to speak whenever you will. Otherwise, I will feel like troubadours in Asterix, always strung up and pushed to the very end of the program when there's no time left. And here, and it's 4 a.m. in the morning. So I thank you very much for giving me a few minutes to open my heart and share with you Guru Mukha Padmavakya, Chiteta Korea Aikya, straight from Gurudev's own lotus heart, lotus mouth, lotus lips. Don't waste your time with all this formality. Perform spontaneous devotional service and express yourself from within your heart. That is real Sankirtan, Samyak Rupina Kirtan Sankirtan. Paramvijayate Sri Krishna Sankirtanam. Vanchakabhudrutascha Kridasandubevacha Bhartanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavipyo Namo Namaha. Vaishnavipyo Namo Namaha. Always remember there's two genders, not just Vaishnavas, also Vaishnavis. So I pay my pranams to all of you. Dhanyavad. Om Tat Sat.
Thank you to Vrindavan Prabhu. Apologies for those that are done. The scheduling is so back to back, it's unreal. And for anyone that has run events like this, yeah, you understand the pressure that we're under, because 5 minutes delay means that the whole entire next day is delayed. So I just would like to move over to our next speaker, who's based in Hawaii. He's a wonderful Kirtaniya and a wonderful god brother of ours. I'm going to let Ramananda say a couple of words about him so that he can introduce him much better than I am, and then we'll hand over to the speaker.
Hare Krishna. Well, I could actually do another 55-hour Zoom program in glorifying Gosunda Prabhu, but I know we don't have time for that. I know him quite well, I have to say. I traveled with him. I stayed with him together in the Mathura Math for a while. And I can say from experience, he's a very humble devotee, always staying in the background. In fact, when he was in Mathura Math, I think he himself didn't even know how amazing he could sing. Like, he was afraid to grab the mic. He didn't want to sing, but he was forced by the devotees there. When he started singing, everybody's like, oh, whoa, he's amazing. And even he was shocked, I believe. And yes, he became one of Gurudev's favorite Kirtaniyas. He imbibed Gurudev's mood, and Gurudev always would ask for him to sing. But more than that, in Brajmandal Dham Parikrama, he was and is for me also the most exemplary person that kept the Kirtan party together. He would be jumping on the very first bus going on and make sure that the Womper player, the Mridanga player, the speaker and the mic were on that bus, so that when we would arrive wherever Gurudev was, the Kirtan party was ready. And he would make sure when we're going, all of us jump again on the very first bus so we'd get to the next place, and Gurudev was always happy. And I know for a fact that after he stopped coming to Parikrama, that wasn't happening anymore. The Womper was over here, Mridanga was over there, and nobody knew where the microphone was. And Gurudev would be sitting there waiting, and we're all just clapping in our hands because there was no Mridanga player. Gaur-Sundar was the one who took care of those Kirtan parties to stay together and was pleasing Gurudev so much. And you encouraged me to sing and play as well. In Parikrama, you were forcing me. Of course, didn't turn out as great, but I was like, hey, you know, I can try at least. And it was thanks to you. Gurudev speaks about you with so much love and affection. Whenever Gurudev talks about Gaur-Sundar, there's so much love in his voice. And we are so lucky that we can hear from you, Gaur-Sundar. I'm so happy that I could walk, dance, and talk with you. And in the Mathura Math, I remember we had mice problems, and you would take care of all the mridangas, hang them up high so they wouldn't be destroyed by the mice. Okay, I've taken away his time and the person's time before you, so I'll stop now. Thank you, Goswami Prabhu.
Thank you. Howdy, bro. Is the volume okay? Volume was okay?
Yes, it's perfect, Prabhuji.
All right. Om Ganati Varandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chaksurumritam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurudev Namah. First off, I'm Namata Dhamat Pranam to Shri Gurudev and pray for his mercy and pray for some mercy to glorify him, and also to my Guru Parampara and my pranams to the Ramananda Prabhu who got me to come on here, encouraged me, and all the other managers and facilitators. So you can just tell me when to stop. I don't think I'm so worthy to speak. I'm a better listener. So you just tell me how much time I have. I can just stop any time, no problem. So actually, when I never tell how I met Gurudev when I do these Vyasa Puja offerings, but probably a lot of people don't know me so well, or don't know me at all. So I'll just say something that so I'll just say a few impressions when I first met Gurudev. And actually, before I met Gurudev, I was asking my mother, like, who are the gurus, in the world today? And she said some names, and she said Srila Gurudev's name, Srila Narayan Goswami Maharaj. And then she said, oh, but she said that one day. And a couple of days later, I asked again, what were those names you told me? And I said, she said them again. I said, yeah, the last one. I said, my greatest. I said, Srila Narayan Maharaj. She said, oh, but I heard some strange things. She said, oh, I've heard that he said that Prabhupada only preached Vaikuntha Bhakti. He only preached Bhakti will take us to Vaikuntha. And I was like, that seems strange. I asked my mom, well, but he knows that Prabhupada has given Bhagavatam. He knows that Prabhupada established Radha Krishna deities. So actually there must be something more, more to the case. So, and then I just sort of had that conversation with my mom, and then I just kind of forgot about it. And then just by Krishna's mercy, on a trip, going to the mainland, not even knowing where I was going, I ended up in Badger. And I guess my mom just thought she was visiting friends, and there's a festival here at the same time, so let's go through devotees. And so in this way I got to, see Gurudev, even without even planning for it. And, my only questions were that, well, is he in the same line as Srila Prabhupada? That's the only thing I really wanted to know, and that's what I'd asked my mom. I remember coming to the lectures and not really understanding so much, but little. And then my mom would hear from the devotees and tell me, what's the report? In my mind I thought, well, if he says, well, Prabhupada did this, but he was wrong in this area, or he could have done this, something like that, that would be like, I didn't want that. I didn't want to hear that. So when I heard that not only was he favorable, he was actually good friends with Srila Prabhupada, and that he helped him in so many ways, and fully in the same line, then I was, enthusiastic to take initiation. Now I skip forward to when I first came to India, just being in Mathura and seeing Gurudev. My very first like impression was like, you know, how I never really met any, I never met really, I had the association of like such a devotee, a guru, like a guru before, even we were not, you know, out in Hawaii, not so really connected to the ISKCON temple so much. So, you know, some devotee would come through here and there, but not really in the whole, you know, the whole temple scene as well. But the first impression was that, wow, like Guru is actually not like an enjoyer. He's not just receiving all this like worship and praise for himself. But actually Guru is like, just seeing Guru, how much attachment and how much faith and how much nishta he had for his own Gurudev. And you know, we start Kartik with Srila Param Gurudev, Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj's disappearance day. So it's always very, there's always very grave and very deep mood, a very deep connection we can feel with Gurudev's offering his pranam mantras to his Gurudev, Param Gurudev. And then I guess there are so many little impressions, things we learn. And I, you know, sometimes when I hear like devotees of Prabhupada, like Pujapad Shamarani Didi, when she's talking about the olden days with Srila Prabhupada, you know, then I feel like I want to go back to that day and, you know, be there. And when I hear like the glorification, the older times of Param Gurudev and the disciples of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada, Bhakti Daitav Madhav Maharaj, Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj, you know, and all their stories, and I feel like I want to go back at that time. And I do, but then when I just remember just Brajmandal Prikrama, you know, the early years, 97 was my first Brajmandal Prikrama. And the sweetness, just to be with Gurudev and really feeling that Gurudev was really just in his element, just so perfect in Brajmandal, and you know, going to the places and, you know, and when you're young, you know, I was only 16, my first Brajmandal Prikrama. You know, when you're young, at least for me, I can't say that, I can't say like some of the disciples who, you know, they have such a deep and grave and such a heart-to-heart connection with Gurudev, and they're having so many realizations and they can understand all the intricacies of the classes. You know, I can't say that for myself. Just like a simple boy, still like ignorant, foolish I am. But you know, so we catch something. That's why I think if I could go back, just go back to those times with Brajmandal, and now having like learned a little more and, you know, practice a, you know, half amount of bhajan, really be able to appreciate these Brajmandal Prikramas. So many little stories and interactions with Gurudev. One thing I remembering kind of sitting in Mathura class, Gurudev was talking about, Suhrit, like, he was just talking about something pretty high. It was kind of going over my head a little bit. And then thinking, oh, appreciating the Harikatha and liking it, but also sort of, sometimes Gurudev would give more like, Brahmachari Katha or, Sadhan Katha. And, I'd like that more. Or I want Gurudev to, speak something like that. But it's like after, all these years really realizing that, what is the most we can do, we might think like, if we think of who's a good devotee, someone who's really fixed up, they do all their, they wake up early and they chant their rounds and they, they follow a really strict sadhan schedule. That's all true. It's all true. But at the same time, the essence is, do they love Krishna? Do they love Radha and Krishna? Do they have attachment for Radha and Krishna? An attachment for Brajamandal? And so you can be, the best brahmachari in the existence, right? And have all these, cities or whatever. So much like, what was it called? Tej, and so much purity. But you can be someone actually very fallen and very unworthy and actually have so many anarthas. But because of Gurudev's association, he's awakened some desire, some greed that, that you want to head in that direction of Vrindavan. And really, that's actually way more valuable, so much more valuable. But that's our whole process is of like turning from Bahir Mukh to Antar Mukh. Like our face turning away from Krishna to turning toward Krishna is a big process. And in the beginning we may be doing all these things, following sadhana and doing things, but really our chitta vritti, the tendency of our heart, is still not really turned toward Krishna fully. And so this is why Gurudev would like remind us and bring to our attention, like, you have to know what your goal is. If you're just doing your sadhana, if you're just doing your chanting, you not know which direction you're going or what your goal is, then I mean, it's good, but it's not, it's not enough. So just, remembering Gurudev and Braj Mandal, and how Gurudev would just, there'd be other speakers that would speak nicely, but then when Gurudev would speak, how it would affect us and just feel like these golden words coming out of Gurudev's mouth and into our ears and hearts. And even though, we may not be able to even fully appreciate it really at the time, it's like making such a samskar, such an impression that really you cannot get anywhere, There's a verse, what's this? I forget the verse, but it's saying, what you should try to aim for that thing which you cannot get from traveling the 14 planetary systems and wondering the whole world, the whole universe. So what's that thing? Bhakti, but more specifically, like, Braja Bhakti, Radha Dasyam Bhakti. So this is really the essence of sadhu sangha. Sadhu sangha means we become influenced by the sadhu, is like I said, like a crystal that reflects the the light, the colors of the light that's around it. So, and this is the thing that, Gurudev would quote the verse, Krishna Bhakti Bhavi Tamati Priyatam Kuto Pilapite Tachaloyam Apimola Mekalam Janma Kotu Sakitam Labyate. So Krita can get you into a position favorable for bhakti and association, but by Sukriti alone, you cannot get this Krishna Bhakti Rasa Bhavi Tamati. So that comes when you get the association of devotee, but not just any devotee, a devotee who has to have it himself, this natural and spontaneous love for Krishna, love for Radha and Krishna. So, how much time do I have left? Let's see, 10:22. It seems like time is already over.
5 more minutes, Prabhuji.
Huh?
5 more minutes.
5 more minutes, okay. So, I was able to be with Gurudev. I tried to come. It was during massage time. Or anytime there was some service to wash his clothes or do something for him. And it was always very nice to see how Gurudev would interact with different devotees who would come to see him and have darshan. Remember one time, Delhi, someone came and, in India, sometimes they'll sell like a pumpkin, like half cut. Someone else bought, the other half, and so the shop seller just sells like half a pumpkin. And I remember one time, someone came in, it was either before or after massage, and they gave Gurudev this like it was either half a watermelon or half a pumpkin. And then Gurudev looked at it and it's like, the Guru wants whole. Krishna wants the whole thing. And so Gurudev was telling, like, we want Gurudev, Krishna, they want the full surrender. So this was why Gurudev was Acharya, because we hear from Gurudev and Vaishnavas how Gurudev, when he came to his Gurudev, and the question of Gurudev taking sannyas was, I think Param Gurudev asked Srila Gurudev, will you take sannyas if I want to give? And he said, oh, I've surrendered myself fully to you. That I've given my all affection, all love I had for this world, my family, I offer it to you and I surrender to you. And so, yes, if you want to make me sannyas, if you want to give me white cloth, make me naked, anything. So this is how Gurudev has. He said in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Diksha Kale Bhakta Kare Atma Samapan Se Kale Krishna Tare Kore Atma Sam. Actually, when a devotee surrenders to Krishna, then Krishna makes that devotee like himself. So the qualities of the Vaishnavas, the 26 qualities and other, like this quality is mentioned in the Gita, these are qualities of Krishna. And so Gurudev is Acharya because he's showing us this. What is surrender? Full surrender. Gurudev wants whole, everything. There's a quote by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada. And it's the last thing I'll have time to say. Is that if we surrender ourselves 100% to Krishna, then Krishna will become ours. And he says, unless I've unless Sadhu Sangha and Sadhu and Guru Sangha and Sadhu and Guru Seva become an integral part of our life, then the desire to give 100% does not arise in us. So Krishna is complete and he wants complete. He wants complete surrender. He wants us completely. And so I'm very grateful to all you God brothers and God sisters who are giving this encouragement. And, you know, we're giving your association and sharing your moods. I pray to also Srila Gurudev and all the Vaishnavas that we can actually come into this line and follow like how Gurudev did with complete surrender. And this way progress on this this path to Radha Krishna, especially Radha Dasan. So thank you very much, and forgive me, I'm most unworthy. Thank you.
Gaurasundar Prabhu, now I know why Ramananda Prabhu asked you to speak. You are so beautiful and amazing, and I'm feeling very fortunate to have your association. Actually, the Gurudev Sangha is so beautiful. I didn't even realize how beautiful it is. And each flower has a special fragrance, and you definitely have this beautiful fragrance. You can feel your love and affection for Srila Gurudev through this camera. So I'm feeling very fortunate that we're once again all sitting together and praising Srila Gurudev as one family, and we get to hear from his darling sons like you. So thank you so much. Yes, that's all I can say to you. My words are limited, but that's all I have to offer at the moment. So thank you. Dandavat Pranams, Prabhuji. So we're gonna now move over from Hawaii, hot Hawaii, to not so sunny England. To it's snowing, I think, outside, or it was, to England, to our next not speaker but Kirtaniya, Srimati Nalini Didi, who is a wonderful disciple of Srila Gurudev, but also she asked Srila Gurudev for special blessings to be able to sing for him and the Vaishnavas. So with this, I would like to invite Srimati Nalini Didi to come and join us. Thanks, Dee.
Hey, Hare Krishna. Can you hear me? Yashodhari, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Dandavats, Haribol, to everyone that's joined today. It's really nice to be part of this global program for Gurudev Centennial. Today I'm going to sing Radhika Charana Renu, and the reason is because I sang this back in 2008, and I want to relive the moment that I sang for him in Italy in the European festival in Verbania. So I will sing that. Radhika Charana Renu Bhushan Kariya Tanu Radhika Charana Renu Bhushan Kariya Tanu Radhika Charana Renu Bhushana Kariyatanu Anayase Kave Giridhari Anayase Kave Giridhari Radhika Charana Sai Je kare se mahashai Radhika Charana Sai Je kare se mahashai Tare mohi jao bole Hari Tare mui jao Hari Jaya Jaya Radhana Vrindavana Charadha Krishna Sukha Vila Serani Krishna Sukha Vila Serani Ehno Radha Guna Gana Nashoni no Morakana Ehno Radha Guna Gana Nashoni no Morakana Vanchita Korino More Vidhi Vanchita Korino More Vidhi Vanchita Korino More Vidhi Tara Bhakta Sangha Sara Rasa Leela Prema Katha Tara Bhakta Sanghe Sara Rasa Leela Prema Katha Je kore se paya gana Shama Je kore se paya gana Shama Ihate vi mukare Tara kabhu sidhina Ihate vi mukare Tara kabhu sidhina Nahi jana shuni taro nama Nahi jana shuni taro nama Nahi jana shuni taro nama Krishna nama gane bhai Radhika charana pa Krishna name gane bhai Radhika charana pa Radha nama gane Krishna Chandra Radha name gane Krishna Chandra Sansape kahinu katha Uchao manera vyatha Sansape kahinu katha Uchao manera vyatha Dukhamaya anya katha Dukhamaya anya katha Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe, 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 Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe. Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Jaya Jaya Guru Dev, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Jai Gurudev. Thank you. Thanks, Yashodhari Didi. Yeah, I sang Radhika Charanarenu for Gurudev in 2008. So it feels just amazing, and it just feels really, really strange to be singing that now. And I just want my Gurudev in front of me, but he's here anyhow. So thank you very much. Haribol.
Thank you, Nalini Didi. It was absolutely beautiful. You can tell that Srila Gurudev has given you the blessings that you asked for, because every time you sing, it's like so amazing. So thank you so much for sharing and offering something like this to Srila Gurudev. Really appreciate it. I'm going to now hand over to my wonderful god sister, Navalatika Didi, to continue hosting while I disappear, but I will be watching in the background. So Dandavat Pranams, everyone. I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Yashodhari Didi. Dandavat Pranams. And I'm really grateful to be part of this wonderful seva. Please forgive my mistakes in my English. Actually, this is not my mother tongue. I speak Spanish. So thank you very much. And I'm really honored to present our next guest, special guest, Shripad Bhaktivedanta Nemi Maharaj. Most of you know him. He's very sweet. He gives very sweet Harikatha, and he's very lovely. And he met the devotees 1971.
Then he took Harinam 1974 from Srila Prabhupada. And then Diksha 1975 from also Srila Prabhupada. And then Sannyas from Srila Gurudev 2004. So if Maharaj is here, yes, I will ask to unmute him. Dandavat pranams Maharaji.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Welcome.
Thank you. So when I just want to try this with a microphone because there's some pretty heavy rock going on in the background.
Okay.
Can you?
No, not right now.
I can't hear you anyway. So okay.
Okay.
All right. No problem.
It was good a second
Hare
ago,
Krishna.
Maharaj.
First of all, I'd like to appreciate the opportunity to take part in this amazing marathon. I took it too lightly, actually, initially. But when I tuned into it, there's just so much beautiful, wonderful, powerful spiritual energy flowing. Great current. And there's one verse in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Lord Chaitanya, he took Harinam to the Chandals and he made a wreath of the holy name and he garlanded the world with that wreath. So actually this is what's happening now. There's a double length garland of amazing Harikatha, Guru Katha going on now. And it's purifying the atmosphere. Srila Prabhupada said that in some time, not too long in the distant future, like maybe 10 years, something like that, people would wake up and they would actually choose Hare Krishna devotees to be leaders. He said, not because there'd be a revolution by a small number, and not because everybody would become Hare Krishna devotees and choose the devotees, but everywhere, wherever they are, they would waken up spiritually of their own accord. The spiritual tide is coming in. And he said, especially distribution of books and the kirtan is a very powerful force for promoting this spiritual purification. So in all ways, I want to offer my gratitude for the opportunity to be a small part in what's going on. I really, really appreciate the efforts of Yashodhanand Prabhu, Yashod Hari, and all the other devotees who are facilitating this. So I want to Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Sarasate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Asyakyari Sakarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaitam Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Jai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol. Offer my humble obeisances at the lotus feet of my beloved Gurudev, my Shiksha Guru, Sannyas Guru, who made a human being out of a jellyfish, which is more or less what I was when I met him first, and put me out on the road, sharing the wonderful things that he gave us. Offer my obeisances to Srila Prabhupada, my Diksha Guru, and all our Guru Varga, without whom I would be dead long ago. Many years ago, I wrote a song for Srila Prabhupada, and for the centennial, and I wrote, you get a notebook, I wrote a song with the same melody for our Gurudev as well. Other page. Oh, Gurudev, let me sing your glory, like a tiny dwarf who wants to catch the moon. The truth you gave in pastime story, you fed us nectar with your golden spoon. From a Radha's side, you appeared among us. The truth and practice you made clear. The cherished mood and aspiration, our service to your Radha dear. From Braj you came with your living water, reviving seeds our Prabhupada had sown. Service to Nam and Vishibhama's daughter, the bhakti secrets we had never known. Our pining souls, so parched and helpless, you claimed and took us far beyond our wildest dreams, to the realm of Braja, embraced us with that love so fond. Oh, Gurudev, our deep confusion you have dispelled with your instructions clear. Our hearts you save from doubt's delusion. We surely know you as our near and dear. Oh, may this joyful celebration bring us together, close to you, inspired new mood of cooperation in service pastimes ever new. You see me floundering in Maya's ocean. I'm struggling far from any shore. Please grant me service and true devotion we love and serve you evermore. Jai Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva. Srila Gurudev achieved, like my Guru Maharaj, he achieved something extraordinary, spreading Krishna consciousness all over the world, coming to the West, to people who are like animals, living like animals. He himself said, eating, sleeping, making, defending, not understanding Vedic, like the real way of living, like a human being, a spiritual human being. So in 12 short years, he spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. In 12 short years, so many sleeping souls he revived. But for want of advanced association, there was, for most of us, there was a ceiling, how far we could go, how high we could go. Srila Gurudev, he was told by Srila Bhakti Jivan Janardhan Goswami Maharaj that you must preach Prem Bhakti. He told Gokul Prabhu that the two people who can chant, who can preach Prem Bhakti, that's Srila Govinda Maharaj and myself. And now Srila Govinda Maharaj is left. So if I don't do, then it will be lost. So Srila Gurudev also, he achieved something astounding. That he could open the treasure chest. Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Goswami Maharaj said that our father, he meant my Guru Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, he said, we are minors, M-I-N-O-R, means young. So he's left something in trust. It's in an iron chest. We can't open that chest. We can't get that treasure yet because we're minors, we're not mature yet. But at least we should know what's in that iron chest. So the iron chest is Vaidhi Bhakti. And the treasure is the treasure of Braj Bhakti. So Gurudev came some almost 20 years after Srila Prabhupada left. And he opened the chest and he started distributing to people who, just as when my Guru Maharaj came and spread, Srila Prabhupada came and spread Krishna consciousness all over the world, there were protests from Hindus, protests also from other Vaishnavas. He said, they said, if Lord Chaitanya had intended for a whole world to become Krishna conscious, he would have preached himself. Somebody told him that his godbrother said like that. He said, no. He said, Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda, they preached all over India and they kindly left the rest of the world for us. It was inconceivable, actually. And what Gurudev did also is inconceivable. That he opened this, he unleashed this flood of Braj love. What kind of a personality? Srila Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur, he's given like a job description for a spiritual master. That he saves the fallen conditioned souls from the fire, the burning fire of material existence. And we also understand that Srila Vishnu Chakravarti Thakur is also saying that he saves those who have actually attained a high level of bhav, bhakti ras. He's saving them from the fire of separation by giving very, very beautiful Harikatha. And then he's dancing in Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's kirtans. Mahaprabhu Kirtana, Nitya Gita. And he's decorating the temple, Sri Vigraharadhana Nityanana. He's dressing the Vigraha forms. So with his devotees, he's taking part in deity worship. And in his heart, or in the spiritual world, he, with his blessed associates, Shri Guru, in spiritual form, they're dressing they're worshipping Radha and Krishna's pastimes there. Narottam Thakur's song. Vrindavana Ramyasthana Divya Chintamani Dha Ratana Mandira Mano Hara. Vrindavan, such a beautiful place, made of touchstone, wish-fulfilling gems. And there, the jewel temples attract the mind and heart. What are those jewel temples? The wish-fulfilling trees, they come together. 3, 4 wish-fulfilling trees, they come together, and then with creepers wound around them and flowers, they make these beautiful bejeweled temples. And in those temples, Sri Guru with her associates, they're attending to the pastimes of Radha and Krishna. And then Guru in this world, he's giving prasadam to the devotees, devotees are offering through him, and he's distributing prasadam, so many prasadam pastimes. And in his heart or in the spiritual world, Sri Guru is receiving Bhagavat Prasad from Dhanishta, who's very close to Krishna, and then running back to Yavat and distributing that Bhagavat Prasad to Srimati Radhika and her friends. So the remnants then become Sri Bhagavat Prasad, Srimati Radhika. And then Sri Guru with her associates, they're enjoying this double prasad, Mahaprasad. Guru is always eager to remember the pastimes of Radha and Krishna. In practice now, Gurudev is telling us over and over again, especially in Sri Bhajan Rahasya, such an amazing book, such a beautiful book, where he's disclosing his moods of meditating on the pastimes. He's explaining how to meditate on the pastimes where we chant the holy name. And in Braj, Sri Guru, during the daytime, Sri Guru and their associates, they're remembering the pastimes of Radha and Krishna. Whatever they're doing, cleaning, cooking, looking after babies, teaching the parrots, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti, Govinda Damodara Madhaveti. And also when they're attending Srimati Radhika, so they're reminding her of the pastimes, they're remembering Radha and Krishna's pastimes, and reminding Srimati Radhika, she becomes so happy. She becomes so happy. And then Nikunjayuno Ratikali Sitai is so expert, Sri Guru is so expert in facilitating the pastimes of Radha and Krishna in the groves. Hari Tvena Samasta Shaspi. So Guru in this world is like the personification of the qualities of Krishna, who's Patita Pavan, Dina Bandhu. He's very kind. His main quality, Haritva, his main quality is his mercy on the fallen. So Hari, this is a name for Krishna because he's a thief. He steals our adverse situations. He steals our material conditioning. But a bigger thief is Srimati Radhika, because she steals Krishna also. She steals Krishna's mind. She steals Krishna's heart. Krishna, he steals everybody's heart. But Srimati Radhika is the thief of thieves. And her attendants, the Manjari attendants, they're personifications of the qualities of Srimati Radhika. Rupa Manjari, Guna Manjari, Vilas Manjari. So Shri Guru, like our Gurudev, we can understand that he's the personification of the beautiful, playful, amorous pastimes. Radha Raman. Radha Ramana Hari, Govinda Jai Jai. So he's directly, Shri Guru is directly personification of these beautiful qualities of Srimati Radhika. And Yasya Prasada Bhagavad Prasada. So Sri Rupa Goswami, by the mercy of Guru, if we satisfy Guru, then Krishna is satisfied. And if Guru is not satisfied, then Krishna will never be satisfied. There's no progress. And Sri Rupa Goswami is describing how in Chatu Pushpanjali. So Sri Guru is at the door of the Kunja, and Krishna comes. He's desperate to meet with Srimati Radhika. And he's begging. Chatu means flattering. So the Chatu Pushpanjali starts off with Rupa Goswami flattering Srimati Radhika, but at the end he's describing how Krishna comes and is flattering the Manjaris. And Rupa Goswami says, I want this boon, that Krishna will come and he'll speak flattering words to me, and when I'm satisfied, I will lead him to you. So Yasya Prasadana Gati Kato. If Shri Guru is not pleased with Krishna, then he can't make any progress in reaching Srimati Radhika. So Shri Guru is such a personality. Krishna is performing his pastimes right now in countless universes with all his, or Radha and Krishna performing their pastimes with all their attendant Manjaris, all their associates, including the Manjaris. So Shri Guru is there in countless universes. And after Radha and Krishna's pastimes are closed, then after some time, Lord Chaitanya comes. And after Lord Chaitanya, then there's a succession of gurus, Guru Parampara. And Shri Guru is there in that Parampara, also in countless universes. And that Shri Guru attends to us with a completely, totally focused attention. It's astounding. It's completely astounding. When a big circle touches a little circle, you know, the actual touching point is just one minute point. So we can see devotees have related their beautiful touching points with Shri Guru. The Gurudev is so attentive, so authentic, so responsive, so powerful, so loving in his relationships with us, performing heart surgery, encouraging us, sometimes chastising. Like when I was this was in 2000, I guess I'd reached something of a plateau. I'd left home, quote unquote home, and come to India. I'd been editing Gurudev's books, and I think Gurudev wanted me to move on. So one day he was giving a lecture and he said, we have to surrender. You have to surrender. So when he came up from his lecture, on the lectures in Mathura, so he came up onto the roof, devotees were lined up, and I said, as he walked past me, I said, Gurudev, yes. He said, I want to surrender, but I need help. And he looked like right into my eyes. He said, yes, I will help you. Come tomorrow with the Western devotees. Western devotees, Gurudev. Come with Urukram. That's now Padmanabha Maharaj. So we went, and he said, call the Western devotees. So we called them. So we're sitting in the room, and then he says, now, Jnanadas, what is your problem? I didn't know what was happening. And he gave me such a hard time after that. For some days, there was one time, he was giving a lecture. I was sitting like 4 or 5 rows back from him. And he said, give Jnanadas the microphone. So I'm sitting there with the microphone like an ice cream cone. And he says, now, what sort of a disciple do you think you are? So, but yet 2 or 3 days later, he's giving a class from Prem Vibhart. And he said that in the spiritual world, nobody says, I love you, because if they do that, then the love will disappear. Similarly, in the material world, the guru never says to his disciple, I love you. And then he looked right at me. I was a little back in the audience. He looked directly at me. He said, you should realize these things. So what he's saying is that I love you, but I'm not going to tell you. And then later on, we met in Moscow. That was after all that happened. Urukram Prabhu, now Padmanabha Maharaj, he wanted to scoop me up and take me to Russia to preach there. And I went. That was the beginning of my Slavic adventure. So Gurudev came in 2000, first time to Moscow. And we met in the airport. He was so happy to see me. I was, of course, delighted to see him. But I mean, he wasn't chastising anything. He was so happy. And later on, we were just briefly, we were walking together, just the 2 of us. And I mentioned something that, you know, when you threw me out of the mud in Mathura. And he said, oh, that was a prison for you. So this whole drama was just to chuck me out of the nest, basically. I had so many amazing musical interactions with him. First time he saw me, actually, I was leading Kirtan when he came in. It was the second lecture that he gave in UK in '96. And then after 3 or 4 days, I turned up with the violin. I bought this one specially for the centennial. Actually, it's the nicest violin I've had. I like it. So he was, so I was playing and he was really intrigued, or more than intrigued. So then a couple of days later, he said, I heard you sing some English songs. I said, yes. He said, so I want to hear them. So I sang this song, Krishna's So Wonderful. It's describing the Braj pastimes. It's got an Irish tune. And Guru just laughed and laughed and laughed. Afterwards, Yashoda Gopi had been with him for a long time. She said, I haven't seen him laugh like that in 10 years. So then at the end, after I didn't remember, but Shamsundar Prabhu actually reminded me. He said, do you remember what Gurudev said when you sang that song? I said, no. He said, you're a funny man. I want your association. So this is amazing, you know. I mean, I think that everybody, or many devotees have this kind of, you know, very close contact with Gurudev. And here's this, I mean, ultra cosmic, beyond cosmic personality who's so focused in genuine, authentic, you know, as though just human pastimes with us. It's beyond astounding. I can't get over it, actually. It's not, I mean, it's, you know, the last Guru Kripa, Yogita Vichari, Kichu Nahi Pai, Tomara Karna Sa. There's nothing in me that could attract a spiritual personality. Nothing. Only whatever spiritual qualities have been given to me by, you know, that spiritual personality or other spiritual personalities. It's extraordinary. One time, I played several musical instruments, various times. Oh, there were so many. Anyway, there's one, I came into his room, I got a bag, and I got a couple of flageolets, penny whistles sticking out. And Madan Maharaj, kind of mischievously, he pulled out the penny whistle and he showed it to Gurudev. And Gurudev said, "So you can play?" I said, "Yeah." So he said, "I want to hear." Like, of course. So I played Irish hornpipe as far as I recall, because that's kind of my showpiece, it's always been my showpiece. So when I finished playing, Gurudev said, "So why don't you get them for the deities?" Like, you know, I should have thought of that ages ago, that Krishna wants to play a penny whistle. I said, okay. So when I was in the West, I bought 3 actually. I bought 2 and my daughter bought 1. And I gave them to him. He said, "Oh, 3. Mathura, Vrindavan, Govardhan." I said, "Yes." Okay. So he said, "Okay, we'll give them to the deities." So a little later, I went to look at, a little later, I had a look at the deities and there were no penny whistles. So I wrote to Srila Gurudev and I said, "Gurudev, I think the gopis have stolen those flutes." And Gurudev wrote back to me, he said, "No, actually we found that the holes in Krishna's hand was too small to put those penny whistles in. So we just stuck them in his waist belt. I don't think the gopis have stolen those flutes yet." He wasn't just humoring me. I mean, when I came to, in 96, I spoke to him. I said, "Should I bring the violin when I come to India?" He said, "Yes, you can do it." Like really casually. And somehow I thought, oh, it'd be a bother if I do it. So I didn't do it. And when I arrived, he said, "So have you brought the violin?" I said, "No." He said, "Oh, you've done a very bad thing." And there was a couple of times that I arrived from Russia without the violin because they wouldn't let me through. They wouldn't let me through customs with the violin. And Gurudev was literally angry. He said to me, "You've taken my energy." And it wasn't joking. It was serious. And I remembered, like 97, I think it was. He was joking. He said, "Oh, I'll buy a plane ticket for your violin." He said, "Without your violin, you are 0. Okay, it's nice. Later on, several years later on, I asked him that this, you know, playing musical instruments and singing, is this eternal seva, eternal service? He said, "It may be." And then just recently I thought, well, what did he mean when he said, "Without your violin, you're 0? Maybe it really is part of, you know, part of my suru. I don't know. I don't know. That's, you know, the adventure continues. So Srila Gurudev, he emphasized sadhana is a means to attain sadhya, and sadhya is bhav. That is the goal. If you don't know that the sadhya is bhav, you're not practicing sadhana. If you know, but you don't know how to reach bhav, then you're not practicing sadhana. And if you know how, in principle, to attain bhav, but you're not practicing in such a way to move forward to that, you're not practicing sadhana yet. He really emphasized the goal. We must know the goal. We must know the goal. This is one of the first things. And the goal, of course, is Radhapalya Dasi. He emphasized this. So sometimes devotees get hung up about that. Radha Das and like, I can't relate to Radha and Krishna's pastimes. Okay, but we can relate to Gurudev's pastimes. Gosh, we fish in this 55 hours. If we fish in this 55 hours, we'll find so many Gurudev pastimes. And if we meditate on those, meditate on service to Guru. If we can't relate to service to Radha and Krishna, then we can meditate service to Guru, and gradually, what he wants for us will come into our hearts.
Maharaj?
Somebody mentioned something about humility. I'll just tell a couple of stories. When finally, there was some discussion. I'm going to take sannyas or I'm not going to take sannyas. So in 2003, there was some discussion, Sajjan Maharaj and myself, now Sajjan Maharaj. So there's some discussion about us. And Gurudev had a big conference. He didn't mind humiliating me in front of all the deities, in front of all the devotees. So he said, if somebody has a tail, that's all right. But if the tail covers the eyes, then that's a problem. I think you should wait. That was 2003. And by then, I'd already decided, okay, I'm not going to desire sannyas. I mean, I'm not going to want it, whatever happens. So then 2004, he calls us down. He called Vaikanas Maharaj and myself. And he said to Vaikanas Maharaj, I know you've always wanted to sannyas. And Vaikanas said, what? I didn't. So no, it's all right. You take it. We're fine. Then he turned to me. He said, so, you want to take sannyas? I said, if you want, Srila Gurudev. He said, no, you have to want. Oh, all right. And he said, then? So then he said, I know there is something in your heart, but I will give you anyway. And then 2 or 3 days later, it was just 2 or 3 days before he gave us sannyas. He was giving a lecture and he said, public lecture in Govardhan. He said, you should know that Gurudev gives sannyas to devotees who are not qualified so that they can become qualified. And my god sister, Manjari, afterwards, she said, you know when he said that? He was looking right at you. So this is also part of the adventure. He's performing different operations, putting me through different situations, gradually coming through. So I'm praying at his lotus feet that somehow or other I can come to the point of becoming serious about sadhana, not just becoming absorbed and obsessed about the preaching projects that I was engaged in before I even met him, scientific preaching. So I'm praying at his lotus feet that I can get the taste for sadhana and that I want to serve my Guru Maharaj. He has a specific mission and I have a specific place and responsibility in that mission. But I also dearly want to serve Gurudev and satisfy him. So with that, I'll end. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be part of this amazing, unprecedented marathon glorification of Srila Gurudev. Hare Krishna. Vanchakalpa Gurubhasya Kripa Sindhudevaccha Putitanam Bhavnedev Vaishnavedevyo.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you very much for this sweet katha, for these sweet memories. And it definitely is very inspiring for us to also to connect in that way with Srila Gurudev. And thank you very much. Thank you for being in our lives. And we are looking forward to have you in this Latin American festival for Centennial, for Srila Gurudev Centennial too. Everybody's waiting there for you. So thank you very much. Now I believe I will pass to Vishnupriya Devi. Thank you.
Haribol Dandavat Pranams, everyone. Thank you so much, Maharaj. That was such a beautiful offering. I'm sorry I had to cut you short there, but time's of the essence, isn't it? We've got so many devotees and our schedule is so packed, and it's, we've actually reached the 30-hour point of this festival, and I'm so grateful to have been on here and to be hosting and to be hearing such beautiful, beautiful offerings from all the devotees. And actually the next speakers who we have are very, very special devotees and disciples of Srila Gurudev. So we're going to be flying all the way from the UK all the way to the US in Alachua, and we're going to be hearing from Srimati Bimala Devi Dasi Didi, and we're going to be hearing from her husband as well, Sri Man Shyamasundar Prabhu. They are actually part of the prison outreach program, and they've actually been, you know, I've heard that Shyam Sundar Prabhu is sending out hundreds and hundreds of letters every single month to these different, you know, different people in prison, you know, helping them so much. And, you know, I've actually been seeing it on the Instagram that they have as well. So for everyone who isn't following the Instagram, I'm going to link it on the chat. And they're just doing such an amazing service and seva, and wow, yeah, we're just very, very honored to be hearing from you. So I'm going to pass it over to you guys. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much, Didi, for that. Very sweet.
We can't actually hear you so clearly. Is there?
You can't hear us so good?
It's quite quiet.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna have to wear a headset. Let me get one. Hold on. That's what we had to do for that video.
Or you can shout, whichever you prefer.
Okay, well, she's getting a headset. In the meantime, I'm going to try to shout. Is that okay?
That's perfect. Take it away, Prabhu.
Okay, now she's got the headset. With just 1 second. Hey, ready? Can you hear me, Didi?
That's much better, Prabhu. Yes.
Okay. Namo Vishnu Padaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Trichima Bhakti Vedanta Narayana Tinamane Radha Samukha Samshaktim Saki Sangan Nivasanim Tamaham Satatam Bande Guru Rupam Param Sakim Vantakalpa Turubhi Shah Kripa Sinubi Evata Patitana Pavane Byo Vaisnave Byo Namo Namaha Dhanava Pranam to the Gurudev Ki Jai. Okay, I'm going to start off by saying, whenever I'm speaking like this, I always try to be careful not to make this about me, but it is not about me, it's about Srila Gurudev, but about different exchanges and pastimes I've had with him. I shouldn't say pastimes, but, you know, different association that I've had with him that affected me and just gave me so much confirmation about who he is and what he has done for me. I first met Srila Gurudev in 2000. Before that time, I was also in another institution, and of course, there have been a lot of havoc and problems in that institution. So a lot of my God brothers and friends, you know, they were fortunate enough to go to Srila Gurudev and take shelter of Srila Gurudev. So they were coming back and they would bring me books and different things and trying to encourage me to go to Srila Gurudev. But because I was so contaminated by the, you know, by what was being said about Srila Gurudev, I would take the books from my friends and God brothers, but I would not read them. So then one devotee, he's a very senior devotee, Srila Prabhupada disciple, Brajendra Nandana Prabhu, he was also trying to work on me, so to speak. And so he got not frustrated, but he says, Shyamasundar Prabhu, I tell you what, Lord Nityananda is Akhanda Sri Guru Tattva. And before he said that, I had never heard of Sri Guru Tattva. So he said that you should pray to him every day, and you should pray to Srila Prabhupada, please send you a bona fide guru, because the so-called person that I was initiated by fell down and went away. So because I had so much affection for him also, every day I would go to Srila Prabhupada Murti in the temple in Brooklyn, New York. And I would, pray to Srila Prabhupada, please send me a bona fide guru. And I would pray to Sri Nityananda Prabhu to please send me a bona fide guru. And then one day something just inspired me to open one of the books. And when I opened it, I was like, I immediately just like floored, because I was thinking to myself, this is not anything like what they've been saying about him. And so, you know, and by we read the books for a while, and then we heard about the festival in Badger, and so we wanted to go to see Srila Gurudev and surrender at his lotus feet. So Brajanjanathan Prabhu, he made that arrangement. Back there, at that time, the devotees who were in ISKCON, Srila Gurudev was asking to write letters saying that we wanted to, you know, to come take shelter of him, because that way, I guess he was at least trying to have some kind of honor for them, and at the same time, just keep the peace, so to speak. So we wrote a letter, and so in 2000, we went to Srila Gurudev. And my fond memory is that when I first saw Srila Gurudev, Brajanjanathan Prabhu brought us into his room. And Srila Gurudev was sitting on the bed, and he was so effulgent. And just by seeing him right away, I knew that this was a transcendental personality, a personality like I have never seen before. And so we asked him like if he would please accept us. We wanted to take shelter of him. And he says, yes, I will help you in all ways. And so this was the beginning of our association, or our being taken and accepted by Srila Gurudev. And so I'm just going to fast forward a little bit to a couple of different pastimes. And again, these pastimes are not about me, but I felt that a lot of the things that happened in my unfoldment in the association of Srila Gurudev, he confirmed so many things to me. Like for instance, once we were on Navadvip Dham Parikram, and after the Navadvip Dham Parikram, I was telling Srila Gurudev, because we would always go to see him, as many people do when they're going home. I went and I said, Srila Gurudev, I'm going back to the West now, but I was hoping that you could give me some special, some special mercy. And Srila Gurudev looked at me in a very, very sincere way, very sincere face. I mean, no, like just very serious. And he told me, he says, oh, I have given you everything, but now it's time for you to give something to me. And what I realized at that time is that, yes, Srila Gurudev was and is giving us everything, but it's up to us to become properly qualified to take and accept what it is that he's given to us. And then I had another experience with Srila Gurudev in Govardhan. This was, we were on Parikram earlier on in the day. And during that Parikram, I stepped on some thorns. And so my feet had swelled up. And it was the same night of Deepawali. And so we were going to Govardhan Hill to offer candles and lamps. And so what I figured was, because I had been to India in '87 when I was still with the organization that I was with before meeting Srila Gurudev, and they had a theory that only at a certain point are you on Govardhan Hill. So I thought to myself, okay, well, I'll wear my shoes, because my feet, as I said, they were in bad shape from stepping on those thorns. And then when I get to the point where the worship and the puja is going on, I'll take off my shoes. And so it was just a very amazing thing, because it was dark. There were hundreds of devotees. And who did Srila Gurudev happen to see with his shoes on and all the dark with all these devotees? He saw me. And he started like really giving me the sauce, so to speak. He started chastising me, and it was like really heavy. It was almost like thunderbolts coming down. It was like someone was punching me in the back of my head. It was so heavy. And and I was thinking to myself, because he was saying, oh, this is like an offense to me, will you take your feet and put them on my head? And so I actually started crying. I was like really crying. I was like really upset. Because I was thinking to myself, oh my God, my spiritual life is over. I've offended Srila Gurudev. I've offended my guru. And so then, by and by, the devotees stayed on the hill, and Srila Gurudev had gone back into the mat, because he was going to give Harikatha after everybody would return. So when I went back in the mat, I had fallen at his feet, and I was like really crying, pretty much like a baby. And I was asking Srila Gurudev to please forgive me, because I didn't know. And so he was saying, you should know better. You should know better. You're an older devotee. You should know better than this. And then I told him why I didn't know better. But at the same time, after he chastised me, he started stroking my head very sweetly. So it was a very sweet thing. And it was it was a big wake-up call for me also. Yeah, never do that again. Never do that again. And then I like to tell this story because I'm going to be brief with this one also. is that I tell people that I first met Srila Gurudev in Badger, California, in 2000, and we had not gone to any festivals there until 2010, which would be the last time we actually saw Gurudev. All the time in between that time, he was beginning to manifest his sick pastimes. So we went there, and my wife and I, we were going to share, well, we did share a rental car with friends that we met in the LA airport, and we were going to share a cottage also. So as we were driving from the airport to Badger, I was sitting in the front seat talking to my god brother Vishnu Rata, and my wife and his wife, Vishnu Rata's wife Pramila, they were sitting in the back seat. And so I was saying to him, oh, sometimes I just feel like, you know, I wish Gurudev would walk with me like how he walks with Madhav Maharaj. Sometimes I feel like I want to hold Gurudev's hand and walk with him. And so I was saying these things to him. And so then by and by, it came the evening of the program, the first program. And as Srila Gurudev was coming out of his room, as usual, the big kirtan is going on. Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru. You know, roaring kirtan is going on. And so I offer my Dandava Pranam. And when I stand up, Srila Gurudev was reaching for me. And in the past, because of awe and reverence, I would not have done anything, maybe just freeze. But something told me, Sham, go for it. And so I went to Srila Gurudev and I put one arm around him and he put one arm around me. But the biggest part of this is that, you know, he was just, the way I saw it was he was confirming to me, don't think that I don't know what's going on in your heart. Don't think I do not know what you're whispering deep into your, inside your heart. So this was a wonderful experience for me. And Srila Gurudev is so kind to give me that confirmation. And he has told us, in your hearts I'll be. I'm closer to you than the air you breathe. So somehow in his absence, we are still maintaining our lives, knowing that he's with us at all times and that he's in our hearts. So this is what I wanted to share with the devotees, again, about the glories of Srila Gurudev and how he did some wonderful surgery on me, which he told me that he would do. Srila Gurudev ki jai, vancha kapatrubhya chakripa sandubhe vachapati jana pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
So he doesn't mind yelling because he's from New York, but I'm a California girl. So I'll try. Hope you can hear me. Sorry about my computer. I don't know. I'm not a techie person.
You're okay. You sound perfect, actually.
Okay, yeah, it's nice up and close. Om again, tremendous Gananjana Salakaya Jaxer Om Namitamina Tasmai Shri Gurudev. So I had so many things I wanted to say, but they're gone. But the appearance day, Vyasa Puja day, and Tirabhav day of Mahabhagavats is the treasure of the sadhaks, because like we've been hearing on this incredible Dandavat Pranams to everybody, all my God, beautiful God family out there, and all the organizers of this completely incredible Zoom party, 55 hours. Like we've been doing for the past 30 something hours, just becoming absorbed and taking that time out from our busy lives to actually hear something, remember something, and glorify those personalities on their appearance days and their disappearance days. And even someone like me, who is a complete, just total rascal, to even say just a few words, Sri Guru, he is so pleased by that, even just like a bumbling idiot, but just making some little effort. Guru is so pleased, and he gives everything. Just with just a little effort from us, he gives everything. And then Gurudev would always say, "Don't be hopeless." And how could we ever be hopeless with our Gurudev, our Guru Varga? How could anybody be hopeless by, you know, with all that we have, this treasure that we've gained? It's completely there. Gurudev, I remember seeing on one of these beautiful videos that's been coming up on the Gurudev lectures, I think a devotee asked Gurudev, is it the Guru's fault if the sadhak does not gain any taste? Something like that. And Gurudev's like, no, absolutely not. I'm giving you everything. Now we have to do something. There's that saying, you can take a horse to water, but you can't force him to drink. Gurudev would always speak like that. I'm giving you everything, but you have to make some effort. And we would always hear during Kartik Mas about the pastime with the rope being bound by Yashoda Mata Krishna being 2 fingers too short. And one of those fingers is our chesa, our effort. We've got to make that effort. And so Gurudev impressed that upon us. Anyways, but the appearance day of Guru is so glorious, but we don't know their glories until they're Cherubov. We don't know until their glories have been revealed throughout their life. And it's not, I certainly never wanted to be without my physical presence of our Srila Gurudev. But it's certainly, I did not appreciate the time that I was with Gurudev. I didn't know nothing about his glories. I didn't know the life that he had lived. We met Gurudev and he was already, I think he was about 80, and had done so much service to his Gurudev, and of course to our Srila Prabhupada. And I know nothing about that. So just being in Gurudev's presence, I was just hanging around and not appreciating the jewels and the treasures that he was giving. And so now we have, I mean, the devotees, I feel like everyone who has spoke can speak forever, like nonstop, about the glories of Srila Gurudev. And what Gurudev has given us, it's completely never ending. And so now in his Nitya Leela, I do feel, and especially with this this Zoom and these glorifications that have been going on, I feel an opportunity to, if I want it, to come closer to Gurudev. That opportunity is absolutely 100% there. I've always felt that since his Cherubov, I've felt Gurudev's complete shelter in the form of, the Vaishnavas and his parikrams. Gurudev gave so much, just like Srila Prabhupada Swami Maharaj. If it wasn't for him, where would this world be? But if it wasn't for our Srila Gurudev, again, same thing, where would we be? He came, I mean, he did so much service for our Param Gurudev, but meeting Srila Prabhupada, who else served Srila Prabhupada? Who else rendered service to Srila Prabhupada when he came to the West? The total revolutionary that Srila Prabhupada was, no one else would take that chance. Not like our Gurudev, who was completely fearless preacher, Raganuga Bhakti. He didn't care if he would say, I don't care if I go to hell, but I have to serve my Gurudev in this way and preach these Rasik Leelas and explain these tattvas. No one else would do like our Gurudev. And inspiring the disciples of Srila Prabhupada, I mean, they gave, reading Shamarayani's memoirs and getting to like really have some inkling of how much the disciples of Srila Prabhupada gave to his, I mean, they gave everything. And then for that light to be dimmed because after he entered Nitya Leela, they didn't have any association. And so Gurudev, of course, came for them and reignited that light. What service, such service that he did. That's, but coming for us, like, I mean, my only qualification is that, I came in association with Sham. Gurudev knew that he had to be hands-on with me and put me in his hands. Otherwise, there's no hope for me. But at that period of time when Srila Prabhupada departed and before Gurudev left, so many misconceptions were just being boiled up. And if it wasn't for Srila Gurudev clearing up so many misconceptions, where would we all be? And of course, bringing us to Vrindavan, bringing us to Giriraj Govardhan, bringing Govardhan to us, bringing Vrindavan to us. So we are so fortunate, just like Krishna Priya Didi was saying, how it's so rare to have a treasure like our Gurudev, but even rarer is to take this human form. Even rarer than that is to have this human form. So somehow or other, we've gotten this human form, and somehow or other, we've gotten such a captain to our boat, like our Srila Gurudev. I'm surprised he didn't mention the prison program, but I have to say something about it because it is completely awe-inspiring to see these people being in prison, coming from the backgrounds that they come from, not having any previous, lots of them. Some of them have some contact with ISKCON, but most of them have never come in any type of contact with devotees, devotee life or Vedic culture or anything. And they go to the libraries, and because they're in the position that they're in, they're searching for some relief from their suffering. They go to the libraries, they somehow or other pick up a book, Srila Prabhupada's books or one of Srila Gurudev's books, and they start reading, and then they start inquiring, and our address is there, and so they write to our team, and they're becoming in prison with the worst association. They're chanting, they're following Kadasi, they're becoming vegetarians, yeah, vegans even. They're celebrating today. Sham has one member who calls him every single day for his association, and he called today so he could hear about, Gurudev's glories on this day. And it's just really incredible to see these books, Gurudev's books, getting into prisons all over North America, bringing Gurudev's Harikatha in them. And before this COVID, we were doing programs and everything, which is even more incredible. But still, the prison program is going on because of also, of course, the Gurudev's mercy, the beautiful. Please tell me if I need to stop speaking. Like
no, you're
minute,
good.
Right?
You're good. You're good. Keep
okay.
going.
The Santi Didi, who is the most amazing, inspiring, beautiful devotee who has dedicated her life to Srila Gurudev, to Shamarani Didi, and to this prison program, and to Shyam Prabhu, who every day his life is completely absorbed in that service. And then we have another chapter in North Carolina who have dedicated the families, the kids, to serving the prison program. Gurudev is engaging us in this way, so we're very fortunate for that. And to all of you who have donated, supported us, supported this, seeing how worthwhile it is, and being inspired by it, and donating and supporting it. We're so inspired by all of you who have done that, and we couldn't do it without you all. So it's a huge team effort, and I just again, I want to say thank you so much to all of Yashodhara Didi. I love you. And the organizers for the Zooming, and of course, how Vijay Krishna Prabhu was saying, like, for years, we have been, all the programs that have been coming up and getting ready for Srila Gurudev's centennial. And then what's happened? Gurudev had another plan for us. But it's been so nourishing to meet you all, and to get to know my Gurudev even more through you all, and Ambarish Prabhu and Lavanga Didi, who are, oh my gosh, what the seva that they have done, it's you can't say enough about it. And to Isha Prabhu, who started the archives, and then with finally Lavanga Didi on a breach taking up that seva. I know Isha Prabhu was so happy and felt like his seva was, his seva was being fulfilled by them taking it up. And we are so indebted to you guys, and you're in our hearts, and thank you all. And I can't say anything more.
All glory to your service.
Jai Ho, Jai Ho, Jai
Together
Gurudev.
this nice program. Hari Bol.
Jai Srila Gurudev. Someone in the chat just said you guys rock, and I completely agree. You guys absolutely rock. Just before we move on, I just wanted to ask you guys, how is it that we can donate or give towards this program that you're doing, towards the service that you're doing? How is it that we can support you?
IPBOS.
Yeah, we have a Facebook page, IPBOS
website.
Outreach Facebook page. There's a link on there for our outreach PayPal. Of course, you can get in contact.
IPBOS.
Yeah, IPBOS Outreach. Yep, the Facebook page. And just go to that page.
IPBOS Outreach.
Yeah.
Okay, I will link that in the chat for everyone to go ahead and look at and follow and, you know, donate, because the service that they're doing is just so beautiful, you know, taking someone who's in a, you know, absolute hopeless position and giving them, you know, something as treasurable as Srila Gurudev and Srila Prabhupada. That's, you know, the most amazing and beautiful thing I've ever heard. So thank you so much, Didi Prabhu, for your service.
Thank you.
Thank
for
you.
your service. Haribol.
Haribol. Just before I introduce the next speaker, you know, Didi was saying about how you know, fallen she is, and I was just giggling to myself because, you know, I'm hearing all of these very, very qualified disciples of Srila Gurudev speak, and you guys are calling yourself fallen, and I'm just here thinking, wow, if you guys are fallen, and if you guys are, you know, this and that, I'm just wondering, what am I? That really made me giggle. But just before we move on, Didi also said that, you know, the glories of an acharya isn't known until they're tirabhav, until they've actually left this planet. And I remember, I think Srila Gurudev actually said that, you know, he was given an example of Srila Prabhupada, and he was saying that, you know, when Prabhupada was born, his glories were not known at all. And when he was in his youth, he was with Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Prabhupada, and, you know, with Srila Bhakti Pragyan Kesha Goswami Maharaj, his glories began, you know, they were slightly starting to know about his glories. When he took sannyas, you know, his glories were sort of known, not so much. And then when he, you know, was preaching in the West, his glories began to be known. But now that he left, and he's been out of our material vision for a little while now, you know, we can see all around the world, in almost every single country, you know, in every single country, his glories is known, and, you know, his name is being sung left, right, and center. So, you know, the same thing with Srila Gurudev, and, you know, his glories are truly about to be known, and, you know, it's so beautiful. But you guys aren't here to hear from me at all. So I'm going to pass it on to our next speaker or speakers. I think you guys are together, right? Nod, yes. Yes, amazing. Cool. The next speakers that we have is Bhumi Das Prabhu and Indulekha Devi. And they're actually, I believe, Diksha disciples of Srila Prabhupada, and actually met Srila Gurudev in 2000 actually. So I'm going to now pass it over to them. Please take it away.
Can you hear?
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
One thing I wanted to mention, Shamasundar Prabhu, you can type in the message about Amazon Smile, and you put the prison ministry, and when anyone buys from Amazon, they give a percentage that goes to the prison ministry. We've been doing it for a couple of years. So Shama Bimla can type that in. And Shama, I wanted to know, you said the by and by, is that the sweet by and by? Okay, anyway, all right. Indulekha is going to begin.
Haribo, Dandava Pranams. All glories to Srila Gurudev, Srila Prabhupada, all the devotees and disciples all over. Umaganati Minandasya Ganajana Salakaya Takshulu Militamyana Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Guruve Guru Chandra Radhika Tadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadabhaktaya Namo Namaha. Rajami Radha Maravinda Netram Smarami Radham Madhura Smitasyam Vadami Radham Karuna Baradram Tato Mama Yasti Gatir Nakapi. First of all, I'd like to say my Dandavat Pranam to Srila Gurudev, to all the Guru Varga, Srila Prabhupada, Guru Parampara, and all the assembled devotees. The amazing work you're doing here is absolutely spotless. I love it. It's wonderful. And I just wanted to just say Gurudev has touched all of our hearts, especially mine. And at the time, just in history right now, we were part of the Ishkan temple for a long time. And then after the children were born, we were still going to the Brooklyn temple. And then we met our beloved Shripad Guru, Puru Das, kept sending us different paraphernalia lectures of Srila Gurudev and just saying, you must read this, you must. Although we were always working hard, I was taking care of the children, my husband was working for the MTA. It was just a lot of work, but he kept encouraging us. And so then we kept reading and reading, and then my husband and my younger son, Dhruva, they found out that they should go to Florida, right? And then when they went to Florida, they got a chance to meet Gurudev, and when my husband saw him, he said he fell in love right away. He remembered him from 1978, but that was a different time and area. But when he saw him then, he called me and says, I know who your guru is. So he came through the door and he says, I know who your guru is. For so many years, I've been wanting to be initiated and have initiated name, just because I knew there was something there. I know that there's something there for me to learn. And so afterwards, we got initiated in 2000, I think it was. And then we intimately was in New Jersey and got a wonderful, wonderful, with Vimala. Vimala was there too. Not Sham though, I think Sham was working or something. And we got initiated there with my 3 children. And then we went to the mission after that, which was quite awesome. We got a chance to see him face to face with thousands of devotees in California. That was amazing. One of the wonderful things I remember, and if you'll allow me very easily, Srila Gurudev gave 4 very high pillared verses that I like to share very quickly. Foundational verses. Anya Vilasita Sunyam Gyana Kamardyanavritam Anu Kulyena Krishna Nushilanam Bhakti Uttama. The cultivation of activities are meant exclusively for the pleasure of Sri Krishna. In other words, the uninterrupted flow of service to Sri Krishna performed through all endeavors and mind, body, and speech, and through the expression of various spiritual sentiments, bhavs, which is not covered by jnana, knowledge aimed at impersonal liberation, and karma, reward-seeking activities. Oops. Take that. That's my phone. and which is devoid of all desires other than the aspirations and to bring happiness to Sri Krishna, is called Uttama Bhakti, pure devotional service. And then I have another one. I'll say just all of them, and then I won't give the meanings because practically all of us kind of know that. The other one is Trinadu pi sunichena, Torora pi sahishnuna, Amani nanda anani amani nana mana devna, Kirtanir sadahari. And then the last but not least is the wonderful one called Tatenu, no, not the last one. This is just, that was the 1, 2, 3. The third one is Tatenu Kampam Susamikshamano, Bujana Arvitam Twitam Vipakam, Hirva Vapur Hivir Viduhan Namaste, Jiveta Yo Muktipada Sadibadaya Bak. My pronunciation is not the best. And then the one that we learned from very young, Vachavena Madasakona Vegam, Jiva Vegam, and I have to continue to remember these things, but these are the pillar ones that we learn so that we can wrap our lives with it. So you know that particular Vachavena Madasakona Vegam, Jiva Vegam, Udam Basta Vegam, and I can't totally remember it, and I had it in here. And then I lost it. Anyways, those 4 are the strong ones that we can try to really adhere and work on for the goal of our life, which is praying bhakti, Uno Chaujala Ras, Swa Bhakti Shriyam, Srila Gurudev has given this, and before I didn't know anything about this. So to have this and be able to learn more has given me another surge of excitement, of knowing that my life can be fulfilled, and him saying to me directly, you are my daughter. I want you to be intelligent enough to learn my books and distribute my books. So with that in heart, I took it to heart, and we began distributing all over. One time I went to Hawaii, and then I'll cut it short because I know my husband wants to speak. One time I was in Hawaii, myself, Bimala, my daughter, and our very dear friend Jayashri from New Jersey. And we all went to Hawaii, and on our way to the springs, we were thinking, we went to a festival and Gurudev was there. So one day we wanted to check out the springs. So on our way there, I wanted to take a photograph of the ocean. I jumped on some kind of a bar that was near the trees. Then I jumped down, and when I jumped down, my knee gave and I fainted. So I fainted, and my daughter and Bimala and Jayashri was giving me water to wake up. So I get up, I feel a little better. We got in the car, we went to the springs, and who did we park right nearby? Was Srila Gurudev was alone in his car, and he was waiting for Brajanath and Madhava Maharaj, who was still in the water coming out. So we had them to ourselves, which is rare, you know. And so he says, oh, you are my daughters. I want you to be like lionesses. What are you doing here? We said, well, we wanted to go to the springs. Oh, he says, oh, now you can go, which allowed us to know that he blessed the springs before we got there. And I got hurt so that we could see him. So that was really quite awesome. I just have him in my heart always. I know there's so much more I could share about all my experiences, but I want to give some time to my sweet husband. So Vanchakopa Tubis Jaki Pasindu Eva Chapatitanam Pavanavio Vaishnavavio Namo Jai Srila Gurudev.
Guruve go to Chandraya Radhikaya Tadali Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tad Bhaktaya Namo Namaha. Vanchakopa Trubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Eva Cha Patitanam Pavanavio Vaishnavavio Namo Namaha. Bhaktya Vihina Parada Lakshai Shiptashta Kamarita Rangamaji Kripa Maitwam Saranam Prapana Vrindi Numaste Charanara Vrindam. First, I'd like to offer my respectful obeisances to the lotus feet of my spiritual masters, Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada, and also to the lotus feet of my divine Shiksha Guru, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. And I'd like to thank all the devotees who put this together, Yasodhananda and Prabhu, Yasodhadari, and all the other devotees. And I know we have to make it quick, and I'll probably come on one Sunday and speak more. But actually, I first came in contact with Srila Gurudev back in 1978. I had gone to Vrindavan. It was the anniversary, the first anniversary of Prabhupada's Tirobhav Titi in Krishna Balaram Temple. So that was my first impression of Srila Gurudev. I went with some of my godbrothers, and we were pretty well known around ISKCON, one devotee, Vikreshwar Pandit and Shastivar. And we traveled all over to the different places in India. And we gave kirtan, we did kirtan everywhere. And pretty much it was like putting on a performance, because we were known as, you know, kirtaniyas. I was a mridanga player, and the older devotees, they remember these things. So we went to Bombay, to Mayapur, to different places, and pretty much it was ecstatic kirtans. Well, we went in Krishna Balaram Temple, and those devotees that remember Vikreshwar Pandit and the kirtans that he did years ago, it was like at such a high level. But then Gurudev came in, and the first thing I heard from his mouth was Radharani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai. He was on a megaphone. And when he came in, the kirtan went like to a whole nother level. So all of my impressions about Gurudev, I don't remember one word he said speaking about Prabhupada. But the first impression was how great and how much he loved kirtan, because Gurudev was there playing wampas and I was right next to him playing the madanga, and I was jumping and spinning and running around, and Gurudev was just laughing incredibly. And so that impression was there with me for years. And whenever Gurudev, so many times he came to New York, and I never went, but I always had a good feeling because I was such an ass. I work. So in maybe 1998 or so, I have to give thanks to some of the GBC because they came to the temple and they insisted why we shouldn't go see Gurudev. So I was always been kind of rebellious. So as I sat there, I was thinking to myself, I'm going to go see him. I'm going to go because it must be something there. So I didn't go right away. And in 2000, I had a stroke. So I was forced not to go to work so much. So after that, they said, Srila Narayan Maharaj is coming. And one of my godbrothers had given me a book a few years earlier, Going Beyond Vaikuntha. And some of my godbrothers, my friends I've known since we were younger before we joined. I joined at the age of 16. One of my godbrothers, Sanatan Goswami Das Prabhu, his brother Shambhu was 15, and we joined at a very young age, along with one devotee, Shankar Pandit, and his brother, who has passed on, Raghanandana Prabhu. So after reading that book, I was so excited because I used to play Srila Gurudev, Srila Krishnadas Babaji Kirtan tapes, cooking in the temple in 55th Street, cooking in the temple in Brooklyn. We would play all the Gaudiya Math Kirtan tapes. So after I was sick, I was fortunate enough to get a chance to go to Alachua in 2000 and meet with Gurudev. So when he saw me, he said, what is your name? And I told him Bhumipati. And before I could get Das out of my mouth, he said, no, Das. And Gurudev said, no, Bhumipati's not like this. He took his finger. He said, Bhumipati's like this, like this. So I had an opportunity on so many different occasions to meet with Gurudev and speak with him privately. Once Gurudev had done a festival in upstate New York. And when he came back, he went to Vishnu Prabhu, who was living in New Jersey. And so we sat there the whole day, and they invited us. They told us to come in because me and Sahadev was sitting outside. It wasn't a lot of room. So when Gurudev, I had just finished driving Gurudev. I had a big van, custom van. I had driven him up to the program in upstate New York. I think that was 2001, like that. So when Gurudev came out, he said, they were going to put Gurudev in the car and take him. And Gurudev pointed, he said, no, I will go with him. So he came and sat down in the van with me. And I was really, really nervous. I didn't know what to say. I was like, so Gurudev got in, and everyone who's met with Gurudev, you know, Gurudev has an accent. But when Gurudev sat down and talked to me, he didn't have any accent. It's like we were sitting on the stoop somewhere in Brooklyn, just kicking it. And Gurudev just looked over at me. He said, so what do you think? How was my classes? And my mind was completely blown. It was like my head came off and the smoke was coming out of my ears. So I just started talking. And I was reading Bhakti Tattva Vivek. So I started explaining what I understood on page 2 and 3 of Bhakti Tattva Vivek, how misconception is our greatest enemy. And I was explaining. And Gurudev was just smiling from ear to ear. He just couldn't stop smiling. And he put up his hand and he benedicted me. So he said, I want that you should always be like this. So I told him, Srila Narayan Maharaj, I don't know Sanskrit and all of these things. I just understand some of the conceptions that you and Srila Prabhupada give in the Vaishnavas. He said, this is most important. Don't worry for this. You don't have time for that. Just understand. So it helped me over the years, because also when I met with Gurudev once, we were in Houston and Gurudev called, what are you doing? And for years, we'll go back even further. Once Gurudev called on me in Houston, I think it was 2003 or 2004. And for whatever reason, I was in class that day and I don't know why I was so tired. So, you know, if you're sitting in class with Gurudev, you don't want to nod out or anything. So I'm pinching myself, trying to stay awake, you know. And earlier that day, I've been telling everyone about Denu Kashura. I really love Krishna Samhita by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. So I'm explaining Denu Kashura represents gross intelligence and all of the different things. So Gurudev called on me to speak about Agasura. And my mind froze. So as I got up and walked to the front, it was like I was walking the plank. So when I got in the front, I said, Gurudev must be in a comedic mood today because he's called up a clown. And all the devotees laughed, so it helped me to relax. And then Prem Prayojan was sitting in the front, so he helped me go through it. So afterwards, I spoke with Gurudev. I mentioned to Gurudev, I said, Gurudev, there's one verse, Madhya Lila, chapter 25, text 265. Krishna consciousness means understanding Krishna Tattva, Bhakti Tattva, Rasa Tattva, Bhava Tattva, Prema Tattva, and Lila Tattva. I said, Gurudev, I don't know Lila Tattva so well. I said, in fact, I don't know any Tattva so well. Gurudev gave me my service right there. He said, it's okay, but whatever you do know, you should help others. So back then, I had started a phone conference, and I've been doing this conference for like the past 18 years or so. And we started off doing it one night, then we did it 3 nights. Now we do it 5 nights, Monday through Friday. Even I was in the hospital once in intensive care, but the inspiration of Gurudev, I still did the conference in the hospital. So it brings me to this point where Gurudev is explaining so many things, and I've heard devotees speak on so many wonderful tattvas, and our aim and objective is to understand that our ultimate goal is Raj Bhakti or Radha Dasyam. But in actuality, for a lot of the younger devotees and newer devotees, you also have to get some substance, the basic foundation. So Indulekha was explaining about these 4 foundation verses that Srila Gurudev spoke about. I was in Barshana in 2001, and Gurudev was explaining these 4 foundation verses. Vacho Vegam, Manasakroda Vegam, Jiva Vegam, Udarapasta Vegam, Etan Vegam, Yovisha Hetadira, Sarvam Apimam Pritivim Sasishyat. This is the first verse he gave. Then he gave Anyabilasita Sunyam, Jnana Kamari Anavritam, Anakulyena Krishnanushilanam Bhakta Uttama. Then Trinadapi Sunichena, Tarodapi Sahishnuna, Amani Namanadena, Kirtaniya Sadahari. Then Tate Nukampam, Susamikshamano, Bhujana Evat Makrita Vipakam, Ridva Vapubir Vidadam Namaste, Jive Tiyomukti Pade Sadaiva. So this is the foundation. And one other thing I want to mention, how much more time do I have?
You're good for time. You still got about 10 minutes.
Good. So wow. These are some of the points that were stressed. So also as well, going back to my days reading like Nectar Devotion and different books, in the preface of Nectar Devotion, our Srila Prabhupada mentions every service has an attractive feature which drives the servitor progressively on and on. And the impetus for this service is the pleasure we derive from it. So it's natural. The nature of the jiva or the living entity is that he also has this propensity to love and be loved or to have some enjoyment. Our difficulty or our problem is how we go about doing it. So one of the concomitant factors of the jiva is attachment. So I would actually suggest to all the devotees on the line, there's one purport and one verse from 3rd canto, chapter 25, text 20, where it explains that this attachment is natural for the jiva because it's part of his makeup. So we're going to be attached to something. So I was thinking in terms of, we explained in one verse in Bhagavad Gita, we're actually studying Bhagavad Gita on the phone conference, There's one explanation why contemplating the objects of the senses, one develops attachment. From attachment, lust arises. When lust can't be satisfied, anger develops. From anger comes bewilderment of memory, then the intelligence is lost, then one falls down into the material pool. But in the same way, this is from the material point of view, but from the spiritual point of view, that same type of attachment can also be utilized for developing our bhakti. How? If we contemplate the association of Hari, Guru, and Vaishnavas, and we develop that attachment, we take it from material to spiritual. Then by contemplating the objects of the senses like that, the association of Gurudev. What does association mean? In Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu Bindu, in the 11th Anga of Bhakti, Srila Gurudev explains that attachment, association implies attachment. So whatever we're attached to, this is what we're associating with. So by that type of association with Hari, Guru, and Vaishnavas, this gives us the opportunity from that attachment, then that lust. It's not lust then, it develops into love. And from that love, then comes what? Bewilderment of memory. So most of us have actually gone, and our memories have been bewildered because we're so absorbed in worshiping our Gurudev. Who is he? Actually, Gurudev mentions the backbone of bhakti is Guru Nishta. So by that mind becoming completely absorbed in Gurudev, it doesn't require intelligence, because when we go to the higher planes of bhakti, Ruchi Ashakti Bhav, the intelligence is not working. Then ultimately we'll actually come to that platform of obtaining what they call madness in the material world is actually prema in the spiritual world. So this is another angle of vision of understanding these things from the material or the spiritual platform. So it's imperative that a lot of the younger devotees, especially Gurudev, once we were on a walk in Alachua, and I remember he said, devotees were talking about so many different levels of bhakti and bhav bhakti and raganuga bhakti. And Gurudev asked, there's 9 processes of bhakti. He said, does anyone know all the 9 processes and who represents the 9 processes? No one could answer. I think the only one there that really knew, and Gurudev didn't let Prem Prayoja and Madhava Maharaj speak. No one knew it. No one knew it. But these things, Gurudev said, it's very, very important to know this. So if you look in 7th canto, chapter 5, text 23 and 24, our Srila Prabhupada is describing it. Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam, Pada Sevanam, Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam, Sakyam, Atmani Vedanam. So as well, our aim and objective is to obtain Radha Dasyam, but it's not so easy. You have to put in the work. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was speaking to Sanatana Goswami, and Sanatana Goswami mentioned to him, what's more important? What's more prominent? Kripa, mercy, or the endeavor, sadhana? What did Mahaprabhu explain to him? He said, both are important. So we all know, we have all obtained the mercy of our Guru Varga and Srila Gurudev. Am I right or wrong? Shake some heads, yes, no? Okay. So now it's our opportunity to do our part. Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj mentioned, when we come to the process of bhakti, when we get initiated, we're just starting. Initiate means when you just initiate something or you just begin. So now we have to put in the work. We have to put in the work. We have to boil the milk. We have to cook it down. So devotees here who know that have made different milk sweets. I used to cook in Radha Govinda Mandir when we were at 55th Street. I used to make the burfi. So you put the milk in, and the more it cooks down, the more attentive you have to be. You have to be very, very attentive, especially when you put the sugar in. Then if you're not attentive, it will scorch and you'll burn it. So right now, we're all in the process of developing the higher levels of bhakti. So we really have to be attentive to boil the milk and cook it down. So yes, we want to preach and we want to do all these things. But one last story I'll tell. Once I was sitting with Gurudev, we were in Barshana and I was walking. This was about 2001 or 2. in Barshana. And I saw Gurudev just sitting out by himself where he was staying. And Madhava Maharaj came out. So I went over to Gurudev. And I was sitting there with him, me and my daughter. So he talked to us. So at one point, I was involved with one devotee, Uddhava, for a Braj restoration program. So Gurudev looked at me and I said, yes, Gurudev, I'll get the money. And Gurudev looked at me and the look was like, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have said that. And Gurudev chastised me severely. He said, Krishna doesn't need your money. Who do you think you are? And I said, Gurudev, I'm sorry, I apologize. He said, and he just went on for a minute, but then he stopped and he said, look, there were so many people in ISKCON and they gave so much money, but where are they now? And he emphasized this point. He said, yes, you can give something, but don't neglect your bhajan. He said, your bhajan is everything. No money in the world can compensate you. So I know there are a lot of younger devotees, and I'm also still in the point where I'm working, I fix computers and do stuff, but we cannot neglect our bhajan, especially once Gurudev gave a lecture. He said, you should be chanting 64 rounds. He said, if you can't do that, you should do 48. If you can't do that, you should do 32. If you can't do that, you should do 25. And if you can't do 25, you should find any ocean like Pacific or Atlantic Ocean and jump in. So we have to think in terms of increasing our bhajan, increasing our Harinam, increasing the association of advanced devotees. There's one verse in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila, chapter 22, text 71, Srila Prabhupada mentions if a devotee on the intermediate platform doesn't advance himself by associating with first-class devotees, he makes no progress. So we have to remember these things, that we have to seek the association with more advanced devotees in order to enrich and enthuse ourselves. So, and I have like 3 minutes.
So let me introduce.
I'll tell this last story.
Let me say one more thing. So Mahabhagwat, book Bhagwat, you want to hold on to that and don't let go of that so we can learn more from it. Go ahead.
When Gurudev actually gave Indaleka, he gave her Harinam and Diksha at the same time. And I was sitting in the room and I'm sitting there. So Gurudev is describing the Gayatri mantra. So he didn't give her Brahma Gayatri. So I'm listening and he starts looking at me. He says, so do you understand? Then when he got to Guru mantra and Guru Gayatri, he started explaining everything. And he explained to me, your guru's like this. She wears this. This is her color. This is her age. He's telling me all these things. He went through each of the mantras and explained it all to me. And I was completely floored. So a few years afterwards, I had one dream. And in my dream, I would have these dreams of Srila Prabhupada a lot. And Prabhupada would be walking away from me and I would be chasing him. And I would wake up crying. But this time I had the dream. And Prabhupada asked me, what was I doing? So I told him, I'm taking shiksha from Srila Narayan Maharaj. Prabhupada's eyes got like Jagannath's eyes. They were gigantic in the dream. So he said, you've made me so happy. Oh, I'm so happy you're doing this. So then Prabhupada started describing the Gayatri mantra to me. And I woke up crying and Induleka, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? And I'm saying, Prabhupada, come back, come back. So these are some of the things that assured me that I was on the right path. In Alachua in 2002, Srila Gurudev was sitting on the Vyasasan. Now I had been in Prabhupada's classes many times and saw Srila Prabhupada sitting on the Vyasasan. So while we're singing bhajans, I'm there in Alachua. I think we were at Jalakar's house and I'm sitting there and I look up on the Vyasasan. Prabhupada was sitting on the Vyasasan. I know the difference between Prabhupada and Gurudev. And when I looked, it was like a flash. And I jumped. And when I jumped, I didn't want to make a commotion, but in my heart, it said, Guru is one and he comes in infinity of forms to teach you, me, and all others, from Prabhupada's address in 1936. And right then and there, I understood that I was doing the right thing. So I encourage all the devotees to continue on. And I really am thankful that you all gave me an opportunity to share just a small bit. So I had told Yasodananda, and I'll come on maybe one Sunday as well. I have so many other things I would like to share with the devotees. But thank you so much. Vanchakopa Trubhyascha, Kripa Sindhubhyevacha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo, Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.
I just want to sing one thing. Radhe Radhe Radhe, Jai 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 Shri Radhe. Radhe Radhe Radhe, Jai 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 Shri Radhe. Radhe Radhe Radhe, Jai 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 Shri Radhe.
Hari Hari Bol, Dandavats.
Dandavats. All I can say is wow. Your stories, your knowledge, your tattva is wow, just wow. Thank you so much, Didi Prabhu, for sharing your beautiful
Yeah, I see all my old friends. Actually, today I saw Raghunath was on from UK. I used to be in the Philly Temple in 1974 with Raghunath. I got to get his number and get in touch with him. I got to talk to him.
Yeah, I can send it to you, actually. I can send it.
Yeah, you text it to me because you texted me earlier. Thanks.
Amazing.
Thank you so much.
Haribol, thank you so much for that. That was so beautiful. I'm now going to pass it on to the next speaker. The next speaker who we have is also a Prabhupada disciple. And let me just get the information for you guys when he actually met Prabhupada. So he met the devotees in 1968, and he actually took Harinam from Srila Prabhupada in 1971, and then took Diksha the following year in 1972. He then went ahead and took sannyas from Srila Gurudev in 2008, is now known as Sripad Bhaktivedanta Bhagavat Maharaj. And, Maharaj is someone that I hold very close to my heart. The first time I heard him sing, I was just absolutely blown away, and his voice is absolutely incredible, and he's incredible, and he always makes me laugh and smile, but also simultaneously cry as well whenever I hear him speak. So I'm very excited to have him speak and have him share his stories with Srila Gurudev. But I'll pass it over to you, Maharaj.
Hari Bol, Vishnu Priya. Dandavat pranams to all the devotees. Vanchakalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindhu bhayavacha patitanam bhavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo.
Maharaji, you're just a little bit. You sound a little bit distant. Yeah, can you bring the? We can, but it's just a little bit far.
I'll speak louder.
That's better. Thank you.
Yeah, that's okay. I was in Bhumi put me in this kind of meditative mood. I was meditating on Gurudev. And so I opened up a little soft. So I'll go back to my boisterous self. Don't worry, Vishnu Priya. Yashodhari. No, don't worry. So 1 second. I'm on the international phone call here. Thank you. Haribol. So let me just offer my humble obeisances at the lotus feet of my Diksha and Shiksha Guru, his Nitya Lila Pravishtom Vishnu Pada Satara Satasi Simat Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. And then I offer my obeisances unto the lotus feet of my Shiksha and Sannyas Guru, Nitya Lila Pravishtom Vishnu Pada Satara Satasi Simat Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. To Srila Gurudev on his centennial, my most humble obeisances at your lotus feet. I remember reading the letters from Srila Prabhupada to Srila Gurudev. And I remember him, this one particular sentence was very powerful to me. He wrote to Srila Narayan Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada wrote to him and he said, from the first time that I saw you, I had love for you in my heart, the way my Guru Maharaj had love for me when he saw me the first time. Then he said that it was at that meeting with my Guru Maharaj that I first learned the meaning of love. So the relationship between the two of them began with love and was based on love. And anyone who doesn't see or understand that is very unfortunate, because there was no other purpose or any other reason for Srila Gurudev to make the sacrifices that he made in his senior years of life, except out of love for Srila Prabhupada. Because he had that same love for Srila Prabhupada that Prabhupada had for him. Srila Prabhupada also wrote, he said that amongst all the devotees in Gaudiya Math, I think that you are the best Guru Sevak. Notice Srila Prabhupada made a particular description of Srila Narayan Maharaj's bhakti, that he was the best Guru Sevak. He didn't just say best devotee. He said, amongst all the devotees I've seen, you are the best Guru Sevak. Because as we've heard, I'm sure so many times, I haven't been able to listen to every offering, but I've listened to a bunch of them, and I've heard this repeated, and Bhumipati just said it again in his offering, that Guru Nishta is the backbone of bhakti. And Srila Prabhupada was identifying that particular quality, that ornament that decorated Srila Gurudev. You are the best Guru Sevak in Gaudiya Math. Out of all the Gaudiya Maths, how many Maths there were of his different god brothers? And Srila Prabhupada singled him out as the one who was the best Guru Sevak, the one who had the most Guru Nishta. And what Guru Nishta Gurudev had? So powerful, so deep for his Gurudev, both his Diksha Guru and his Shiksha Guru. The power of his devotion to his gurus was the driving force behind all the things that he accomplished in his life. He translated all of these different books into the Hindi language from Bengali on the order of his Gurudev. And then he supervised the translation of those books from Hindi into English or from Bengali into English. He gave so many different lectures in the English language and had those books, lectures made into books and published them. Dedicated to that principle, that very important principle of the mission of distributing the transcendental sound vibration, the transcendental knowledge of the book Bhagavat to the public, the way Srila Prabhupada was dedicated to that. He had that same dedication to publishing the Brihat Madanga, the great books. His conducting the yearly parikrams that he conducted, both in Navadvip and Vrindavan, were a transcendental work of art. How he carried us from one holy place to the other, seeing that we heard all the transcendental pastimes of each one of those places and the importance of those places so that we could associate each one of those impressions on our consciousness when we saw them with the transcendental information about the Leela that took place at those particular places. I remember Srila Bharti Maharaj saying, Parikram is not Parikram unless it is conducted under the guidance of a Pranayi Bhakta. Pranayi means a dear intimate maidservant of Srimati Radhika. Unless the Parikram is conducted under such a personality, you don't really get the benefit of the Parikram. You're just moving about. There's a story about when Srila Saraswati Thakur took out the Parikram in Vrindavan, and Srila Sridhar Maharaj tells the story. He said that one morning, Srila Prabhupada told everybody that he wasn't going to go out on the Parikram that morning. He was going to stay and give a lecture. So Srila Sridhar Maharaj said he went up to Abhay Babu, our Guru Maharaj, our Prabhupada, and he asked him, are you going to stay here and listen to Prabhupada, or are you going to go on Parikram? He said, I'm going to stay here and listen to Prabhupada. He said, what is the use of Parikram without Prabhupada? It's just eye exercise. So it was such a beautiful point. And each one of these Leelas reaffirms what Gurudev taught us about Parikram, how when we go to those holy places and hear the transcendental pastimes that are attached to each holy place and the value, he said, throughout the year, I want you to remember when you're doing your bhajan, when you're chanting your japa, when you're doing, he said, I want you to remember those pastime places and the pastimes at those different places. He said, and you'll be transported there. You'll be transported there. And this will be real bhajan. This will be real bhajan. So Srila Gurudev was always acting out of love. Srila Prabhupada, he brought out that point about his relationship with Srila Gurudev, and Srila Gurudev demonstrated that by the sacrifices he made both for his Diksha Guru and his Shiksha Guru. Srila Gurudev was very elderly when he went to the West to preach in 1996. It was not an easy thing for him to travel for hours and hours all over the world. And when he came to the Western world at the specific time that he arrived, our spiritual life had been thrown into a complete hurricane of confusion. Srila Guru Govinda Maharaj had been coming for about 10 years before that. And for those who were able to surrender to Srila Guru Govinda Maharaj and get within the circle of his association, they were a little bit sheltered from the whirlwind. They were a little bit sheltered from the hurricane, from the storm that struck our devotional processes due to so many misunderstandings about what was the process of bhakti. So when Srila Gurudev came, he cast this big light, this brilliant, effulgent light on Srila Prabhupada's teachings. It's not that anything he said was different from what Srila Prabhupada said. It's not that anything he said was something that Prabhupada hadn't already said before. But he said it in such a way and gave us details that illuminated what was already present in Prabhupada's books. I remember reading Prabhupada's books more earnestly again after starting to associate with Gurudev, and I had read them all. I had read them when I was living with Srila Guru Govinda Maharaj. And now I'm reading them again and I'm like, oh my God, where did this come from? Where did this concept come from? Where did this idea come from? Because once I had associated again with another pure devotee of his stature, everything was opened up. The vista of transcendental knowledge opened in such a way that it became impossible to miss even the finest details that Srila Prabhupada was presenting in a sentence here or a sentence there in the purport, or even in a single word. How Srila Prabhupada in the first canto, first chapter, 6th verse in the purport says, hearing and explaining the revealed scriptures is more important than reading them. One can assimilate the knowledge of the revealed scriptures only by hearing and explaining. And so I looked at that word assimilate. Why did Prabhupada use that word assimilate? Why did he use that particular word, assimilate? Why didn't he say realize or understand or comprehend, or why assimilate? So I looked up assimilation. What is the real meaning of assimilation in the dictionary? And the meaning of assimilation in the dictionary is to transform food into living tissue. And so then I was understanding that based on that verse in the Srimad Bhagavatam, the 3rd canto, 25th chapter, there's 2 verses, the 25th verse and the 33rd verse. And the 33rd verse says that the process of bhakti dissolves the subtle body. So I started to understand that as we assimilate transcendental knowledge by hearing in the association of the sadhu, as we assimilate that knowledge, the subtle body dissolves and the soul manifests. And so it transforms the transcendental sound. The transcendental sound from food into living tissue, into the soul, into the spiritual personality. And I was realizing how Prabhupada was looking so deep into the conception of the transformation of transcendental sound vibration in the consciousness of the living entity and what was actually going on, that he chose this particular word, assimilation. But I had never noticed it before until I associated with Srila Gurudev. He was the one who helped cast this light on this word, on this sentence, on this conception. He illuminated Srila Prabhupada's purports because of the brilliance of his deep, loving association. So beautiful. And so this is what we are so fortunate to have received in our lives, associating with the ideal Guru Sevak amongst all the devotees in Gaudiya Math. You are the best Guru Sevak, Srila Prabhupada said. Seeing this firsthand, experiencing this firsthand, and realizing how dedicated Srila Gurudev was to this conception of serving the Gurus, serving the Vaishnavas with the proper consciousness. What is that proper consciousness? The consciousness is to never look at the faults of others and to only look at their good qualities, to never criticize. This is something for me personally that I have to work so hard on in my life, because I have a tendency to have a very critical eye. But at the same time, Srila Gurudev, he used to work on us individually to try and bring us to the platform of love, to bring us to the platform of a loving relationship with each and every Vaishnava, to get us away from our narcissistic tendencies and to get us away from our desires for material name, fame, power, comfort, etc., etc., etc. To get us away from the anarthas, lust, anger, greed, envy, etc. Srila Gurudev was so expert at it. And everything he did was with love. Even when he did the most serious surgery on us, I call it surgery, where he was cutting out an anartha with either sharp words or placing us in a difficult predicament. He did this to me right from the beginning. As soon as he got me a little close, as soon as he got me a little comfortable, he started right in. He didn't wait. I was with Gurudev seriously for about 2 or 3 months, and I went to visit him in South Florida, and I went into the room. He was sitting in the living room, and I went into the living room to see him. Actually, no, this was Houston, not Florida. So I went into the living room to see him, and he's sitting on this big couch, and there's about 50 or 60 devotees sitting on the floor in the room, and they're all sitting in front of Gurudev, and they all look at me as I walk in, and Gurudev turns and he says, "Oh, you've come." He said, "Come over here." He said, "Come sit on the couch next to me." I said, "Gurudev, I can't do that. You're sitting here giving darshan to everybody. How can I?" No, it's fine. I want you to sit right here on the couch next to me. And when he said that, I had a feeling I was in for something. So I get in there and I'm sitting down on the couch next to him. And he's talking about trying to remove our anarthas. And he turns to me and he said, I want to know something from you. I want to ask you a question. Can you answer me? So I said, all right, Srila Gurudev. He said, if a beautiful woman came in this room now completely naked, what would you do? And I looked at him and I went, I couldn't even talk. I was stunned. And he said, I know what you would do. You would have sex with her. I was like, Gurudev. He wanted to embarrass me. He wanted to embarrass me in front of everyone to remove my lust. He wanted to take it out of my heart. And so he did it by embarrassing me in front of everyone so that I would understand what an ugly, dirty thing lust was. So that I understand what a beautiful thing love was. It was such a powerful, powerful experience for me. Right from the beginning, when I surrendered to him, as soon as he knew he had me, he took out the knife and he started cutting, taking away the anarthas little by little. So powerful, so powerful. But he was taking out the dirt and replacing it with love. He was showing us these things are ugly that you're holding on to. This lust, this anger, this greed, this envy, this pride. These are all very dirty things that you're hanging on to. You're so attached to them. Take them out. I'm going to take them out. If you're not willing to begin taking them out, I'll cut them out. I'll cut them out. And in that hole that I make when I cut it out, I'm going to put love in there. I'm going to put bhakti in there. I'm going to replace the dirty things with pure things. So this is a very amazing thing about Gurudev, that he was able to give us love by extracting and taking out and by operating on us and taking out all those dirty things from our heart and replacing it with love, loving exchanges, love between him and us, between us and our Guru Maharaj, between us and Krishna and Radharani. He was able to do this in a very special way, in a very deep and intimate way that we never had the opportunity as a bunch of young street ruffians living with Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada didn't have the opportunity to individually work on each of us like this. And so Srila Gurudev took what he received and helped to finish cleaning our hearts. And there's so much more cleaning to do. But the beauty of listening to everyone's heartfelt pushpanjalis these past few days has been amazing. It's been absolutely wonderful that I've been able to see the sincere love and devotion of Srila Gurudev in each and one of the disciples of Srila Gurudev as they are expressing their heartfelt Pushpanjali about Srila Gurudev. And so this reminded me of something that I had realized when I first started preaching as a sannyasi, that we have to see our guru in our God brothers and God sisters. That our Guru Maharaj comes to teach us lessons in our God brothers and God sisters. You know, that story about Bhaktisiddhanta when he used to walk, Srila Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada used to walk with his disciples in the morning, and this old man in the village used to yell at him, "You big beast, you're going on and on and on and on. What do you think you are, a big egotist walking with all your disciples?" And the disciples wanted to kill the man the way he was criticizing Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada. And Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada forbid them. Don't even say anything to him. Leave him alone. And so after some time, the old man died. And when he died, they went to see Srila Saraswati Thakur and tell him, they were all his disciples were excited. He said, "That old man who used to criticize you, he died." And Saraswati Thakur began weeping. He said, "He was my Shiksha Guru. Who's going to teach me about humility now? There's no one to teach me about humility now." He saw that man as his guru. And I've been listening to all the beautiful Pushpanjalis of all the wonderful devotees. Bhumipati just spoke so beautifully, and Udara spoke beautifully this morning, and other people that I've been hearing spoke so wonderful. And Yashodhari and Vishnu Priya have been managing and organizing this with such sincerity and devotion and such love. And Yasoda Nandan has been amazing, absolutely amazing. It's just been a wonderful, wonderful experience. And what I'm seeing everywhere is Gurudev's love. And how he's arranged to bring all of us together. And at this particular time, the centennial is being held. There's a very amazing astrological constellation called the Yuga Yoga, which appears like once every 800 years. And it's a special constellation in which a lot of spiritual powers can be developed, and at the same time, there's a lot of ominous evil omens. It's a combination of the best and the worst. And that's what the material world, living in this material world, trying to perform bhakti is about, making a choice between the material and the spiritual. Prabhupada used to say, is either you choose Maya or you choose Krishna. And during this Yuga Yoga, we're choosing Guru. We're choosing Guru, we're choosing Krishna, we're choosing the best, and we're leaving aside the worst. And we're so fortunate to have that. And that was all given to us by our Gurudev. He gave us that ability to see that, to separate the wheat from the chaff. So I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to say a few words in glorification of Srila Gurudev. And thank you very much for all of your heartfelt Pushpanjalis. Please continue, because my hearing them has been like my food for the past few days and has been purifying my heart to hear everyone's love for Srila Gurudev. Thank you so much. Vanchakalpa Tarubhyas Kripa Sindhu Bhaeva Cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.
Wow. Maharaj, I don't think I can thank you enough for, such beautiful, beautiful words. And I know I've said this quite a lot recently, but that really, really did touch my heart. And I mean, every single time I hear you speak, you always really do touch my heart, and you always, something goes into my head and something goes into my heart, and I feel that energy for the rest of the week, and it really does impact me. So thank you so much for that, Maharaj. I think everyone else feels the same right now as well, and it's just like, wow. But yeah, Dandavat Pranam, Maharaj. Thank you.
If I've offended anybody here, please forgive me for my offenses. Dandavat Pranam.
Amazing. Okay, I think
Gurudev ki jai.
Jai.
Gurudev ki jai. Gurudev Centennial ki jai.
Jai, amazing. I think that brings me to the end of my section. Everyone's probably tired of seeing my face and hearing my voice. I'm actually gonna go pass it over to my god cousin, Tarun Krishna Prabhu. Tarun, take it away. It's all yours.
Well, yes, go get some rest, Vishnu Priya. You'll be up early tomorrow, I'm sure, for your next slot. I just wanted to say, Shodananda Prabhu made us print out all of these signs to give warnings to the speakers, saying 2 minutes, 3 minutes. But for Maharaj, we should have printed an extra sign that said, please keep going. Because every time we hear you, it's always so inspiring. I'm just really grateful. I'm grateful for so many, if I just had, I've heard so many Vaishnavas glorify Srila Gurudev. If I just had one of you in my life, even one, I would be so fortunate. But that I have so many is a blessing that I cannot conceive. So I'm just so grateful. And to hear even more devotees, many devotees who I've of course never met before, to hear them speak glorification is so inspiring. So next, we're staying in the US. We're going to Seattle, and we're going to hear from Shriman Janardhan Prabhu, who met Gurudev in New Braj in 2007 and took Diksha a year later. And I'm very excited to hear from him and to hear his glorification. If I can find. Here we
Who's
go.
there?
Can you hear me? You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Janardhan Prabhu, can you come a bit closer? Because you sound a bit distant. Sorry.
I can use the microphone. Can you hear me okay?
That's perfect.
It works?
Okay.
I just, I've never spoken like this before, so I'm a little nervous, a little shaky. First, I wanted to say thank you to the 55-hour Zoomathon team, Yashodanandan Prabhu, Tarun Krishna Prabhu, Yashodhari Didi, and Vishnu Priya Didi. I'm really thankful for this. This has really helped me to connect to Gurudev again. It's almost like I'm getting darshan of Gurudev again by hearing from all those that are near to him. Also, I'm reminded of one verse that's in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Let me just read it. It's by Krishnadas Kaviraj. He says, "Let me repeatedly offer my respectful obeisances unto the bee-like devotees who always taste the honey of the lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. If even a doggish non-devotee somehow takes shelter of such devotees, he enjoys the aroma of the lotus flower." So I'm reminded of this verse as I've been listening, because I'm very much a doggish non-devotee, and all these bee-like devotees and followers of Srila Gurudev have really helped me really become humble again and reconnect to Gurudev. So, Gurave Gaurachandraya Radhikaya Tadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tad Bhaktaya Namo Namaha. Agyanatimiandasa Jananjana Salakaya Chaksu Manitanyena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namo Vishnu Padaya Radhakaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayaniti Namane. Vancha Kopatubhascha Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patinam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. First of all, I offer my Dandavat Pranams millions and millions of times into the dust of the lotus feet of my beloved Diksha Gurudev, Nichalita Pravishta Om Vishnu Pada Sutatara Sata Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. And the same millions of Dandavat Pranams unto the dust of the lotus feet of Nichalita Pravishta Om Vishnu Pada Sutatara Sata Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Swami Prabhupada, who delivered the Western world. Next, I offer my millions and millions of Dandavat Pranams again and again unto the dust of the lotus feet of all my entire Rupanuga Guru Varga, and to all the Vaishnavas that have ever been in the past, to the Vaishnavas that are present here now and that ever will be, and all the wonderful Vaishnavas assembled here on this wonderful 55-hour Zoomathon, and all the sannyasis and senior devotees, please have mercy on me and allow me to speak something. I wrote everything down because I'm so nervous. So as I've been listening to all the glorifications and remembrances of Gurudev, I was reminded of, in the Ramayana, there was one squirrel that was trying to help build the bridge to Lanka. And I just feel that sorry. I'm just really nervous. So I feel
You're doing
that
really well. You're doing
Thanks.
really well.
Thanks. I just feel like so many of these devotees that are making offerings, they're like Hanuman and other devotees. I even have written down here, don't cry, but it's not working. I broke my own promise. So, so many devotees are making so many nice offerings like Hanuman, and they have so much devotion for Gurudev. And I don't have anything. But I feel like if I can just do my best, just something small, that will make Gurudev happy. All right, so let's try to go to the next page. Can't do that one. Okay, so I'll just do with some remembrance, because I think if I think of myself, I'll be more prideful and more stable somehow. So I joined ISKCON in 2007. I think I met the devotees here in Seattle. They had one. They had this one My Sweet Lord Cafe, and they do some preaching there. And I think I was just kind of living like a hippie, hanging out with different people and not hanging out with my family so much. And there was one cafe, My Sweet Lord, and they have a little Gopal deity, and they had a beautiful picture of Prabhupada, and they'd serve prasadam every day, or I think every night, maybe every other night. I'm not sure exactly. I can't remember. So I remember going there a bunch of times, and I didn't know anything about Krishna consciousness. And I met one devotee, what was her name? Radhika, I think. She's a Prabhupada disciple that used to wear saffron. I think she went to Gurudev a few times. But she tricked me by engaging me in service, because I went there to get a Bhagavad Gita, and then she gave me a Bhagavad Gita. I gave a donation, and then as I was leaving, she handed me the trash, and she said, "Take this," and then slammed the door. So she tricked me, engaging me in service of the deity there. So, oh, but okay. So I'm remembering. I found this book, the Nectar of Instruction, and I was just looking through the pictures. I really like pictures. I feel like they go a little more deeper into my consciousness because I'm not so learned person. I didn't learn to read until I was much older. But I was looking at this picture, and there was a picture of that picture of Rupa Goswami where he's writing, and Radharani is, I think, bringing him some kheer or dal or something, because he wasn't eating, he's just doing seva. And I saw this picture and I said, whoa, he looks so happy. He's so renounced and simple. And I want to be like him. When I had no conception, I had no idea what I was doing, but I think that there was some desire there that kind of took me along this path into Gurudev. So it's just, like they say that if we just see one word, then it makes an impression. But those pictures, they've made a big impression in my life. And it's kind of one funny thing. All my favorite pictures, I found out later that Shamarani Didi painted all those ones. So I feel like I had this deep connection with Shamarani Didi, and I just didn't even realize. So I was in ISKCON in the Bhakta program they have there at LA ISKCON. It's really nice, actually. But I think actually Prabhupada and Gurudev sent me there to collect all the dust from all his followers that lived there, like Kishore Mahan, Sudevi. I can't remember anyone else. I watched Kishore Mahan and Sudevi's class in the morning, so they're fresh in my mind. But I think I got their mercy too to come to Gurudev. So then I went to the Berkeley ISKCON temple, and that was really nice. And I met one devotee named Radharaman Prabhu. I think he's a brahmachari in Vrindavan now, but he took me up to Badger. But so when I got to Badger, I didn't really know anything, and I was kind of like unstable, because without receiving Harinam and Diksha, it's really hard to stay stable in bhakti. It's like almost impossible because you need that connection, that divine connection. So when I got up to Badger, I was just kind of taken in the festival. Beautiful festival. I don't know if everyone's gone there. It's really so inspiring. But I shouldn't say Badger, I'll get in trouble. It's New Brudge. New Brudge. I think it was actually Bhagavat Maharaj who took me into Gurudev to get Harinam. I think I'm remembering that correctly. But so I went in to get Harinam. I didn't really know anything. I was chanting and, following the 4 great principles the best I could. And I remember the first thing I met, the most important thing, sorry. So I get up to New Brudge, and who was it? Was it Isha Prabhu? I think it was Isha Prabhu. He was asking if someone could guard the bathroom door while Gurudev took bath. And I was just like, I'll do it. And I'm a big guy. I'm like 6'4", and I was just in his face. And he's like, yeah, okay, come on in. And so I was just sitting there chanting. It was funny. I had white cloth and a saffron japa bag, which is the opposite of what we're supposed to have. And so I'm sitting there on the ground, and mind you, I have no idea what Gurudev looks like. I've never seen him. So I kind of volunteered for this service, but I didn't even know what he looked like. So I'm sitting there chanting japa, and this Indian man comes out in a gamsha, and I look over and I look back, and I went, oh my God, that's Gurudev. And I looked back and I just bowed. And I looked up, and Gurudev just raised one eyebrow and just like looked at me, and then just churned and went into the bathroom and shut the door. And I just jumped up and just stood in front of the bathroom door like this. And I was like, I don't know what's happening. So the first time I met Guru, I didn't know who he was. I was just in the hallway, in that, that hallway in New Brudge. I was just there, just like this. And then the door opened behind me, and I just got out of the way, and Gurudev just churned and went into the room. And he didn't look at me, he just churned and went and looked in the room. And I didn't know what to do. And then Madhav Maharaj comes out in the gamsha. And then he just goes into the bathroom. It's like, okay, I'll guard the door again. And so I was just sitting there guarding the door, and then Mata Maharaj comes out and leaves, and then the door's open and it's over. And I was like, oh, I think the bath water is really important. And so I ran and grabbed a cup, and I ran into the bathroom and filled up a cup. And then I went outside and just started, and people started running up to me pointing, what is that? What is that? And I was like, oh, and people just started doing this, and I started pouring it in people's hands. And then I saved some for myself, and I said, no, I can't give this to myself. I had to give it to Radha Raman Prabhu because he brought me up here. So I went and found him, and he just opened his mouth, and I just poured it in. And then I was just like, whoa, is that my first meeting with Gurudev? Like, still today, it confuses me so much. But yeah, so then was it the next day? It might've been the next day, Bhagavat Maharaj took me to get Harinam. And we were all in there, I forget. I know there was one lady in a neck brace, and she was in a chair, and I think there was a car accident like the day before or something. And so I remember, I have vivid memory of her just in this neck brace getting Harinam. But I'm standing there, I don't really know what to do. And Gurudev just looks at me, says, come closer. And I have that written down that, like, because I was thinking about that yesterday, and it's so deep that just saying, come closer. And I feel like my whole life, ever since that moment, I'm just slowly trying to get closer to Gurudev. But, okay, so let's see what else, some more memories. Oh yeah, so this one's kind of funny. I don't know if you all know Pran Govinda Prabhu. He's a brahmachari. He's very eccentric, I think. So I lived with him in Houston with Bhagavat Maharaj, Abhiram Prabhu, and Madhukar. We lived there in a little apartment in Houston. And so I think it was 2008 or 2009, we're on a morning walk, and Jiva Pavan Prabhu says, yes, come closer. I'm trying, give me a mercy. So we're on a morning walk, 2008 or 2009. It might've been at Vishnu Prabhu's house or Vimala Didi's house. But we went for this walk, and Gurudev's sitting on this bench, and everyone's there. And the bench is like here, and then everyone's like this, and I'm kind of like here, just like sitting. I don't even remember what I was thinking about, but Gurudev's giving Hari Katha, and I'm just sitting there, and then he just sighs and goes, goes like this, and just looks straight at me. And then he goes back to speaking Hari Katha. And I was just like, what happened? And Pran Govinda was like, you got the merciful glance, Prabhu. And I was like, oh, okay. But it's funny because there must have been a reason he sighed and looked at me. I must have been thinking about something that was bogus. And so he had to just kind of, I don't really remember. So let's see. What's another one? Oh, okay. So it was again in Houston, maybe 2009. I remember I'd taken Diksha already. And I think I was going to take saffron. And I remember Rajanath Prabhu's wife came up to me and was like, I've been wondering when you're going to take saffron. And I was like, I've only talked to her once, and I was very confused. I was like, oh, that's interesting. And so I take the saffron with some devotees, and we went up to where Gurudev was, and he was just sitting in his bed. And he looked at me, and he told Vishnu Maharaj, I forget his name before he was Maharaj. I think it's anyway, I can't remember. And so he told him to take the saffron and give it to the Guru Parampara down in the altar room. And so he did that and came back. And then Gurudev gave it to me, and he said, be very careful with ladies. I remember that. And that's very difficult. Yeah, Jiva Priya Prabhu, or Jiva Priya Prabhu. But it, not so important that what was the thing that struck me in that whole interaction was someone brought Gurudev's lunch prasadam in, and they put it on this tray in front of him, and Gurudev he said some prayer, and he folded his hands, and he just started taking prasadam, and it was just like everything in the whole world just disappeared, and he was just completely focused on taking prasadam. And it was like, I've never seen absorption like it's just, and he was just gone. Well, not gone, but you know what I mean? Like and then I think Mata Maharaj or someone just took me out of the room. But it was just like, I was not qualified, still I'm not qualified, to even understand what was happening, having association with Gurudev. And only now that I'm hearing more and I'm remembering things that these, it's like I'm so fortunate. I don't even know how, because I don't do anything that good. I don't have Shastric knowledge. 3 minutes, okay. I just wanted to read a question I asked Gurudev in this book. Also, these books are so wonderful. A little commercial break, if everyone try to get these. Okay, so this is actually, okay, this is important. So Bhagavat Maharaj introduced me to Gurudev, and Gurudev said, can he preach? And Bhagavat Maharaj said, yes, he's doing well. And Gurudev said, how many rounds does he chant? And Bhagavat Maharaj says, 16 rounds every day. And then Gurudev says, not more than that? And then I remember this, Gurudev said, don't make a vow to only chant 16 rounds. And then everyone in the morning walk was laughing so much. And I was a little bit like, oh, why is he saying that? But later people were telling me the ISKCON, and people were like, oh, I'm only going to chant 16 rounds, no more, no less. And so he told me here to gradually increase and to become fixed by Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam. So let's see, I have some other, I'm actually in this book a lot. It's nice. I can just, some people are, oh, what did Gurudev tell me? I have a whole book. I just go back and don't have to remember anything. So thank you, Shamarani Didi and her team for doing this. I remembered, I asked Gurudev, how do I always remain humble? And Gurudev says, we remain humble by remembering the instructions of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Trinadapi Sunechana Tarapi Sahisana Amanaya Banena Kirtaniya Sadahari. One should chant the holy name of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than the straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree and devoid of all sense of false prestige, and ready to offer all respect to others. In such a state of mind, one can easily chant the holy name of the Lord constantly. I think there's another one in here. Oh yes, this is nice. I still think about this, and I think some other devotees may also not know the order of books to read. So I said, Gurudev, in Alachua you told me to read your books. What book should I start with? And Gurudev said, first read Jaiva Dharma, then Bhagavad Gita with the commentary of Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. Then you can gradually read the Srimad Bhagavatam and Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. There are also other foundational books by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Bhakti Tattva Vivek, Sri Shikshastakam, and Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur's Madhurya Kandambini. So I just wanted to share those memories with Gurudev. How much time do I have? 1 minute, 2 minutes? He's 1 minute, okay. So I'll read this. I have this highlighted. I don't know if anyone has this book still. I think it's out of print, but this book is really amazing. There's a lot of, it's nice because they have the slokas and then what Gurudev has said about each sloka. It's really nice. So this is after the Jai Dwani. It says here, O Gurudev, may you now be victorious over my mind and my heart and everything in relation to my existence. Please make me your dependent servant. Consider me a speck of dust at your lotus feet and let your feet become my only treasure and exclusive aspiration. So I would really like to have that. So if the Vaishnavas could bless me. Also, please bless me with a Guru Nishta, pure bhakti, Radha Dashyam, and make me qualified to preach and serve the Vaishnavas. Time over?
Yeah.
Okay. Panchakalpatubhascha kripa sindhubhyevacha patitam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Thank you so much for letting me have this opportunity to glorify my Gurudev. A couple Prabhus back said that this is the duty of a disciple. So finally, I did one thing that a disciple is supposed to do. I feel very happy. Hopefully, I can keep engaging in service. Maybe we can do this all year for 1 year, just Zoom call, continuous 1 year, and then we can all be very happy. Okay, Hare Krishna.
Yeah,
Thank
can
you so
be
much.
one of the hosts.
No problem. I got no job, no problem.
Okay, send us your number. We're gonna sort something out.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Oh, I feel so reluctant to have to make yeah, the devotees finished speaking. One thing that you said was that you promised not to cry, but actually, I remember one Vaishnava saying that Srila Gurudev said that we must laugh and cry every day, and I laughed and cried, I think quite a few times just in your offering. I think I could speak on behalf of quite a few of us when I say that. So thank you so much for your really sincere, heartfelt offering. And yeah, this book as well, Walking with a Saint, is amazing. Well, it's a series of books. Shrimati Shamarani Didi said it's good for people with ADHD, and I'm officially
really
diagnosed. So, so yeah, it just reminds me like I need to read this book every day. That's what I should do. Anyway, thank you so much, and please talk to Yashodhari. Come on the Sunday glorifications and come speak a longer glorification. Would really be an honor to hear you speak.
I have one prayer I wrote, but no time. So,
well, if you're on later and we have a spare minute, I'm gonna get you on. Okay. But anyway,
you're all the qualities of Vaishnavas is to be very nice and praise others. So this is what you're all doing to me.
Anyway, thank you so much, Prabhu. Really grateful. We are going over to Manjari Didi. And I don't know where she's from, but I can say that not only is she a kirtanir, but she's also a beautiful painter and has helped with so many paintings for Srila Gurudev. And most importantly, I've heard, she's from New York, and most importantly, she's a darling daughter of Srila Gurudev, which makes you my dear auntie as well. So you're going to be singing some kirtan, and I don't know what kirtan you're singing, but can you, I guess you'll let us know. Hari Bol, okay.
Can you hear me?
Hari Bol. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Jai. Dandavat Pranam, dear devotees, Hari Bol. Incredible to be with you all day, all night, continuously. Inspirational. So first, Prabhu, can you check the sound to see it's okay? I'll just test the music. I'm sorry. So I'll just test 1 second with voice and tell me if it's okay or if the drum is too loud. Guru Deva Jai Guru Deva. Nityalila Pravishtam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Shtotra Satya Shri Srimad Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Nityalila Pravishtam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Shtotra Satya Shri Srimad Srila Bhaktivedanta Vaman Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai. Guru Parampara Ki Jai. Vaishnavrinda Ki Jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande. Hari Hari Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Vandamoi Savadha Mate Vandamoi Savadha Jahara Prasade Bhai E Bhavatar Krishna Prapti Hoi Jai Hoi De Krishna Prapti Hoi Jai Hoi De Krishna Prapti Hoi Jai Hoi De Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chite Te Koriya Kya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chite Te Koriya Kya Arna Kori Ho Mane Asha Arna Kori Ho Asha Arna Kori Ho Asha Shri Guru Charane Tati Aise Uttama Gati Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Jai Prasade Pure Sarva Asha Jai Prasade Pure Sarva Asha Jai Prasade Pure Sarva Asha Chakshudan Diloje Janme Janme Prabhu Se Chakshudan Diloje Janme Janme Prabhu Se Gyan Hriday Prakashito Gyan Hriday Prakashito Divya Gyan Hriday Prakashito Prema Bhakti Chahate Avidya Vinashayate Prema Bhakti Chahate Avidya Vinashayate Chahaya Charito Vedekare Chahaya Charito Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhamaja
Gurudev, 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 Jai Gurudev. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Jalaram Bandhu Lokanath Lokera Jivana Lokanath Lokera Jivana Prabhu Bharataya Deho Mare Padachaya Ha ha Prabhu Bharataya Deho Mare Padachaya Prabhu Koradaya Deha Mare Padachaya Dua Pade Nainu Sharana Dua Pade Nainu Sharana Jai Gurudeva, Jai Gurudeva, Gurudeva, Jaya Gurudeva, Gurudeva, Jai Gurudeva, Jai Gurudeva, Jai Gurudeva, Jai 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 Gurudev, Jai Gurudev, Jai Jai Gurudev, Jai Gurudev, Jai Gurudev, Jai Gurudev, Jai Gurudev, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Gurudev, Jai Gurudev, Jai Gurudev, Jai Gurudev, Kripa Koro Gurudeva, Ebar More Daya Koro Gurudeva, Aparadha Puchaiya Gurudeva, Aparadha Puchaiya Gurudeva, Krishna Name Ruchi Diya, Ebar Amar Gurudaya. Krishna Name Ruchi Diya, Evaramai Varadaya, Krishna name ruchi diya ebaramay korodaya Gurudeva 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 Jai Gurudeva Gurudev 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 Jai Gurudev Jai Prabhupada 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 Jai Prabhupada Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Bhajami Radham Aravindanetram Smarami Radham Madhurasmitasyam Vadami Radham Karunavaradam Tatohamanaste Gatirnakami Tavaivasmi Tavaivasmi Najivami Tvaya Vina Iti Vikyaya Radhe Tvam Nayamam Charanatike Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripasindhabheva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol Srila Gurudev Ki Jai Tadiya Avirbhav Titi Mahamahotsav Ki Jai Jai Radhe.
I'm just going to step in before Tarun gets a chance, Didi. But Manjari Didi, as always, every time I listen to your kirtan, it's like it takes you back to that moment where you're sitting in this massive crowd and you're hearing kirtan and Srila Gurudev sitting on that vyastan. And so every time I listen to you, I remember Srila Gurudev automatically. So I'm feeling very, very fortunate. And it felt like you took me back to a massive hall in America somewhere and Gurudev sitting on a vyastan and we're just all singing kirtan together. So I'm feeling really fortunate. I'm so glad that you said yes to coming and joining and singing for us, and hopefully we'll get you to speak as well soon. So thank you so much, Didi.
Hari Bol, I just want to read one comment that Sriman Jiva Pavan Prabhu wrote. It's also obviously a very sweet devotee. He said, "This is the first offering where I just closed my eyes and let the sound vibration just sink in." It was just really like that. It was just like purifying, but so sweet. So yeah, thank you so much. Shadari sent me a message during saying I had to persuade her to sing, and I'm really grateful that Yash has such good powers of persuasion. She's a very hard person to say no to, and she clearly managed to persuade you, and I'm really grateful, and I'm sure we're all very grateful. We are now going away from the States to the Gold Coast of Australia, and we are going to hear from Srimati Damodar Priya Didi, who met Gurudev all the way back in 1997, which is incidentally the year I was born, and took Diksha in 1999. I'm sure she has so much to share. And if I can just find her and unmute her, there we go. Hari Bol.
Hari Bol, can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Fantastic. So before I say anything, please allow me to offer my unlimited Dandavat pranams at the lotus feet of my beloved Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta, Srila Narayan Maharaj, and to all our Guru Vaga and all devotees present here today. And in particular, I just wanted to thank so much the organizers who put this together. I think Srila Bhaktivedanta Nemi Maharaj this morning mentioned that he thought it would be good, but he didn't know it would be this good. And it really is just wonderful. And just to echo the sentiments again of Yasoda Dari Dasi, it really, the whole thing is taking you back to those big halls where there'd be moments of freneticness, and then we would come together and we would hear the kirtan, and it would be this soothing balm, and it's just wonderful. So thank you so much. And also to my dear darling god sister Chandramukhi Dasi, who organised the Australian speakers and who tolerated me having to change times a few times. So thank you everybody. We have 15 minutes allocated to us, so I thought perhaps I might try and divide that loosely into 3 5-minute segments. The first part, I'll just speak a little about how I met Srila Gurudev, not so that I'm talking about myself, but just because I personally find listening to the personal stories of the devotees so sweet. And actually I was just texting with my mother, Malati Dasi, and she was saying Gurudev was so radical and inclusive. And it's so true. There are so many extraordinary devotees and so diverse, and so many senior devotees in our Sangha. We're really so lucky to be part of this community. So share a few brief stories. And then secondly, just reflect on some of Srila Gurudev's essential teachings. And then finally, in closing, I was going through some old letters. Yes, back when you were born, Prabhu, in 97 and 98, I used to write Srila Gurudev handwritten letters. And I have kept some of the replies I got, and it's got ballpoint signatures from Srila Gurudev. So I thought maybe direct from the mouth of the pure devotee is a good way to finish. So I'll get on with it so as to not take up too much time. So as you mentioned, I first met Srila Gurudev in 1997. I was just in secondary school at the time. My parents met the devotees when I was about 10 years old. I really owe them my Dandavat pranams to my mother Malati Dasi and my stepfather Balaram Das, who's no longer physically present, but actually I don't know that I would have had the good sense to come to devotional life without them. So I'm very grateful. And I met Srila Gurudev in Wollongbar. I was just this 17-year-old girl who rocked up to take prasadam. And then next minute before us is this Mahabhagavat who went, right, there's your heart. I'm taking your heart and I'm putting it in my pocket, and that was it. We know that Gurudev made this promise to so many of us that in some ways we had no choice. It was wonderful. And in those days, Srila Gurudev would stay at this property out in Ukai, Chandramukhi's property. And we know that whenever he would leave and come and go, we would sing Govinda, Damodar, Madhavete, and we would all cry so much. It was such a wonderful time. I was only able to attend Parikaram once in Vrindavan and once in Navadvip, but both of those times I got to have a personal darshan with Srila Gurudev. And all of you would be familiar with the analogy he used to make between a donkey and us. So the donkey, when the field is very full, thinks it's eaten, but when the field is empty, it thinks it needs to eat more, right? Or the other way around. So our tendency to want to enjoy the material world, we're a bit foolish, like a donkey. And I was feeling very foolish. So I said to him, it was just Srila Gurudev, myself, and I think Vrindavan Vilasini, that's it. And I said, Srila Gurudev, he's, I'm so happy to see you. And I said, oh, Srila Gurudev, but I'm such a donkey. And he says, yes, but I'm very happy to have a donkey like you. And such is the mercy of the Mahabhagavat, that there's even space in our Sangha for donkeys. So it's wonderful. I'm very merciful. And then one other nice memory I will share is that once Gurudev was transiting Sydney, which is a large city in Australia, but not staying. He was only there for 3 hours. And I happened to be in Sydney at the time with my grandmother, who was probably in her 80s at the time. And I made her drive me to the airport, my sister and I, to the airport to try and catch Gurudev in the departure lounge for like 14 minutes or something. And we got there and there was nobody there except Srila Madhav Maharaj who is now Srila Damodar Maharaj. And he said to my grandmother, oh, please take a seat next to me. And he chased off the sannyasis and the brahmacharis, and she sat right next to him. And they had a chat and what have you. And then after that, her heart was so touched that she decided that he was like St. Peter. And she kept a photo of Srila Gurudev in her house right until the moment she left her body and offered it flowers. So she wasn't formally a devotee as such, but such was Srila Gurudev's magnificence that everybody was included. And he used to say to me, I'm always remembering your grandmother. And then my other little leela with Srila Gurudev used to take places, even though I was a young girl who knew nothing, I still know nothing, but he used to make me get up and stand up in front of thousands of people. Once in Italy, because I was studying in England, so I was at the Italy Festival, and he made me get up in front of everybody, same in Mawalamba. And he said to me that actually we should not be meek. And I think the noise he makes is, don't be mew, 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 mew. He says, be bold, be like a lion. You should speak very boldly. All of us he was addressing. So this is the nature of Srila Gurudev's mercy, that even when we're sort of flawed characters, he gives us the opportunity to serve him. So it's really wonderful. The other extraordinary thing about Srila Gurudev is I had some exposure to Krishna consciousness prior to meeting Srila Gurudev, but actually the philosophy was illuminated so much, so many nuances, possibly familiar to other people, but certainly not for myself. And so 3 of those I would like to reflect on that he gave us that I didn't know beforehand was the important distinction between Vaidhi Bhakti and Raganuga Bhakti. The method and the goal. So Srila Gurudev emphasized so much the importance of understanding our goal. This process is not an unconscious process. It's a deliberate process with a very specific goal in mind. So to know our prayojan is so important. And so understanding the distinction between Vaidhi Bhakti and Raganuga Bhakti, both are essential, but one can't exist without the other. And learning about this, the depth of this spontaneous mood of bhakti for which we're all aspiring, was really an extraordinary gift that Srila Gurudev gave us. Other lessons that he taught us, of course, was that in Vrindavan, not even the leaves fall. So the nature of the jiva, so much technical knowledge, actually, so our philosophy is so complete. I'm in a workplace where I'm interacting with people from all different religions all the time, and it's wonderful. But something that strikes me is how complete our philosophy is. And Srila Gurudev was like this when he was giving his lectures too. One minute we would be hearing about beautiful Damodar Leela and gorgeous, cute, enchanting baby Krishna. And then next minute it was Jiva Tattva, Guru Tattva. So Srila Gurudev was simultaneously soft and sweet, but like a lion in establishing Shastra. And for that, we're so lucky. One other instruction he always gave us was not to criticize. And so I remember he often asked us and reminded us of the pastime of the Brahmin and the prostitute who lived on opposite sides of the street from one another. And the Brahmin was thinking quite critically of the prostitute because of her activities and her profession. The prostitute, however, was always thinking, oh, that Brahmin is such an advanced devotee, he's doing so many wonderful things, I'm so fallen. So actually Srila Gurudev taught whose mood is better. We should never think critically of other devotees and not criticize. And so that was a really powerful thing that he left us with. Of course, we have to be discerning, but we have to be so critical. And particularly when we think, as Srila Gurudev pointed out, that the path to Krishna is through his devotees. He often used the analogy of the president and the secretary. If someone wants access to the president, you need to be on good terms with the secretary. Similarly, we need to honor the devotees so that the secretaries can get us access to that president. So that's some of the more powerful teachings that Srila Gurudev, of course, there's so many intimate pastime and so many important shastric points about the nature of the jiva, our constitutional position, the qualifications of guru. He taught us so much. And actually that's so important. We can see in this world, particularly in the day of social media, there are so many so-called thought leaders. And if we don't have discernment as to who we take instruction from, it can actually be really confusing and heart-aching. So we're so lucky to have so much information about the qualities of our spiritual teacher and how to recognize those. So scripturally speaking, he gave us so much, and other devotees have made the point that Srila Gurudev's books are alive, they're present. And so I just want to pay my obeisances to all those devotees doing so much amazing book distribution, particularly in the prison programs and so many. It's just so wonderful. And then just finally, just in closing, I'm not sure what my time's at, but you know, I can talk forever, so I'll just try and wind up quickly so as not to take too much of your time. But I mentioned some letters that I received from Srila Gurudev. So I just wanted to read some of them from you because I thought rereading them now, the messages obviously are live, current, eternal. Time is not a boundary to the spiritual teacher. So I won't read all of them, but just a segment. So the first part, Krishna is very kind, and certainly he helps you to progress in your devotional life. Please do not be worried. I have already taken your heart, and I will make it very pure, soft, and fragrant, and then I will offer it to the lotus feet of Srimati Radhika. You may try to develop a good discipline of chanting, hearing, remembering, and worshipping. Do not worry about your mind. Try to always be in good association, then gradually everything will become clear to you. Krishna Bhakti is a natural process, and as you practice, it becomes automatically clear as to how to proceed. Raganuga Bhakti is only for very advanced devotees who are very rare to find. I want to help you come to this stage gradually, but it depends on your eagerness to want it. I will always help you make progress. And the line in that really stood out to me this morning was that it depends on your eagerness to want it. So Bhakti is obviously we're recipients of mercy, and in my case, undeserved mercy, but actually our own endeavor is important too. Srila Gurudev often spoke about Damoda Leela and how Mother Yasoda's rope when she was trying to bound baby Krishna was always 2 inches short before he showed her mercy and allowed himself to be bound. But Srila Gurudev explained those 2 inches are representative, 1 of our own endeavor and 2 of Krishna's mercy, and both have to be present. It's that we have the jiva is given a degree of independence, and so we have to make our own endeavor, and then Srila Gurudev will reciprocate with mercy. So both need to be present. And then the only other paragraph I wanted to read you is sometimes, I don't know, like I can only speak for myself, but it's hard sometimes if you don't have association all the time. The material world can be very difficult. Maybe you can get a bit downtrodden. Maybe you can lose your enthusiasm. And I remember once expressing this to Srila Gurudev. The letter is dated 13th of April, 1998. And maybe I was talking about my association. So I'm a lawyer by trade, so, you know, and I don't live near the devotees so much. And he said, be very careful how you associate with materialistic people. Actually, although you can be in their association and you will inevitably become influenced, you should never have any faith in sense gratification. Always have faith instead in Krishna, Gurudev, and Vaishnavas. So, you know, all of us at some point may need to maintain our lives and be in the material world and have a professional occupation, and inevitably will become influenced. But the important point he's making here is not to have faith in that. We have to retain some element of detachment so that our faith and our heart is always with the devotees and with Srila Gurudev, and not necessarily in our material pursuits. And then he said, when I was maybe expressing some despair, remember Srila Gurudev said, never be hopeless, never be hopeless. Have faith in him. If anyone is having a painful, serious disease, he takes good medicines and the doctor tells him that gradually he will be cured. Will he stop taking the medicines because his disease does not disappear at once? It depends upon his faith and upon the quality of the medicines. I know that you are my darling daughter and I have given you the best medicines. Try to chant your mantras and do your reading and hearing with so much attention and good quality, having very good faith. And then even though you may have to perform difficult tasks, you will certainly be protected from any difficulties. So I just wanted to sort of end on those notes of Srila Gurudev essentially saying, don't be hopeless. So I hope in the 15 minutes that I've been allocated, my time's almost up, that I just first reflected on some personal interactions with Gurudev and how kind and inclusive he was to all of us. It's such a, as my mother said, a radical, inclusive spiritual master. We're all so lucky. What a wonderful community of so many wonderful devotees. And then secondly, that Gurudev shed light on the scriptures in a way that most of us in the West hadn't been exposed to before, particularly our goal, Radha Dasham. And then finally, I've just ended with some reflections on Srila Gurudev's letters, which in essence can be summarized as don't have faith in material life, even if you have to do it, have faith in the devotees and Gurudev, and don't stop taking your medicines. You can't stop taking your medicines halfway through the treatment. We have to keep taking the medicine, and then one day we'll become pure. And I just wanted to say, I'm in my study at the moment, but I bought my Srila Gurudev Murti up so that he can keep an eye on me maybe and sort of like, you know, hit me over the head just in case. So thank you so much again to all the devotees who organized this. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. I can't tell you how full my heart is. I feel more joy now after having seen everyone's presentation. So my Dandavat pranams to you all. Thank you so much.
Jai.